And this is that simple. It's just so simple. It has dictatorship and closed societies. That Ukraine was the first in this that Ukraine was the first in this that Ukraine was the first in this huge machine of absolute destruction and murder. And basically, whether Ukraine will stay the first on the strength of the response of the open societies and how much they actually value the whole concept of being a democracy, because it can happen that it's not that valuable and actually they don't care about living in autocracy. I don't know. I mean, I think we all care about having freedoms and living normally in good economy and good society. But I don't know. Let's see what's happening in a year or two.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's the other thing that we could really say is that a lot of their attitude is really based around an inferiority complex. People who feel inferior obviously want to break, smash up whatever they see as something as a threat to them, which would be anything that is a bit superior, which is probably why.
Yeah, in this way, the origins of this war are absolutely same as First World War and Second World War, when the German society felt that inferior, felt that economically they were squashed by the previous situations. It's just this time there's this feeling of what is that? The revenge. There is revanchism. This feeling of revanchism is shared not just by one Nazi dictatorial society, but by many. We look at Iran, we look at China, North Korea, uh, probably some countries in Europe, looking at what Hungary's position. And they're all unhappy with their position, and they decide that by subjugating and killing some other nations and destroying their right to exist, they can upscale their position in this world. And they would be absolutely right if they don't get the very strong response, which I don't see at the moment.
Well said, and thank you for that. Mindful of your time, we have a question from Shaggy, and maybe then we can talk a little bit about the outlook and make sure that we plan for the next round.
I guess we can have. Yeah, I guess we can have one more question. If
Absolutely.
anyone...
Our friend Shaggy is up.
Thanks, Axel. Hi, Kate. So my question is to do with resources from a Ukrainian supporter's point of view. From my point of view, so I'm based just outside London. So I fight disinformation, Russian disinformation online as part of NAFO to help support Ukraine. Also try and donate where I can money wise. I do that from my home. It doesn't cost me anything, but I don't go anywhere. And on occasion, I've been to protests in London, so in-person protests outside Downing Street on Wednesday, for instance. But that costs some time and some money to do that. So my question is, what's the better use of my resources to fight disinformation and do it all online and make it that donation that I would normally spend on like travel and parking, whatever, to get into London directly to a Ukrainian charity to help directly that way, or to travel into London, spend the money, but be there in person, showing support in person with other like-minded people and Ukrainians and fellas and whatever. So, what's your view on the best way to do it?
Wow, that's a very deep question. It's quite philosophical one in a way, and very personal to everyone. But yeah, I would say you definitely. I think showing the support and being there, it just purely creates pressure on authorities. And from what I've seen, I really don't see any people who are opposed or who are who don't really care about what's happening in Ukraine. So people are actually very, very supportive, and they want more action to be taken in this situation. And Americans I'm talking to, everyone's saying that there should be more weapons and more support, at least people I meet. I don't know who are these people online. So I think it's very important to show your position and make sure that this question is not, it doesn't become business as usual. So I think personally, I think being there and being active in this is actually very important, because it is creating the pressure on your governments to act and send help, economic or ideally military help. So probably first and foremost, I would be doing that. As for charity organizations, I would definitely be very cautious and very careful with who you're donating to, because I guess we all know what kind of charity scams that can exist. So of course you should be donating. I think it's important, if you are absolutely sure that this is a legit initiative, if you can check the audits and what the money is being spent on. If you cannot verify the where the money goes, then I would probably not donate to that entity.
Okay, thanks. And just a follow-up question: how's the training of the fighter squirrel going?
Oh my God, she was so happy to see me back. I was actually surprised. I thought she would just have forgotten me for a few days and she probably wouldn't come. But so I arrived on Monday from Seoul, and there she was at 12 p.m. Her usual time is from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. So she would always be there at the specific point in the garden, just waiting. It's amazing, and she actually looks much better, because I think someone harassed and attacked her like a few months back. So she was very cautious, and she looked really trashy, like her neck was damaged. But now she looks fabulous. She's just beaming, and she really likes this absolutely premium nuts. But actually, I'm quite annoyed because she keeps taking them and going away with them, and she hides them somewhere, and I think they find only 10% of these nuts somewhere. So I'm trying, and I'm spending all this money on absolutely premium exclusive nuts for Jenny, and I'm sure she will never find them. So I tell her, Jenny, just eat these nuts here, you will always get new nuts the next day. But squirrel being a squirrel, it's just their own logic. I guess she knows something.
Thank you.
No,
Thanks
exactly.
very much for that.
So Kate, we got two questions. I've got one question that was DM'd to me, and Brian has had his hand up and down a couple of times. You okay to answer, Brian? Brian, see you.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I dropped off the radar of that and tried to reconnect. I feel I've fallen foul of a common phenomenon that by the time I come up to the speaker's rostrum, that the topic has shifted. If I might ask, could I pose some thoughts on what I see as the emerging reconfiguration of economic and political power within Europe? I say that it's, if you want to say there's conspiracy here, I have not the faintest bloody clue what the likes of Emmanuel Macron is up to, other than I feel that at some level they're aware that the power tandem in Europe is shifting and shifting eastward.
Yeah, this is actually a very big point, and even before the war, it was just quite clear that Poland is becoming the leader. Poland has been developing probably 2-3 times faster than any other European nation for the last few decades. Well, at least for the last decade. Poland is poised to overtake Germany in the economic standing, even though many Polish people are not very sure, and they're quite humble sometimes in this situation. But the sheer economy and the size of the nation and the speed of development is really strong. What this war showed, however, is that Poland is also a moral compass of Europe, together with actually United Kingdom. So the support and interest of Poland, obviously Baltic nations, and United Kingdom in making sure Ukraine not only survives but also wins this war is actually quite telling. And I don't know if the future configuration of European Union or like overall region will be absolutely heavily dependent on the level of involvement and support that has been given to Ukraine. But I think it would play a huge role because these countries are very keen and very determined on creating a new security and economic architecture in the region. And they will be the one deciding, basically creating the rules and the framework in the future. And here I think you are right. Actually, it's very interesting to look at United Kingdom because they left European Union, so their actions now are very important and as to where the country positions itself in the future. And I think, well, obviously they're making the right decision in their very strong moral and economic and military support of Ukraine. But it's also quite interesting what they're doing. I think they see it as a huge opportunity to actually um, regain their standing or get an even better position that they had in European Union. And talking about Poland and Baltic nations, I think for them it's even more a question of survival because unlike many Western politicians, they don't really have much illusions about not just about Russians, about dictatorships, and that they've been through all of that, especially Poland. Everything Soviets and Nazis have done to this country, they just know what's coming. So I think the union of Ukraine and Poland into creating a pan-national structure and a proper security shield for the whole Europe will basically guarantee that these countries have to develop much more, both militarily and economically, if the whole Europe wants to maintain this, kind of freedom, democracy. The the Eastern Shield becomes very important because obviously Europe doesn't really have any enemies or any threat from the Western side because, hey, there is an ocean there. But from the Eastern side, there will always be this imminent danger that existed ever since Genghis Khan, and now obviously it's Nazi Russia. So yeah, these countries just will have to become much stronger than they are if the whole Europe is to survive.
Thank you very much.
Just on parting retrospect, David, something you mentioned earlier. I think you know where I'm going with this one. On the early years of World War II. Take heart, you were never completely alone. Well, the rest of the empire, the dominions, or what became the Commonwealth, were there from day one. Particularly in my native Canada, Canada declared war within hours after Britain did and maintained a considerable presence until the Americans came into the war, with the Royal Canadian Air Force making a visible presence within Britain, and the Royal Canadian Navy taking a disproportionate share of guarding the transatlantic supply routes through the convoys. And I would like to hope that in a contemporary sense that Canada is still stepping up to the plate. We may or may not have an advantage over America. I can't say too much to that, but certainly it doesn't hurt.
Because you're more northern?
That the largest, the largest expatriate Ukrainian population, apart from what is or was in Russia, is actually in Canada, and they have tremendous political clout.
David,
yeah,
you had a question.
Actually,
oh, sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
Canada please. As well. It's just always really hard to remember everyone, but usually, interestingly, I think now when people say the West, it doesn't really have to do at all with the geographical West, but it also involves all the Commonwealth with Australia and New Zealand, and yeah, maybe even to a certain extent countries like South Korea that are and Japan that are ideologically and values are on the same level. Because if we're looking at this as we discussed, the war now is going on literally between two camps across the world, and this is why I think it's not just Ukrainian supporters now. They're not actually the supporters of Ukraine only. People with the people with Ukrainian flags, people are fighting for their right to live in open society and democracy, and they really don't want to live in dictatorship. That's all it is. And that's why people who are like this bots always saying, oh, they have a Ukrainian flag in their bio. Well, yeah, because we want to live in a normal society, not being afraid of persecution and capital surveillance capitalism, or just generally surveillance or imprisonment or torture and rape in like Russian prisons or any prisons. I don't know what they're doing with Uyghurs. Ukrainian flag is literally just the symbol of freedom and the symbol of decent life that we all want to have. So people who criticize others with the Ukrainian flag, well, what are you standing for? I don't know. Like, I'm actually very curious to create some kind of general average intellectual level, like the median IQ of people with Ukrainian flag in the bio and people who are opposing the Ukrainian flag in the bio. And I want actually to see the results. I don't know, has someone done anything like that?
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware
We would have
of.
to do tremendous in-depth
Who knows?
analysis and polling for that.
It's actually quite easy to do. Like you take like I don't know, like 100 to 200 people that are following Tucker and whatever Marjorie and all the other trash, and then you take I don't know. We can probably all pass the IQ test. So we do that, and we take the guys from like Kim.com and Tucker camp. That's it, and just literally just show the level of IQ, and then probably you can reason about conspiracy theories and who is who and who supports what and who is being played by anyone. It's just that simple. Just look at numbers. I think we should do it.
I'm all in for the numbers, and that leads me to the last question from David, and then I'll have a word. David.
But yes, okay. First off, I will say to Brian, yes, of course, I wasn't. I did forget Canada, but I was sort of including Canada in those thoughts at the time. And my mum always used to talk about the first time she saw bananas was when a sort of Welsh Canadian cousin of hers brought some over because he was a pilot. And that was middle of the war. Anyway, Kate, so this is a question from a listener, Chef Rich Ferrone. And his question is, do you honestly believe, so this is a transhumanist question, do you honestly believe that a country like the US will ever be in line with transhumanists? And he goes on to say, I certainly don't think so, because we can't agree on anything and are far too greedy.
Yeah, that's I mean, if we go into American internal politics, we could, well, first of all, we can stay here for another week on this chat, and chances are we'll get all incredibly depressed by what's going on. Nevertheless, US is in whatever way you look at it, top 50 countries to live in, and obviously the freedoms of people, and the most important that I think the opportunity for a person from any background and any ethnic background and race to live there as a part, as as anyone else. To me, it's probably the most important definition of the healthy society where you can live in. And yeah, again, we can talk about the gun crime and the abortion rights situation, and in some cases drug abuse and suicides, and the issues are many, and they are actually getting worse. Then, yeah, talking about transhumanism and whether we can all be on the same page. I think with transhumanism and things like actually making sure we live better as a society, it is very important to simply look at innovations and technological development that's coming from any society. And if we look at this part of transhumanism, or like longevity championship, then US is definitely one of the leaders in this. So US will create most probably most of technologies that back up the whole idea of transhumanism. Now, whether it will be the American society that will actually benefit from those technologies, now this is the problem that goes back to the percentage of there's a conspiracy theory and absolute retardation existing in a society, and unfortunately there is quite a high percentage of these people that like to base their whole life and identity in myths, like religion myths, like racial things, and it still exists in US like everywhere else. So I can't really see US being faster than than many other countries in adopting these very technologies that most probably they themselves will create, the people in America will create. But I remain hopeful, and I lived in America, and I think it definitely has all the potential to be one of the leaders in the next technological and evolutionary jump. But yeah, I agree. There are the society is unfortunately is very stratified, and I don't know the reason for that. And even looking at current Republicans, not all, again, obviously, but this Trumpism, like I've seen the reaction of some of these nutcases to the guy who supposedly leaked the classified materials, and they hailed him as a hero. So if your own one of your major two parties, because it's a bipartisan country basically, if one of the party is openly hailing a national traitor, I mean, I don't know what you can expect from this society and from this country, and why is this narrative is being propelled, who is funding this narrative, and what they want America to be, and what future they see for America. And this is actually like apart from the whole war between dictatorship and democracies, there is a huge fight, the same very fight going on in the United States. And it actually hurts me personally because I feel partially as an American, because I live there, and maybe I'll live there. I love America, and it's horrible what's going, and I don't know who is benefiting from this, and I don't know who is pulling the strings in this strange, very strange, perverted debate that some Republicans are propelling. But again, I have big hopes for America, and I hope that they will be able collectively to overcome this setbacks.
Well, that's the good thing.
Thank you very much.
No, it's okay.
Sorry,
No,
Axel,
fine,
you go ahead.
Of course. Apologies for interrupting you. But that's the good thing, Kate, about Schumpeter, creative destruction, and it works perfectly well in a society such as America. The competition of innovation, as seen there, is still exceptional. Germany is just liquidating itself in that regard. Japan still has it. You were just in Japan, and with that little closing statement, in Japan currently, the military use of exoskeletons, which we now see, transhumanism, by the way, which we now see in armed forces all over the world as testing, whilst important, in Japan, exoskeletons are currently being tested and improved for the purpose of helping people live more fulfilled lives longer. And for those who have problems at old age, to live independently to live better as a support mechanism. It's quite interesting that the Japanese have taken this as a consequence out of their history. So that showcases, whilst at the same time now Japan also for the first time ever supports a nation under threat such as Ukraine, and that is how it closes the circle. There is hope for nations to come out of defeat, and there's hope for us to come out of terrible, terrible fascism and authoritarianism and rise to the challenge of a new beginning. Kate, please promise us that you come back and next time we'll talk about transhumanism, the options, the difficulties, and the current applications which already exist.
Wow, I feel like actually there is such a big interest in transhumanism, and I didn't even expect that because obviously we're all here to discuss Ukraine. But I'll be very happy to delve deeper into connection between transhumanism and democracies and how the whole ideology will be actually propping the new world that will come out of this war.
Very good. That fits perfectly with Ukraine because it's a look into the potential for future success. So thank you very much. Everybody, please give a big hand to Kate Levchuk, Ukrainian.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, thank you so much for really thoughtful questions because I had some things prepared, but I feel like the best the best things to discuss and the content and ideas are actually coming from your questions. So I can only attest to the crazy quality of audience here. So well done, guys. And this is just amazing. Hope we can. By the way, how many people are coming to the NAFA tour in Odessa? Is anyone coming? Because there are these 4 kittens. You know, they're so cute. And I just wanted to give them out to NAFA guys because they're literally, I will be calling them all. My mom will choose the names, obviously, that you guys suggested once they're like over a month or so, because then it's safer to call them. But they need owners, you know. So I need to meet you and give you the kittens, okay?
We need to increase our public relations in that regard. But we will definitely do this. Thank you very much, Kate. Much appreciated. And let's hope that many people come to Odessa because Odessa, your home city, is an absolute icon and
it's
culturally
amazing.
important.
It's so beautiful, and we need a base to assemble before we go to a Crimea beach party. So we just need to go to Odessa first, right?
Of course.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Have a great weekend, Kate.
Thank you. You too.
Well, how wonderful was that then, Axel?
Yeah, always a delight, as I said, and this, as Kate just attested, the Socratic method, which we have here in our space with our wonderful guests on a regular basis, actually brings out the best in all of us. So thank you to everybody who's contributed tonight.
Yeah, it's very good discussion. I can see you're still listening, so I'll DM you so we can have a discussion about Wimbledon, if we may. I know you kindly agreed, but let's have a chat about what more we can do.
Yes, we'll do lots of cool things. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we've got a hand up, Peter. If Kate's not answering any questions, but maybe you want to put it towards us.
I need to take my leave. I apologize. Just Peter, sorry, apologies. Everybody, thank you very much for being here tonight. It was an absolute pleasure, and I'll hand over to Alan.
Yeah, and not to you as well, Axel.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, it's a shame Kate's disappeared, but I'll put the point just in case she hears. Now, just going back to China, I see today China has officially stated that it will not be supplying weapons in any shape or form to anybody. And it's even going to, it put a comment in about certain products which could be used for dual purpose, and they're certainly, and they want to have a look at that. And I presume they're talking about drones, which DJI supply, which China has already stopped supplying Russia with because of the dual use of those drones. Now, the one thing which authoritarianism has in common is poverty. That's poverty amongst the masses. And if we look at all the authoritarian regimes, they all have the same sort of structure, which is, if you look at Russia, if you look at North Korea, if you look at Iran, they control the people and the people are kept poor. China is a tier 1 trading bloc. So there's only 3 in the world. There's China, there's America, and there's Europe. They're all tier 1 trading blocs. The UK is tier 2, South Korea is tier 2. And tier 1 set the
so Peter, I know I'm interrupting you here. Because obviously this is a common topic, right? So the thing is, so it's great that they're saying that they're not going to supply weapons, and I presume by that what they mean is large scale weapons, i.e. they're not going to supply tanks, artillery, and the rest of it. Where the other stuff is concerned, we don't know. There may be there is some thought that they may be supplying loitering munitions, right? As it stands, I think we should probably think of China in the same way as Switzerland was during the Second World War with the Axis and Allies, right? So we have to remember that while Switzerland said they were neutral, they still managed to send 87% of the arms towards the Axis as opposed to the Allies, right? So Germany, Italy, etc., received a large bulk. As it stands, we'll have to wait and see what actually happens. The thing about you're talking about the trade and the rest of it. Look, it's clear that there is a collision path on its way. This has been mismanaged ultimately by the West and NATO, because we've allowed the problem in Ukraine to carry on much longer it should have, right?
Yeah.
At the very immediate, our very immediate response should have been to supply the weapons, etc. Right? We didn't out of fear, and our out of fear is stopping the amount of stuff we're supplying, right? But look, we can't, and this is a big thing that Jinga keeps saying, right? Keeps pushing the idea. We can't think that they will be thinking about trade, etc., because the people in charge aren't the people who are who aren't the people who are making the decisions, right? The people, you go to Dalian, some of these really big cities. Dalian is probably the 18th biggest city. It's about the same size as London, right? You go to speak to the people there, they're like normal people, but they're not the people in charge. They're certainly not Xi Jinping and how he's thinking, right? So whatever they do, we are at the point where it's a wait out and see as to what they do, right? Our problem definitely has been we didn't react quickly enough and we didn't react strongly enough. And China has just spent the whole last 14 months learning as to what we do, learning in actual fact that we don't do fuck all.
Yeah, I mean, I agree on that. Can I just come in?
But what's your point? Your point normally is, right, that they don't want to do anything. They won't do anything because they don't want to ruin their trade. But I'm saying, right, the problem is that isn't what the people in charge will be making, right? That's not what they're doing. If you put it down to someone who is in the Beijing silk market or wherever it is, or Victory market in Dalian, right, they would absolutely go, no, but we need to keep trade up with the West because that's what we would do. And generally that's how they think, right? Because most of them are Buddhist in their outlook, not Xi Jinping.
Right, okay, so just for 1 second, imagine that China, instead of relying on the West for more than 50% of its economy, and knowing that its economy will collapse if it goes to a major conflict with the West, it'll collapse. Just imagine for once that their trade was, say, 10%. If it was just 10%, Russia would now be supplied with weapons, no doubt about it. It is the trade and the thought of, do we collapse our economy or do we keep out of this? And I think the biggest safeguard for Taiwan and everything is that trade. So the more we push China away, the more likely we are going to have with a conflict with China. And I think that's where Macron is coming with. And I don't like Macron. I don't like what he's done with Ukraine, etc. But I do think the EU are probably playing it correctly, saying, yeah, we want to increase trade with China, because they know perfectly well that that is the only break they can put with China going wrong. And China is now becoming more prosperous. I mean, I'm talking about the masses in China.
Sure. Okay. Look, I understand your argument. The thing is that China has been prosperous for the last 2 decades, right? The changes, the rapid changes that happened in the 1990s, right? But you're conflating different arguments, because if it was down to these things, right? If it was down to people dying and the rest of it, Russia wouldn't be at war, but they are, right? Can't be thinking along these lines, right? And whether if the economy with us was 10%, the thing is, China wouldn't be, if they hadn't have been producing all this stuff, and if we hadn't have offshored to them, they wouldn't have had the economy to build the army they've got. So it wouldn't even be a discussion for us, because they wouldn't be building the loitering drones with the technology in them, because they couldn't do it, right? I think we just have to wait out and see. It's interesting, because their argument is saying we're going to sit on the fence. Now that solves 2 problems for them. Laughing Tommy will go to you in a moment. Solves 2 problems. One is the problem that they've said to Putin, that we have the unbreakable bonds, right? But we know how unbreakable those bonds were, because they broke them immediately. Doesn't fit in with what they're doing, right? Yeah. I believe that internally they'll be very, very unhappy, because guess what? What they've done, what Russia has managed to do, is to get the West to rearm, which is not what they wanted to happen, right? They wanted us to carry on disarming, because that would have made their desires, their ultimate aims, much easier, right? But they're still very, very clear about their aims with Taiwan and that area. The Taiwan Strait is very, very important to them, because it has many things. There are some countries in that region that they have desires on and aims and goals of using them to their own ends. So we have to wait. We cannot ever think that they are the nice guy in this. They're not, right? So at the moment we're just in a circular discussion. Let's leave it like that. Laughing Tommy, what do you want to say?
Well, a couple of things. So first of all, as far as small arms are concerned, China has already supplied 1,000 units of basically what is an M4 knockoff, and now Russia will be manufacturing them, because so in that way they don't need to directly supply those small arms, since that's a way to supply arms without supplying arms, in essence. So that's one thing. And as far as the whole situation with China and Russia, there's this, as you mentioned, friendship without limits, well, that is pretty much entirely utilitarian on the side of China, because even the foreign, I don't know if it was the foreign minister or the ambassador, this week one of them said that basically that statement was an entirely rhetorical device, and China has been banging on a lot about the relationship with Russia, but have been taking advantage of Russia at any turn they can, be it that cheap energy, different economic ties. If you look at the results of the meeting with Putin, they have been becoming more and more a vassal state of China. And as far as conflict goes, the dependence of China isn't as much of a deterrent as we think, because China is looking down the barrel of 4 crises that are each individually enough to tear a country down. And given the fact that out of more than 1 billion people, only 800 million of those can be argued to be Han Chinese, and that's where the CCP dominance is concentrated. I don't think that China is in any position to stay at peace, because they will need a conflict to demonstrate power, just as the Russia-Ukraine conflict was meant to demonstrate Russia's power, to basically just the same way as Russia held down the Chechens in 2 wars and demonstrated their brutality on them so that the rest of the Soviet states wouldn't rebel. That's what China will have to do to one of its neighbors. We'll see whether that's Taiwan, Vietnam, or Myanmar, but it seems it's going to at least be the 2 neighboring islands, not the main island of Formosa, but the 2 islands that are closer to China that would take the brunt of the hit. And whether that hit happens and how much Xi is doubting his ability to achieve success and therefore demonstrate that success to his subjects is dependent on how Russia fares and how strong the Western response is. Because right now we don't need to hold off China forever. We just need to hold it off for 5 to 10 years, because in 5 to 10 years, the strategic situation, then the containment of China will be so strong that the decision to attack will be catastrophic for them anyway. So that's going to be the strongest deterrent. And Xi's situation right now to attack Taiwan isn't good, but it's getting worse and worse. So that's his biggest stimulus to attack right now. And yeah, putting him in a situation where he's facing, the saying, a good commander doesn't give his enemy a bad option. He gives him 2 bad options so that he has a dilemma on his hands. So that's what the Western posture is currently. On the one hand, show the consequences of action and basically show all the economic effects that will take place immediately, all the military effects that will have, and on the other hand, show that later intervention will also not be beneficial to China, since the military response will be horrific. If you think of a China surrounded by Japan, the Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, India, it's not going to go well for them.
No, I would agree. I mean, it's not going to go with them. The one bit, I'm not so sure whether the Han aspect that you were talking about is bigger deal as it would be with, like, say, Russia, when we talk about the Muscovites, or Muscovy and Muscovites, the way they think about the people of the outskirts. Yeah, it's a bit complicated, but look, I pretty much agree with everything you're saying. M, so I see your hand came straight up. Do you want to? Is that something to do with what I said just now, or is it a different question, Laughing Tommy?
I was. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Laughing Tom. It's fine.
I was more meaning that since the CCP is taking advantage of a lot of people on its territories, be those Tibetans and so on, apart from the obvious economic and oppressive issues that would cause, the ethnic thing will also come in play, especially in Tibet and East Turkestan. That was my whole idea behind the Han statement.
Okay, I get you going west, right? That would be a very long discussion. So, Luca, I'm going to make you wait a little bit, I'm afraid. I want to go to M, and then we'll go to you, and then we'll go to Ukrainian, if that's okay. M, pretty please.
Yeah, good evening, David. Thank you so much. I was going to comment on the incremental approach to supplying Ukraine with aid. So let's rewind the tape. If we go back to November 20, intelligence community or USIC announced that Russia is assembling a task force to overtly invade Ukraine, that they have the intention, that they have the resources in place to do so. And President Biden declassified that information in order to use it as a deterrent to the Russian invasion. Now, this is a very unpopular opinion, but on paper, and given all the capabilities the USIC and other ICs allied with the United States had in place, they assessed that an invasion is imminent. That's number one. They assessed that the plan on paper itself was actually good. This is a very unpopular opinion, but let me expand on this. The plan, as it was written, involved an attack from the north, straight towards Kiev, an attack from the east, an attack from the south, basically attacking Ukraine on 4 different axes simultaneously to project power in the near abroad and to decapitate the government in Kiev and force a military capitulation and then install a puppet government in place. That plan also depended on an element that proved to be a complete and utter failure later on, which is the networks developed by the FSB, namely the Fifth Directorate, inside Ukraine. As it turned out later down the road, they spent billions of dollars on supposedly developing those networks and paying politicians and agents to receive the political support that they desired in order to achieve the outcome of the initial format of the plan. The secondary intervention that a lot of analysts didn't see coming was that the United States and its allies would throw their full weight of providing intelligence, time-critical intelligence, to the Ukrainian armed forces in order to tackle the advancing Russian troops. We saw that clearly in Hostomel and the Battle of Kiev. Then we saw the incremental supplies started trickling into Ukraine, primarily the ATGMs, or anti-tank guided missiles, the In-Laws and the Javelins, which rendered Russian armor inoperable or ineffective, let's say. Actually, ineffective is a more accurate term. By supplying just one class of weapons, the West managed to inflict a lot of losses on the Russian task force, the invading task force, and therefore slowing it down greatly. Then more lethal and non-lethal aid was incrementally given to Ukraine in order to maintain the conflict or the war under a certain threshold, preventing a full head-on global confrontation between the West and Russia. A lot of people would disagree with this approach, and that's perfectly fine because sadly and ultimately, the price paid for such an approach is Ukrainian blood. The fact that Ukraine decided to fight off this invasion and Ukraine decided to defend itself and its sovereignty and its people against the Russian invasion is their call, their decision. And within the framework of international law, at the time, they were not an NATO member, they were not an EU member, but they were a sovereign nation recognized by the United Nations General Assembly and officially communicated requests for military, lethal, non-lethal, humanitarian and economic aid to allied countries or supporting countries or partner countries, and the partner countries responded to those requests in time and in fashion, according also to their laws and what governs the political game within their own countries, given their political systems and their political parties and public opinion and so on and so forth. Is it the best thing we could have done? No. Could more have been done in a more timely fashion and earlier? Yes. Is there any benefit to it? I would argue that there are two main benefits to it. The first one is definitely avoiding a full head-on global confrontation. And that's always a plus for humanity as a species, as a race, collectively. Sadly, again, the price here is Ukrainian blood. Secondly, or the second benefit, is that by doing so, the Western countries or the international community maintained the framework of international law and international cooperation and international relationships, and also maintained their own laws and their own frameworks, thus preventing or denying Putin from achieving one of his primary political goals, which is, in his own evil paradigm, highlighting and exploiting any cynicism or any contradictions or any paradoxes that they like to paint and they like to argue and they like to propagate of those political systems that he despises and wishes to destroy. So, could more have been done? Yes. Is this approach, did this approach have any dividends? Absolutely. But sadly, of course, the price or the cost is Ukrainian blood, and that's always on the invading country. It's not on the supporting countries, and it's not on Ukraine. And let's not forget that the decision to do so, the decision to defend, the decision to request help, the decision to fight this war as they seem and deem fit was the Ukrainian decision. Another important point, and I'll yield the mic, is that by actually doing so, Western countries prevented those platforms from being destroyed early on in the conflict or early on in the invasion, because Russia still had the upper hand when it came to standoff weapons or standoff firing solutions, namely long range and medium range fires, artillery, and multiple launch rocket systems, as well as their strategic missiles and strategic bombers. Over time, the inflow of platforms incrementally and sequentially degraded the Russian forces' capabilities to fight effectively and therefore rendered them combat ineffective. Thank you.
Look, thank you very much for that, That is really, really useful. Look, I don't think anyone here is arguing about what they did, because and you can see, if you look at the RAF flights and delivering materials, before the war started, you can see that there was a big deal. I guess that because there's two arguments here, isn't it? We have that we would say that we've got a level of incrementalism that's very, very incremental, to the point where 14 months later we have 20 main battle tanks that are Western in country at the moment. But there's the other question is, what are we going to do with the big ugly brother that's looming? And so some of the questions aren't, or maybe that politicians were looking at, maybe weren't looking at, were if by dealing with Russia in one way, right, what does that do to its bigger brother China later on? Are we storing up a set of problems for later that may become greater, right? And there's the two arguments. The really slow rollout. What does that mean much later on? And there's the two styles, isn't it? You can see. I'll come back to you again in a moment. Let me finish this. So there's two styles that you could deal with your the bully in school. You can deal with him quickly, or you can deal with him very slowly. What happens to everyone around it? Back to you, Em.
Yeah, absolutely. But we have to consider two factors here. The first factor is that in the case of Russia invading Ukraine, this is a power projection in the near abroad that depended mainly on land routes, right? So you have your fighting echelon, you have your supporting echelons flowing in, and the USIC kind of predicted that the Russians would invade on February 16th. If you look at what happened then, the operations that were supposed to start concurrently with the invasion, with the actual invasion, started on February 16th, right? The whole destabilization of in the Donbass, and the media operations that started with moving Ukrainian civilians out of the Donbass and into Russia, and all the, oh, they're bombing us, or they're doing this, or they're doing that. Those media operations were supposed to start concurrently with an invading force advancing. Now, the invading force did not advance for 1 week until February the 24th. So basically, they sat there idling by the borders, going through their own supplies, which basically left them with 3 to 4 days left of supplies to advance inside Ukraine. So instead of having supplies that would have allowed them to operate for 14 days or 2 weeks, they ended up with enough supplies to operate for 3 or 4 days. That severely degraded their initiative factor, right? So we can always say that the early declassification of intelligence and the early deterrent, do not invade, you're about to invade, you've assembled a task force to invade, you will probably invade on the night of the 16th, resulted in a very cynical and arrogant approach or response by the Russians, namely Putin. He said, okay, fine, I will not invade on the 16th so as to embarrass the Western ICs and say, oh, they said that we would invade on the 16th, but we didn't. But they ended up invading on the 24th. So they actually invaded. So they said that you would invade and you invaded. It doesn't make any difference that you invaded on the 24th to try to embarrass them, and you ended up invading on the instead of invading on the 16th, and actually ended up degrading your own capability to conduct that operation. Now, if we port that to China and Taiwan, yes, China is watching very, very, very closely, and China is very nervous about this because they can see clearly the might of the political will of the Western governments, the might of the wordsmithing of Western government, the might of the flow of supplies, the industrial base, the information operations that followed suit, and the collective response as unified, persistent, and determined to help Ukraine until it pushes back the invading task force entirely and reclaim its full sovereignty. But the beast they are dealing with there is a completely different beast, because it will be an air-sea battle doctrine operation. They have to invade an island, right? And we saw their exercises a couple of days ago, a week ago, simulating a whole encirclement of the Taiwan and attacking all their bases simultaneously. Why we slightly don't need to worry about it right now? Because that beast will be fought differently. The applications that we're seeing today, despite being quite new and despite witnessing the introduction of new platforms and new tactics and new ideas, will not be ported fully to any possible invasion of China and Taiwan, because that battle will actually rely more on swarming drones rather than conventional systems. There will be a role for conventional platforms and conventional tactics and strategies, but mainly If that conflict ever materializes, if it ever happens, mind you, it will take anywhere between 5 to 10 years for it to materialize, because it's not going to happen anytime soon. At least that's the collective assessment of a lot of analysts. If it happens, or when it happens, a lot of strides will have been made in the field of developing new strategies and new tactics, mainly depending on swarming drones or distributed, artificially intelligent, interconnected drones that provide human operators with a lot of AI input that help them better understand the battle space and better understand to incoming threats. But politically, everyone, you're absolutely right. While China is watching and it's learning, but here's the thing. No one wants to go to war with Russia. No one wants to go to war with China. Everyone's wanting for the world to develop into a better place, a much more fair place to all of us, to avoid conflicts, to avoid wars. You have one team on one side saying, "Oh, look, you're helping Ukraine prolong the conflict, and you don't want peace because you want to test your systems and fight a proxy war in Ukraine and build more weapons and sell more weapons and make more money out of that. The military-industrial complex, the desire for global hegemony, the wish to end and challenge cultures and sovereignty, and you will not allow you to do this to us." No one is doing this. Basically, you are trying to push the limits, to keep testing and push the limits of international law and get away with it. And when someone stands up and says enough, we will actually respond in kind, and we will retaliate, and we will make sure that you do not destroy that equilibrium or threaten that equilibrium. They start crying wolf, right? So in a way, you're absolutely right. But also, let's take into consideration the fact that that war or that conflict, if it ever materializes, will be completely different from the one between Russia and Ukraine right now.
No, and wonderful. But the point I suspect I was trying to make is the one thing that won't change now is that the reason for our slow rolling is because we didn't want to this to escalate much more, right? But and what they're using or have used for that is the narrative, we've got nuclear weapons, right? And that's the thing that the politicians are fearful. They don't want this to escalate into something much bigger, and by that they mean whether that's tactical or whatever type of nuclear weapon. And the one thing that China will have learned, or has already learned, because you can see it in the things they're saying, because they're saying it more often in the same way as Putin used to say it all the time, is we have nuclear weapons. So whilst yes, tactically, strategically, things will be different, there will be some things that will remain the same. So I think my point was, are we storing up a bigger problem? But I completely agree with you. Everything else, we are just going, here we are. Maybe if we'd have done things a little bit quicker, i.e., right? So I understood what we'd done around about the 3-month mark. Just said, here we are. But we can't go back in time, so we're not going to change it. It's just a question. If only we'd have reacted a little bit quicker with more stuff. But you're right. They have. They've attrited themselves brilliantly, haven't they? Right?
They
the
have,
point where,
and the answer to your point on this specifically is that we cannot take the human factor out of the equation. Ukraine had to stand extra forces to be trained and to be supplied and to acquaint themselves with the new systems and the new platforms they have been given, and therefore they require, you get the bureaucracy part of it. As a country under invasion with a lot of moles within your services and inside your country operating freely after being propped up by Russia since 2014, you had to pay a lot of attention and a lot of security for preparing or standing a new fighting force. Then you had to equip them and train them, and then you had to field them. That takes time. Granted, there could have been options for expediting such schedules, but they are moving as fast as possible because, again, the human factor here was not in place and was not ready. Bear in mind also as well that President Zelensky, even after being informed of Russia's intention to invade, till the very last moment, he was trying to calm everyone and say, we haven't seen enough evidence to point towards an invasion. Let's not panic. Let's not do this. Let's not do that. He's a politician. He made that political choice. His political calculus back then could have been different. I don't know. I'm just speculating here. So that's regarding, expediting supplies. As for what China would do, China is playing the same game Russia is playing right now. If you look at their messaging, if you look at the messaging coming out of their official accounts on Twitter, on Facebook, and if you look at their disinformation and misinformation campaigns, they are basically playing the 5 points that every anti-Western country is kind of playing. That the West is out there to get you and seek conflict. No, the West wants trade, and they want a fair framework for everyone, and they want advances on economic rights, political rights, and human rights. But if you're provoking them into a fight, well, they will stand up to you and they will not accept your bullying. Then you have the whole, they are doing this as proxy warfare, they are doing this to enrich themselves. No, it's not really proxy warfare when it's force-on-force combat between two sovereign nations after one sovereign nation invaded the other after it had failed to turn it into a satellite after deploying hybrid warfare for more than 8 years. Then you have the next point, which is the banking system and the dollar hegemony and the de-dollarization and the banter system and the BRICS and so on and so forth. The data is out there to prove otherwise. The US dollar remains the top currency when it comes to international settlements. People just need to look at the data coming out of the Bank of International Settlements to see that the dollar is still king. Then you have the other point, which is the decadent West. Russia is the defender of the Christian faith. China is a reliable global partner that will be your ally and give you technology and products and trade without interfering in your domestic affairs. Granted, as long as you don't criticize us for, committing a genocide against the Uyghurs, right? And that's the failure that is obviously clear in the Arab world and the Muslim world when it comes to their cooperation with China, despite the fact that China is actually genociding 1 million Muslims, or more than 1 million Muslims. And last but not least is the false narrative of staging a multipolar world comeback, that the world needs multipolar powers in order to stabilize. No, it doesn't. And if it does, it certainly doesn't need Russia as one of those powers or China as one of those powers. If Russia is invading countries and destroying nations and doing whatever it wants and getting away with it, that's unacceptable. And if China is deploying predatory loans against sovereign nations and governments to hoodwink them into debt traps where they then start controlling state assets, that's not cooperation. That's hegemony by other means. So China right now is engaged in this information war against the West, basically parroting the same 5 talking points that Russia is parroting against the West. Well, they learned from the master. After all, China became communist after what happened in Russia during between 1905 and the First World War. So here we are. How would they? The only good thing coming out of this is that China actually said that it is her policy or their policy to reject any forms of deploying nuclear weapons in conflict, right? So they haven't been engaged thus far in nuclear saber rattling, but that might change in the future when what's the term? When the news becomes too tight around their neck. So we'll see. It's an open-ended question, but we mostly agree on everything, David. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Look, I mean, sometimes I just put a different argument out, even whether I don't believe it or not. Anyway, so there we are. Brilliant point, Sam, and thank you very much. So, Laughing Tom, we're going to make you wait. I promised Luca he could be next. Luca.
Hey, David. Hey, everybody. I was gonna comment on the Macron thing. Actually, let's chat about this. So, I think everybody was a little too mean about Macron, like being Macron. We just know who he is and how it operates, and how France wants to look independent. But I grant you that I think his behavior looks a little similar to the beginning of well, just before the war in Ukraine. He's kind of behaving the same way. So like France and Macron, they want to show that they are independent and they want to try to find a way to use diplomacy. And this is all good and dandy, right? But what happened is that it's true that China and Russia are kind of like acting in a similar way. So what happened is that even if Macron's strategy was correct, like we say, let's try in this case with China to postpone until they're too weak or they change their mind. Kind of similar to what we were doing with Russia. Oh yeah, Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2. Yeah, sure. Let's invite them over to the Mediterranean, coast, in Côte d'Azur, and get them drunk and everything. All these Russian officials, so that they'll stop causing trouble, and trouble they cause more and more, and then go sit across this long table from Putin and be like, yeah, look, let's talk and not make war. And then war came anyways. And it feels that like he's doing the same thing again with China now. Because what happened is that look at the disinformation campaign right after that, playing the divide and conquer of saying, oh, look, Europe is not so important now because, Macron represents Europe and Macron wants peace and Taiwan is China and Macron acknowledges that, and screw the US because they control Europe and they want to use it, and they're actually using it. And this is actually not what Macron said, but just the fact that he sits there across that long table, or he tries to pull the same BS with Xi Jinping, backfired, in my opinion. So that's my opinion. What do you guys think?
David, do you want to take a shot at responding to Luca, or M?
I'm hoping M's going to take a shot at that.
I really don't understand what Macron's trying to do. So I believe somewhere out there, he still believes that the idea of a European army will be activated and deployed. I don't see it happening, and I think there could be a fight right now within Europe for who is going to lead Europe in the future. You have Germany, you have France, and you have Poland. Poland is the black horse right now of this race. Germany, I don't know. We'll see about that. But the way he is positioning himself, it seems that he is focused on trying to reclaim European leadership. And I would say that, and excuse my French, he's still butthurt from losing that submarine deal with Australia, and therefore he's taking an anti-Anglophone position, typical Francophone behavior. But that is all I can see or say about this.
Yeah. So where I'm talking, again, like I'm trying to work out what he's trying to achieve, why he's doing this at this point, how he's aligning himself, especially within the EDF and the nuclear component with the nuclear power stations. I don't know. Maybe he's making a complete pivot to China from Russia because he thinks there would be a bit more something in it. It doesn't quite make a lot of sense. I don't speak French, so I don't know how well the translation was for what he was saying. And the rest of it, was there some nuance that we're missing? I.e., when he was talking about something, he was talking about in a different aspect, but it sounded like he was talking about, his idea that Europe should be moving towards something with China, and that seems very, very weird. Who knows? They will find out later, because obviously this is the start of the game with him in terms of where China lies.
Yeah, I speak French, so yeah, there was nuance there. That's what I'm saying, that there was disinformation. As in, the commentary in English, most of them actually propagated also by some channels close to China, Russia, made it sound worse than what he said. Now, it's kind of like if you sit next to a bad guy and you say something that is not like really clear, and the French language, right, the language of diplomacy, lends itself to that almost by design. But then it's very easy to abuse it, So I think he was trying to strike a middle ground, but what came out was you cannot strike a middle ground with dictators. Again, that's what I said. We saw it with Putin when he tried to do that with Putin, and it's like he's making the same mistake all over again. But yes, good point, M. You're right. Like, who's the next leader in Europe? That probably plays a part in that. But as it concerned with China, I think yet another mistake, in my opinion.
I mean, the whole China question is going to be very, very complex, isn't it? Yeah, just complex. Laughing Tommy.
Yes, thank you. I have a quick question for him, if that's possible, regarding the leak, the Discord leak. Basically, one of the documents stated that Egypt was trying to supply covertly missiles to Russia. I would like to ask him if he thinks that's likely, and what would the calculus be behind such a decision by Egypt?
So we now know that there are possibly more than 300 plus documents leaked. And I would assume that most of the documents that were manipulated were the ones concerning the Russian casualties in Ukraine. It was a very poor Photoshop that tried to reverse the numbers, basically make Ukrainians look like losing more assets and soldiers than Russia. So, assuming that the document reviewed by the Washington Post is genuine, there is a very interesting timeline here. Secretary Antony Blinken visited Cairo on January the 29th. And then on January 30th, the Egyptian Foreign Minister Sameh Shoukry flew to Moscow and met with his counterpart. In the leak, it says that the conversation between President Sisi and the Minister of State for Military Production, Salahuddin, was recorded or collected or intercepted or transferred to the USIC through a human source somewhere in February. So I don't really know whether Secretary Blinken came to Cairo and warned against such a deal, and therefore Shokri traveled to Moscow to announce that the deal is canceled, or that Secretary Blinken communicated something to Cairo that resulted in Shokri traveling to Moscow and offering such a deal. What was offered was basically gunpowder, artillery shells, for Falcon and for launch rocket systems, MLRS. The US administration is saying that they haven't seen any signs to point that the deal was concluded. I'm assuming that had those weapons appeared in theater, the Ukrainians would have recovered some of the fragments of those rockets and realized that a new player has entered the game. So far, nothing came out of the Ukrainian side. I would argue that this deal was not structured as an official government of Egypt deal with the government of the Russian Federation, but rather the working of the president and his inner circle of businessmen, possibly trying to enrich themselves. And I'm assuming that the consignment would have been drawn from the Egyptian Armed Forces stockpiles with the contract awarded to the Arab Organization for Industrialization, AOI, being used to replenish those stocks. And of course, the consignment being fudged and hidden within a shipment of other material and placed through businessmen loosely connected to the administration and arms dealers loosely connected to the Russian Federation and making 1 or 2 stops on its route to Russia. There is one precedent. In August 2017, a ship was in the Red Sea and about to cross the Suez Canal, and Washington informed Cairo that the ship was carrying North Korean arms, mainly 24,000 RPG rounds and the components, the ready components for assembly for another 6,000 rounds. It was a $23 million deal that was arranged by an Egyptian businessman loosely connected to this administration, the Sisi administration. It was intercepted in the Red Sea. And apparently the final destination was Syria. So is it an official government of Egypt stance? I would argue no, because so far the Egyptian Foreign Ministry, through its career diplomats, have been supporting Ukraine in international arenas, namely the United Nations General Assembly. Could it be the stupid brainchild of the inner circle of President Sisi? Most possibly, if the leak is genuine or if the document is genuine, and the deal was on the table, then most probably it was something that they had come up with to enrich themselves rather than provide Egypt with a stream of income from Russia. In the conversation, there was another salient point, or very interesting point, that the Minister of State for Military Production said something along the lines that the Russians had given us a huge service, or have rendered a huge service to us, with no mention whatsoever to the nature or the date of said service, and that the Russians communicated to their Egyptian counterparts that they are willing to buy anything available, which, if true again, points to the desperate situation in Moscow to source more munitions and more weapons for their quote unquote special military operation. The impact of such news will reflect heavily on the financial markets, because such news present political instability that would deter investors from investing in the country, which will lead to a possible reduction in foreign direct investment into Egypt. And another marker here is that Egypt was supposed to go through an IMF review back in March. That review has not been concluded yet. Egypt reached a deal with the IMF to receive a $3 billion loan in tranches that would go specifically for repaying some of its creditors during the 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024 fiscal years. Given that Egypt currently has a funding gap of $18 billion stretched over those 2 years. So that's all I can say about it.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive answer.
Right. Well, no other hands up at the moment. Right. So I thought, we were talking about China a little bit just now. I thought that would be quite useful. Mockers sent me a tweet, which is from Reuters, which is the one that where we were talking about China. So Ukraine allegedly finding more Chinese components in Russian weapons, right? Ukraine is allegedly been finding an increasing number of components originating from China to Russia. And I think, I'm not sure whether I actually said it. My memory is going a little bit, as I keep telling everyone. It goes a little bit more every day. But I thought it was quite useful to say something as it stands at the moment, right? So we're not finding considerable amounts of Chinese stuff, weapons. So maybe they've supplied some weapons, right? The 1,000 they went, right? But there's nowhere at the capacity that they could be supplying at, right? So Canada supplied 21,000 assault rifles just recently, right? The amount of assault rifles coming around to Ukraine from the West is quite high. So we're seeing, so proportionally, these are small amounts. Now, it's disappointing, or some people might think it's disappointing that we're finding Chinese components. What Chinese components are we finding? That's the question, right? Are they chips and the rest of it? So we still have the question of, is this a case of full-on Chinese involvement, or is it just a case of people making money, right, in China? And here stands the problem. We still have France and Orchan still making money, and we're not, you know, are we climbing up the wall in the same way as we are, right? France and, you know, was supplying the thermal optics to the T-72s when they shouldn't have been, right? So I think we should keep an open mind on this. As I said, during the Second World War, 87% of the supplies from our supposedly neutral Switzerland went to the Axis countries, right? And 13% came away. Maybe it was 83 and 17. Anyway, the bulk went to Axis countries. We still see them as being neutral, right? So we're not seeing Chinese tanks arrive. I think I would be very, very surprised if we would. So if China is supplying chips, it would be unfortunate. Are they going to supply the loitering zones? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But they're still also supplying, because China is still selling to Ukraine. So it's a wait out and see as to what's going to happen and the seriousness of it. But Jinga has been clear that it helps the delay of the carrying on of this war in Ukraine. There is a benefit to China in some ways. So yeah, who knows what happens. George, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, did anybody mention that today millions of Ukrainians celebrate Good Friday?
I mean, George, you're talking to an atheist here. If you were to say to me, when is Good Friday? I still can't say. All I do know is it was some time ago, right, in some place, and then it might be in another. Who knows?
No, seriously, no. Today is Good Friday for Eastern Orthodox Christians, which includes most of Eastern Europe, excluding Poland, maybe the Czech Republic, and some of those countries. But most of the Balkans and Ukraine, and unfortunately Russia, they celebrate Good Friday today. And then this Sunday is our Easter. So, you know, if I'm not around on Sunday, you'll know I am going to be cooking lamb and cracking eggs.
Does that mean they get chocolate twice over?
Yeah, we see we're smart. That's why we do it after, because we get our chocolate at a discount.
Yeah, no, yeah, you will, because everyone wants to offload all that chocolate. So, how does that work with Christmas then, George?
Well, so yeah, Christmas was different because now the Easter holiday is based on 3 different calendars. Go figure. One being because one uses we use a Julian on that, and then the Western Christians use Gregorian, plus we use some goofy lunar calendar, and then it has to fall after the Jewish Passover. So that's why the dates change for both. And then ours is a little different because we base it on the Julian calendar instead of the Gregorian. But Christmas, most of the Orthodox countries had had left the Julian calendar and had gone to the Gregorian calendar. A couple of countries that had stayed with the Julian calendar were Russia and Ukraine. And Ukraine said this year, what the hell are we doing? This past year, they changed it to go with the Gregorian calendar for Christmas. So now the Ukrainians, Greek Orthodox, you name it, most of them now celebrate Christmas on December 25th instead of January 7th. Excuse me. Was there?
Yes, July would have been a big change. Right?
Yes, yes. No, January 7th was the traditional, based on the Julian, and now we're going on the Gregorian for the Ukrainians. So it's the 25th. There was a 13-day difference between the things. So between the ones, but Easter is staying the traditional way. It hasn't even changed, even for Greeks. It's just they're staying with the traditional. So.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I know a little bit more.
Yeah, so this Sunday, don't forget to wish our Ukrainian and other Orthodox listeners a happy Easter.
Yes, I shall attempt to remember. And Marcus, you've got your hand up.
I have. I've spotted some fires and I thought you'd like to know about them. So earlier on today, there was a fire in Novograd, Russia. It was an open production site, which, now this is the bonkers thing, right? What's on fire are all the wooden pallets that they have. Wooden pallets that we've been saying for ages. Why? Well, they don't use them for the military, obviously, but yeah, wooden pallets. So that amused me. There's also a nice video in Moscow, and well, I don't know what it is, but it's cooking, and I have retweeted those if you all want to see them. So enjoy the flames with me.
And there was a very, very, I think, Severity of the Rifles that did a very large bang as well, didn't he? Did you see that one?
That's the boom that goes straight up in the air. Yes.
Yeah. The Russians are saying it's a glide bomb, etc. It's not a glide bomb. It's the height of the bang and the width of the bang tell you that it'll be a large amount of explosives that's probably in the cellar, right? And with stuff underneath it, right? It might even have been a bit deeper than what the cellar was, because it just goes up, right? It's straight up as opposed to being wide and up. But it was big though, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, lovely boom.
Oh, the people next to it, they wouldn't have been very happy.
Well, you've got to get the cockroaches out some way, haven't you?
You do, right?
And then in your house.
Yeah, no, exactly, right. And there's the thing, right? Because they go deep as well. So make sure it's a deep, deep bang, and that we're out of it. The eradication program. Ah, dear. Anyway, have you got any more mockers? Okay.
Any of the things that I've sent you so far.
Okay.
I just like stuff from you.
No, it's very good. Thank you very much, because you do. It's because I keep on losing stuff. But anyway, and
oh yes, I do have something. Sorry.
Oh, stop. Yes.
Put my hand back up if you want.
Yes, go mockers.
All right. We've all seen probably today Dmitry Medvedev being whoever he is. But the ABN Poland have responded to him, and I like their response a lot. So he spouts a lot of nonsense about Poland, and they reply with, "Dear Mr. Medvedev, please remember that combining alcohol with drugs is very dangerous. Please continue doing this."
Just mock him.
And
That's
that,
brilliant.
Is how you reply to Russians.
It is. And where's Anda? Has Anda just dropped?
Oh, I just waffled over and she's drops off. Sorry, Anda.
We'll come back again, Anda. Alan.
David, nice to be here with you.
It's always my pleasure, Alan. Always my pleasure. And I'm always somewhat a little bit jealous. I look at that fine head of hair and go, "Whoa! I had one of those when I was 25." And you've got your hand back up again.
Hey, hi. I'm sorry. I have a cat. Apparently, she knows where to press. All right. She's not rooting for you. That's for sure. All right. So, um, the subject kind of passed. George was talking about Easter and how it's calculated, right? So, um, one of the reasons actually for which on in the Orthodox Church it is still kept on the old calendar is that well, it's televised. Uh, not that. Is that um, basically you have a you have the light which comes only in that uh, specific Sunday and not in other. So this is basically it. This is why they kept the calendar for Easter. No other um, no other holiday is as prominent. So it has most of them have fixed dates, right? Like Christmas, you can pinpoint it in one day. But actually, Easter has this specific um, miracle which happens every um, Easter Sunday, right? So this is basically why they kept it, right? Um, because it was considered to be moved, but apparently it doesn't work this way. So this is why it's the only holiday which is kept on the old calendar, and also all the related feasts which are um, calculated with weeks, number of days prior or after Easter. So you have two other holidays which are connected with Easter, so they will keep the old calendar. And basically, this is why they are kept this way. Does it make sense what I say?
It makes sense to me, and because I understand that Easter is what is called a movable feast, and therefore it falls on different Sundays. This is one of the earliest Easters you can have in April, and I don't believe you can have an Easter after a certain day in May. So Easter will always occur in April or May. It depends on either a new moon or a full moon, and I'd have to look that up. Did I not make sense there, Enda?
Yes, you did. And I think George explained it's explained calculation. So it's always after 21st of March, that's for sure. This is why you, at least in Romanian, you have an expression that someone doesn't miss something, like March doesn't miss Lent, because the feast will be anywhere after 21st of March when you have the
spring.
it's not the
Spring.
the spring.
Was it equinox,
Yes.
equinox, something like that? Some kind of nox.
Yes, I think it's the equinox. It's when the day is equal with the night. We have two of them, one in spring and one in September in fall. So after equinox, you have the full moon, and after full moon, you have um, Easter. basically. And the when you, if 21st of March is on the old calendar, is later, it's basically 2 weeks later, and it can, the next cycle of full moon can differ, how, I know I'm not making any sense, so let's put it this way. The full moon, it's always uh, it's always there, right? But depending on how you calculate the date in which you are, the 21st of March will be prior or after, right? So if the old calendar, which is actually later, is after, the 21st of March is after full moon, you have to wait for another full cycle, right? And we have had, because of that, a month difference between Catholic and Orthodox Easter. That was the biggest difference. Usually it's 1 week, which means usually Catholics have Easter when Orthodox have Palm Sunday. So basically, this is this is it. And today it was Good Friday here, and on Sunday we will have Easter, and therefore this is why we have the fundraising, right, for an Easter miracle.
For Fairlane, for the Rubige Rapid Response Unit, the fundraiser that's currently running. Well, yes, it's falling at this special time, the week of Easter, and it will continue throughout a lot of April, I believe, until April 21st or so. But of course, the other importance of having this fundraiser now is in order to celebrate Macher's birthday, which falls tomorrow. And Macher's birthday is not a movable feast. It occurs on the same day every year. There's nothing she can do about growing a year younger. It will happen tomorrow. In recognition of that, it would be great for you to give Macher's a birthday gift by making a donation. And you can do that just by going up into the nest and looking for the tweet Beige Rapid Response Unit. Follow the link to PayPal. Use the drop-down menu to make a donation, and please be as generous as possible. And that's something you could do right now. You know, I do have some good news today. I think David and Anda and Mockers and M. A very special day for 24 children from Kherson who have been returned from their captivity in Russia. So this will be an Easter weekend that these children will remember for the rest of their lives. And it's not easy to get Ukrainian children who have been kidnapped and held in captivity in Russia back to Ukraine. But in this case, the parents of these children were actually interrogated for 13 hours by the Russians so as to determine they are indeed the parents. But of course, they were able to prove that they were mothers and fathers of these 24 children. There are still thousands of Ukrainian children held in Russian captivity right now, and they must all be returned to Ukraine. Anda.
Did I read correctly? There are 16 or 17,000 children which are kidnapped, which are currently in Russia.
Yes, you did read that correctly. There are probably more than 16,000 Ukrainian children who have been abducted and taken into Russia. The uh, the report that the International Criminal Court used to issue arrest warrants of Putin and Lvova Belova. The report that they used came actually from the Yale School of Public Health. And this report had identified over 3,000 Ukrainian children at that time. But their investigations continue, and thousands of more Ukrainian children will be identified as this investigation proceeds. But the estimate is more than 16,000 children, yes.
Just tragic, isn't it?
It really is tragic, David. And I guess we have to ask, why is Russia abducting Ukrainian children? And these are children from infancy to teen years. Well, why are they taking these Ukrainian children? Well, it's part of their act of genocide. Once these Ukrainian children are inside Russia, some are put up for adoption with Russian families. But what happens then? They are told either in camps or in their so-called new families. They're told they're no longer Ukrainian; they are Russian. They're told they can no longer speak Ukrainian; they must speak Russian. They are told that they are being saved and brought to Russia. They are told that the Ukrainian culture does not exist, that Ukraine does not exist as a state. This is what happens to these Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. Now, some of these children have been taken from orphanages. They will be the most difficult of all children to be returned to Ukraine because Russia requires mothers or fathers, grandfathers or grandmothers, or some member of the family, it might be a sibling, to come and prove that they are related to the child they want to rescue. It's a terrible situation, frankly.
Actually, it's not new. So they did that. All right. So I think I told that story prior, so I won't get long. But during the Second World War, in 1940, Russia gave an ultimatum to Romania in order to cede two of its territories. The background of this is that at the end of the First World War, Romania and Russia didn't sign any treaty, any closing, any document that formally fucking hell. Okay, that's $10 to the swear jar. So formally is the correct word. Sign a document with Russia in order to end the First World War, which meant that some territories were not properly regulated between our countries, right? One of the reasons for which we didn't sign that was the fact that Romania sent, before the First World War, Romania sent its gold reserves. We were a kingdom back then, and Russia was a tsarat, basically also a kingdom. So the two families discussed, and our gold reserves went to Russia, to Moscow. They had this revolution, and we never saw the gold back. So this is one point of contention, of one problem for which we didn't agree to sign unless they gave us gave our gold back, which they didn't. So in 1940, we received two letters, which were addressed to our prime minister, which basically said, "Get off our land. It's our land, not yours." We had armies in those territories. They are called Basarabia and Bukovina. You know them by now as the Republic of Moldova, and and part of Bukovina is in Ukraine. And the day we received the first letter, the first soldiers entered on Romanian soil. And our armies retreated without shooting any fire. That's one shameful memory of our country. So, what happened after that in these territories was a forced Russification and also a purge. They sent Romanian families to Kazakhstan, a lot of them, and also a lot of Romanian families were sent to Siberia. My grandmother was in an orphanage back then, and what they did was to say, and please don't be amazed, it's the same thing. We are saving you from the Nazis, which are the Romanians in that case, and we are sending you to safety. So they moved the orphanage in Ukraine, in several locations, and after a couple of years, after Rostov, actually, they sent them to Siberia. So, hate to say it, but when I come here in the space and say it's nothing new, it's nothing new, because it's nothing new. They aren't doing anything that they haven't done 8 years ago, last century. So I don't need to go back at the beginning of Kiev. I simply need to go back 1 century, and I have these stories from my family. So yes, I can confirm they did that. They forced everyone to speak in Russian. They told Russia is helping them, saving them, protecting them, educating them, right? So, and they were mixed. They were split and mixed with Russian and Ukrainian population, Ukrainian children, Russian children. So, and everybody was speaking in Russian, nothing else. So it's not funny for for a child to get through something like that.
Uh, it is a tragedy for that child. First of all, to have the trauma of being separated from parents and brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, the whole extended family. And it's a tragedy for that child to be told such things while they are in captivity inside Russia. And as Anda says, this is a policy Russia has pursued for 100 years. Russians were under the Soviet state were moving populations all over the Soviet Union. They were killing Ukrainians by state-ordered starvation. And it's simply a policy that that Russia has pursued for 100 years, as Anda says. Oscar, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to add something to what Andrew was saying. I think, well, maybe that was Andrew's call to tell about that, but someone who's spending now quite some time in Chisinau, in Moldova. So, bună ziua, Anda. Mulțumesc for your comments and support. Unfortunately, this is all I learned so far, but I'll try more. So the thing about the children kidnapped, basically, but it is also an interesting story about what they did to Romanian language in Moldova. What like separated, occupied part of Romania. In one night, they just switched from Latin alphabet to Cyrillics. So people wake up and they see all the signs that are pronounced in the same way in Romanian, but they say this is Moldovan language. You're just a part of your SAR, whatever the newly established country. Romania is something else, and Moldova now is the genuine country with its own language, and its Moldovan language, which didn't exist before. So when we speak about this, is like linguistic part here is quite interesting, because when we speak about Ukrainian language, that should be very clearly told apart um, from Russian language, no matter what they claim. It is decolonization. However, Moldovan language, which is now officially doesn't exist in Moldova, it is Romanian language, is also decolonization. It may sound as a paradox, but it's not, because it was artificially created linguistic phenomena, let's say, artificially switching between Latin and the Cyrillic alphabet. And just imagine you hear the same words, but you have to read them in different letters. It's completely weird. It's just waking up and like reading and having English switch to other alphabets. Well, that's really tough thing to do to a language, because it's like, like natural flow and all this stuff. So yes, and nothing is new. We've seen that before for centuries. So every time when now I see some so-called in inverted commas independent thinkers who say, oh, that's NATO expansion, you should have known better, Ukrainians, before annoying Russia. Yeah, 300 years of NATO expansion, right? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. Anda, I think you have a follow-up. Please go ahead.
I do. Actually, it was really, really funny. What Oscar mentioned. When I don't say something is funny, that's really bad. So if it's still funny in some way, it's still not that bad. It's bad, but not that bad. what was funny was that I visited Chisinau in 1991, I think, and the Cyrillic language was still up, right? The phonetics is and was the same as Romanian. Um, the grammar was the same. The topics, the expressions, everything, you name it, it was the same. They just used different letters to put up to put in writing the language. It was funny because I knew the letters, the Russian letters, so it was funny to read Fanta in with other letters and restaurant and yeah, other words. But to give a bit of a historic context, our language, so Romanian language, is not as has withstand a lot of changes over time. We have the Latin language for the last couple of 100 years. In 16 something, when the first Bibles were printed, actually, they were written with Cyrillic alphabet. That was because we kind of were more connected with Greeks and the Byzantine, the former Byzantine Empire, which fell apart. We switched to Latin because we wanted to, for us, as that's the only thing that I have to say this. We have had this discussion actually with Oscar here in the space, and I think it's really interesting. For Romanian population, our language, so the Romanian language and the Latin roots, were our go-to, our how do you say it? It's called ancora. The thing that
it's your anchor.
Your anchor, right? So
yeah,
what keeps you in place? Because we were the only Latin language in the region, so we kind of pushed further this. We exaggerated a bit, like this is the actual truth. Mid 18th mid 19th century, so 18 something, we tried to point out our connection with the with Latinity, with Italian and others, because this was what set us apart, and that was one of the things that actually was very hard for me to understand. Um, um, when people from Ukraine told me, no, we speak both languages, right? So because this is our family, and they don't pair as much as Romanians their language to their core being, if that doesn't that does make sense. For Romanians, the language is our core, our center of gravity. Our basic language is our center of gravity, and what set us apart, and what allowed us to unify the territories later on. So that was something that was surprising for me in Ukraine, but also something that I admired because you have to be really open, really fair, right? To make a difference between your land and country that you're protecting and your language. We are not, the Romanians are not as generous, let's say, and probably sometimes more, how should I put this, more xenophobic than I would like. And I don't find this in Ukrainian society, at least the Ukrainians I met. So I'm really happy that Oscar came up and joined this conversation, and I really appreciate her. So I'm really happy to talk to her whenever she can. All right, I talked a lot. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Anda. And you never ever have to say I'm sorry for speaking here at MriyaReport. You're always welcome, and your contributions are always thoughtful and insightful, and also your approach is one that we might all benefit from. That in even in some of the bad news we see day to day, there we can find some lightness in it. Obviously, not in news stories from the war front, but in many other stories, we can find a lighter element to help us through our day and to buoy us up. Folks, I want to ask you all to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. I haven't asked you to do that, and I've been here with David for a couple of hours. I usually do it once an hour. And here's the reason why. MriyaReport.org is on air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, now through more than 412 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. We bring you verified news. We bring you Ukrainian voices from the front lines, from the government offices and the cities. That's why I want you to retweet this space. We always want to be able to welcome new listeners, individuals who want to learn more about what's going on in Ukraine, because you might think everybody knows after a year of Russia's invasion what's happening. There are many, many people who actually think the war has concluded. Oh, Ryan. Oh, Brian, you can go ahead, because Ryan, I know you're in Ukraine and your connectivity is probably not that great.
Yeah, I think I should be good now. This is by far the most interesting day I've ever had in Ukraine.
Well, tell us about it. Are you driving?
Yes, I'm driving. Let's just say you get some really weird looks passing India after curfew.
So Ryan, if you're a woman, I can barely hear you. Yeah, Ryan, we can barely hear you. It sounds like your window is down, or that you're in the middle of a tornado.
That's not a tornado. My windows are all rolled up. What you're hearing is road noise from the imprints that tanks leave on pavement because they're way too heavy for the road construction. Let me try putting in some headphones instead of doing this through the phone or through the Bluetooth functionality on the car.
Okay, I think that would be helpful because it is almost impossible to hear you. I apologize for that, but you know, that's one rough road you're on. So until Ryan is able to come back, I did want to finish my PSA. Please do retweet this space. And MriyaReport is now a 501c3 in the United States. That means we are a registered charity. And we have a fundraiser going on right now to help the Beige Rapid Response Unit. You can find a tweet about the Rubige unit right up in the nest, and you can follow that link to a donation page. Just use the drop-down menu. So let's try to go back to Ryan. How's the road noise?
I cannot dig around for my headphones at the moment. How is the handset volume now?
Perfect.
It's much better.
Okay, good. I don't really want to stop and look for my headphones. I hope they're still in the car. They're definitely not in my bag anymore. If Mockers is around and available, or if anyone else is checking online reports, I have a strong suspicion that it might be HIMARS o'clock this evening.
So you saw a HIMARS launch. Did I hear you say that earlier today, Ryan?
I only know one thing that fires into the sky multiple times, and when the second one goes, it lights up a white smoke cloud from the first launch. So the preponderance of evidence would lead me to believe that what I saw this evening was HIMARS o'clock.
That's fantastic news. We love to see HIMARS o'clock. And, HIMARS o'clock can occur at any time, but it's always spectacular when it occurs at nighttime. Was it in the night, Ryan?
I'm sorry, one more time, what was that?
Did you see this launch in daylight or at nighttime?
Negative, it was after dark. Actually, I made a joke to one of the other volunteers via Signal, people here on the ground, and they told me I should head over there and hand them some googly eyes for their HIMARS truck. I responded by telling Chris that I currently am totally satisfied with the number of holes in my body, so I wasn't going to approach that general direction uninvited. And honestly, I didn't watch them launch from the vehicle. I just saw it fairly close to where I was. It was not over the horizon. It was probably 1 to 2 kilometers from me, guesstimation. This was also over a couple of hours ago, so I'm not giving away anybody's information or location or any of that. So please don't berate me about OPSEC.
No,
Not
and
you.
we're not
Not you.
actually going to ask you where you are, Ryan.
I'm not going to tell you.
I am interested in how the googly eye distribution is going. Are they really popular, these googly eyes?
Well, I only brought 3 sets over with me. I deeply regret that now because I probably could have handed out multiples today to people that would have put them to great use on various types of equipment. The first set of googly eyes I gave to Verlaine to give to some of her folks. They were so thrilled with the first set, I told her I had 2 more and gave her all of them. I'm working on a way to get some more googly eyes. Unfortunately, I've checked Rosetka. I've even checked all the online retailers in Poland, and
it would seem that 7 or 9-inch googly eyes are not a thing in Ukraine or Poland, which kind of makes me scratch my head.
Well, maybe Verlaine should add googly eyes to the list of things that she needs for the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. In fact, Verlaine is going to be with us a little bit later this afternoon. And Ryan, I hope you can stay with us and you still have connectivity. I think Verlaine will be here in roughly 30 minutes or so. So it'll be approximately midnight Kyiv time. So Ryan, please stick around because maybe we'll add googly eyes to Verlaine's list. I think George has a question for you, Ryan. George, go ahead. George? Well, I don't know if George can hear me. Anyone here who can hear me, Ryan could hear me, yes, but just give me a wave or put a thumbs up so I know I'm not having audio problems. Like, I'm good. Thank you all so much. So until George gets back after solving his audio problems, we'll go to Jay and then back to Ryan.
Got my signal back.
Great. Ryan, go ahead.
I missed probably the last 30 seconds of what you said. I made a big long trip today from one place to another. We dropped off quite a bit of, actually a whole van load of humanitarian aid to an IDP center that, as I understand it, is almost exclusively dealing with evacuees from the Bakhmut area. Then I was traveling with someone I met at the TCCC training course. He has lived in both Romania. He's originally an American, but I think he does some journalism work. He offered to come with us and help assist, but he also wanted to see just a little more of what volunteers do here. So he came with me as far as the IDP shelter. We unloaded the first van of stuff, and then we had a second van of medical supplies that were going to various groups in and around the front, so to speak. I've been on the road for about 12 hours, and hang on, I'm going to pause. I think I'm coming up on a checkpoint, and it's late, and they don't like people driving around this time of night.
Ryan, I was just about to ask you about curfew. George, are you back?
Oh, that was not a checkpoint. It just looked like one.
So, Ryan, this is your second tour in Ukraine as a humanitarian worker. Are you going to remain in Ukraine through the summer?
I will have to cycle back to the States probably in mid-May. I will have to have some discussions with my better half and see if I can talk her into me coming back for the summer. That's a conversation I will probably need to have with her first in person. She's not too keen on it, but we're agreeing to disagree for the moment. So let me have that conversation with her, and I will update you as soon as I have something worked out. If I had my way, absolutely, I would be here through the summer.
Well, Ryan, just tell her that the demand for googly eyes is so great that you had to return to the United States to get thousands of them. And without googly eyes, Ukraine cannot win. So, George, George, it must have audio problems or he stepped away from his phone for a moment. And in this event, I want to go to Jay, who did have his hand up, put it down, but he's also back with us. Jay, go ahead.
Hello, Alan Brewer. How are you?
Pretty damn good there, Jay.
Wicked good, I bet. I will say that I last time I talked to you, I kind of laid into you a bit, and I want to apologize that for, because I really admire you and all the things you're doing here on this channel, and all the things that everybody does. I just got out of work and I heard you talking. And I went to the top of the screen. I don't know if that's what you call the nest or not, but it said toys for the boys. Is that the Rubige unit that you're talking about?
Yes, that is exactly right, Jay. And
Okay.
if you do scroll up, the very first tweet is about this fundraiser.
Okay, very good. I gave some money there. I doubled up because I felt so bad about what I did the other night to you. And anyhow, will this money be used to help Ukrainians?
Yes, it will be used to help specifically the Rubige Rapid Response Unit.
Okay.
So if you can hang around for a while, Jay, Verlaine, who is attached to that unit, will be with us in roughly 30 minutes' time, and you can learn more about what they need and why they need it.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And no worries, you didn't lay into me. It was just one mana to another.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jay. I'm just going to check in on George one more time. But
I'm sorry, I had a very important phone call from the boss, so I had to take her call.
well, if you have time now, go right ahead. We still have Ryan with us and Mockers, David, Anda.
Oh, I'm so glad Ryan's on here. It's great to hear you on here, Ryan. And how's the vehicle situation, Ryan?
Are you talking my vehicle or vehicles for Ukrainian soldiers, or
The vehicle. Well, let's start first and foremost, the vehicles you guys are driving. Have you guys updated, or are you still rolling? What's going on?
I'm still rolling down the road, heading to the place where I'll lay my head this evening or early morning. My vehicle situation is doing just fine. I am in one of a number of different vehicles that Renegade Relief has. I'm not going to tell you which one because it's still going to be moving around.
Got you.
But
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to know, you guys you're not in need of vehicles, is what I guess I'm trying to say right now, for you guys specifically.
no, for Renegade Relief, we have a number of different vehicles. The one I'm driving now is my new favorite, to be quite honest. It is 6-speed, all but one. No, two of the vehicles are automatic. Two are automatic. 5 are manual. One stays almost exclusively in Poland now and is utilized by some of the Lotor Foundation people that gather supplies for us in Poland so we can bring them here to Ukraine. It's sometimes used as a mobile storage facility. Sometimes it sits at one of the volunteers' houses in a city between Krakow and Ukraine. The other 6 are usually here. Typically, one might get taken all the way back to Krakow and left there if someone's rotating out. But we have a solid set of vehicles. Radek Sikorsky's friends donated a Toyota RAV4 to Renegade Relief and Latour Foundation last December, I guess it was. I actually went and picked that up from Mr. Sikorsky and his very generous friends. That vehicle's in excellent shape. I knew when we received it that it was in great shape. Julia wanted to put it in the shop and just have it gone through to make sure that it had good belts and tires and everything else. And I told her, considering where it came from and the number of miles on it compared to the number of or kilometers compared to the mileage or odometer reading for the other vehicles, I will absolutely insist that you don't put this in the shop to have it run through. If anything, let's spend that money on some of the vehicles that have a lot more wear and tear on them. But we replaced brakes and rotors on, I think, the vehicle I'm driving now. Actually, I know it's the vehicle I'm driving now, and it is treating me very well. I love that 6th highway gear. That actually has a functioning stereo, so I can listen to music or try to tune into the space when I have solid enough connection. I have no complaints. It's got great headlights. It's definitely not that ratty Renault that I drove around for a month last time. And I'm not going to knock my original favorite car. I'm just deciding that I like this car more because it has all the same perks that the Renault had, but it's got half the mileage and a lot less squeaky fittings, and it takes care of my needs perfectly. That said, I know there are plenty of people here in Ukraine that need a better vehicle or a bigger vehicle or a vehicle at all. There are Ukrainian orgs here that are doing volunteer work like we are that don't have access to a vehicle of their own. There are a couple of women that we went through TCCC training with a few weeks ago that went through the Ukrainian language version of that TCCC course. And they have been doing evacuations all over the country. Actually, there was someone that offered a vehicle and I believe is bringing one from the UK soon. I would very much like to provide it to those women that are doing IDP evacuations from some very hairy areas. But I always can find people that need a vehicle. I'm waiting on the individual that had that first vehicle and a second one to reach out to me again. Not just because I know someone who needs that vehicle pretty bad and would make amazing use of it, but also because we have an amazing remote volunteer that's coordinated with Julia, and she's got a ton of stuff, a few tons of stuff actually in the UK that need to come here. So I'll be following up with them probably in the morning. They messaged me today, but given my itinerary and the fact that I'm driving and don't have a co-pilot, I told them, please let's table this conversation. I don't need too much chatter on my signal messaging, and please don't let me forget you, but I may not get back to you before tomorrow, and if I don't, please remind me that I need to get back to you. We had a lot more important stuff going on today than me trying to manage all the signal messages, and hopefully I will have a relatively slow day tomorrow. This was a long one, but it was very much worth it, and we got some desperately needed medical supplies to some medics very, very close to the front line, and to Rebecca, the Carpathian Sitch got some stuff. Sarah Ashton Cirillo got some stuff a day or two ago. So I've been all over hell in creation in the last 48 to 72 hours, and I hope to be able to share more of that in the days to come.
Ryan, you know who is with us right now. It's I will say it's your co-pilot. I think really you are her co-pilot. I want to welcome Ferlane.
No, she's my Ukrainian guardian angel.
I don't know if Ferlane has audio yet, but she will be working on it.
Yeah, I think in terms
She is definitely my favorite Ukrainian, especially after she helped me with recharging my Vodafone account this morning. I was really not wanting to go do all the things I did today without a topped up Vodafone account and full internet access. And I messaged her at a very early hour this morning and asked if she could assist me. And of course, in classic Verlaine style, she went above and beyond. And I'm talking to you now because Verlaine is amazing.
Well, thanks from all of us, Ferlane, because we need to hear from Ryan every day. We just lost Verlaine, but she'll be right back. David, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ryan, to do this to you, but I don't want to steal. I'm going to ruin some of your thunder. So the thing is that there's more than one rocket system in Ukraine. So the Ukrainians got their own version, the Vikla, right, which actually has a bit longer range than the Gimla and a bit of a heavier warhead. Or that there is also the very older, and I guess they may have looted these from the Russians, the Shmersh rocket system. So it could be any one of those three. Do you feel sad now?
I'm not the least bit disappointed. I know it was well behind friendly lines, and I know it was pointed in the right direction, so I don't care what you call it as long as it hits its mark.
That's my boy. There you go, Ryan. That's the spirit. Ryan, really quick. Tomorrow, I know you've been busy. Tomorrow or Sunday, I'll be sending you a message on something we're talking on the back channel. So just look out for that, okay?
Absolutely will do. I've been meaning to follow up with you, and I've got a ton of messages I need to read when I get somewhere I can take my boots off and catch up on a bunch of stuff.
Take your time. Take your time, my man. And it's great. It's great to hear. One thing I wanted to follow up on, Ryan, is, and obviously I don't want you to tell me how the road conditions you're on now, but in general, what has it been like in some of the places you've been going? What are the road conditions like?
In Donetsk, the roads are atrocious depending on where you're at. Sometimes you get lucky and there's a nice, smooth paved road. Where I'm at now, the roads are great, relatively speaking. I'm traveling about, well, I'm not going to tell you how fast I'm traveling right now because somebody will tell me that I shouldn't be talking on the space and driving this fast. But I have a lot of training and experience, and I know how to focus my attention on the road and making sure I get where I need to go safely.
That's good. That's good. And what about, remember the last time you were there, remember there was a lot of issues with electricity, right? And we're hearing that it's gotten better. Can you speak on that, if at all?
Yes, the power situation is amazing this time around. It is a night and day difference from the struggles they were having during the winter. There were lights on in Izium tonight. not any street lights, but definitely people in their homes had power, and that makes me happy.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. And shit on the Vatniks that were cheering, people losing their power and their attempt to freeze the Ukrainians. That fell flat on their face. So f them. And I was glad to hear that, Ryan. Thank you for that. That's a bolster for the spirits.
Well, all this power is probably in thanks to first responders, and but wouldn't you say, Ryan, the first responders like Roman?
Absolutely. The last time I saw Roman before I left in December, it was about a week after he had sent me a message about an attack in Kharkiv. As soon as the power reserve went up, he probably would be signing off for a couple of weeks, just given the scale of the damage that he had to respond to. When I
So, Ryan, your audio is breaking up pretty badly. I think you're going to have to wait, Ryan, until your signal comes back much stronger. So, David, I don't think Ryan can actually hear me. And he's probably going to look, by the sounds of it, he will lose his connection pretty soon. Yep.
I heard my name there, Alan. Sorry.
About a week later.
I was just trying to let Ryan know his audio is really choppy. So David,
it might be worth muting him because that might give him an idea.
I was going to say, we could just mute him and kick him out of the room, and then he'll know.
Well, I've muted him.
But we have the amazing Verlaine back, right?
Yes, Verlaine, are you back with us?
You got better there. You got better, Verlaine. You're coming in clear now.
So far, so good, I think.
Verlaine, we can hear you loud and clear.
Well, Dave, I cannot hear her now.
Yes, and it went a bit choppy again. I wonder what's happening.
I think there's a delay. Looks like there's a delay coming from their end, and they're probably hearing us a lot later than we're speaking right now. And same thing with us and them.
Oh, and she's just disconnected again.
Mockers, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, while she's sorting herself out and getting reconnected, I will talk about the things that she was going to speak about right now. So bear with me 1 second. I'm just going to pull up the document because it's late and I'm a bit brain dead. Here we go. So, Verlaine, this is her fundraiser for her team, the Toys for the Boys fundraiser. The campaign is specifically for the boys and girls of Rubij Unit, the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade of the National Guard of Ukraine. This campaign will end on the 21st, and we don't have a specific goal, but we do have a list of goodies that they're going to be buying. So gadgets such as drones, antennas, tablets, optics, rangefinders, gear such as tactical gear, hearing protection, and ballistic goggles, clothing, multicam uniforms, combat t-shirts, knee protector pads, and tactical gloves, and of course the medical stuff, IFAKs, emergency blankets, fire blankets, stretchers. All those sorts of things are required by this team at the moment, and that is not a full list. It's just what we've put down as a, you know, payment of donations is received by Phil. Payment of donations is received by Philane, and she's going to ensure all the items are purchased and distributed to the team. And welcome back, Philane.
Okay, so let's do the mic check. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear now, Verlaine.
I believe that was something with my Wi-Fi. So right now, just running on LTE connection. For some reason, it's much better than the Wi-Fi I have. I don't know why. Yeah, good night, good afternoon, I suppose, and good morning to Australia if you're here. Let's not exclude Australia and New Zealand, for God's sake. And maybe China as well. Anyways, yes, as Marcus had mentioned, we've started the fundraiser for my brigade. And as Alan had mentioned, I am indeed an attachment to the brigade. We are trying to, as you know, in Ukraine, form a new assault units, assault brigades. So our brigade has been an assault one since the beginning of its, since the start of its establishment, so to say. The Rapid Reaction or Rapid Response Brigade, Unit 3018, home base Hostomel. But now there is a need to expand and enlarge our troops. I'm pretty sure the reason is obvious. You don't have to be involved in the rocket science to understand that we have suffered a lot of casualties, and we do need to fully mobilize as many people as possible, and we need to train them properly to have as less casualties as possible further on. So that's why we are forming newly established assault brigades, and we are reorganizing some of the old established brigades, which is our brigade. So we're adding some extra battalions, and apart from the need to equip those battalions, we also have the need to substitute some of the equipment and gear of the guys who've been in battle for a year without rotations, right? So that is why, since I'm mostly involved in finding, procuring, coordinating some of the most sophisticated types of equipment and dealing with some of the most let's say mind-boggling or difficult tasks, I was assigned and authorized by the brigade CO to try to pull these items. We are doing it we're doing it on different levels, and this fundraiser is one of the factors. I hope that we will be able to somehow partially at least satisfy the need. It's not only us fundraising. Here I'm also writing letters of appeal and requests to different organizations, and Renegade Relief Runners also help. The other organizations are also stepping up. So it's basically a very wide joint effort, and we're gonna procure. Obviously, we won't be able to satisfy all the needs numerically because it's a brigade, and you don't have to be a military man to understand that brigade has lots of formations of various branches and traits. In our case, because I don't know what you know in general about the defense forces of Ukraine, but National Guard has their like special structure. I can tell more about it if you have any questions, because I don't want to bore people. Anyways, we do have very specific priorities, and depending on how much money we'll be able to gain throughout to gain through the donations throughout the whole campaign. It depends uh, how many of the top priorities I will be able to help satisfy with the help of the listeners of MriyaReport and with the help of supporters from, let's say, the other side of the sea. The majority of the items on the list can be procured within Ukraine, apart from very specific items which are not mentioned on the list. Some of the high-tech things mentioned on the list can be bought abroad, like in Europe and other countries. I can also deal with that. I've already done that. I've been doing it for a year. Not a problem. But yeah, if you have any questions, just shoot. I'm gonna be here for like hour or so to answer them. And once again, thank you so very much for being here, for listening, for tweeting, for keeping up the space. I know I know how hard and challenging it is sometimes. But yeah, it's a great thing just to know that it's here.
Thank you, Caroline. We do have a couple of questions for you, and I think we might want to move to those now and then get into more details of what we are raising money for. I'd just like to go to Mockers, to George, and then to Jamie. Mockers.
Yes, I just wanted to add to this. It so happens that in a couple of hours, it is my birthday. And folks, if you like listen, I want this fund to be a massive success. It's really important. And I know so on my behalf, by all means, have a little celebration with me, make a little donation. I'll be doing exactly the same thing tomorrow when I'm more awake.
Well, it's always appropriate to give yourself a birthday present, the very present you want the most. And so I'm not surprised, Mockers, you'll be giving yourself this gift, which is a donation to the Rebige unit. And you can find a way to make this donation right up in the nest. It's the very, well, it was the very first tweet. Now it's the second tweet. It will take you right to a donation page. And please use the drop-down menu and choose Toys for the Boys. George, and then Jamie. George.
Verlaine, I'm hoping you're going to have a good Easter this Sunday, if you celebrate. But I wanted to ask you, when you're in Kiev, do you know of any good rib places that sell barbecued ribs?
I may. What's the deal?
My favorite one is near the Podol. So here's the deal. After Easter next week or whatever, next time you find yourself in Kiev, you take your friends there, have a good time, take a snapshot of the bill, and I'll pick it up. That's the deal.
Here's the thing, George. I'm not a foodie, and I'd rather keep myself not being one, and I'd rather
take some of the guys and have them be foodies. Take them out for a night. Do a couple of beers, whatever. Have them blow off some steam. I'll pick up the bill. Just let me know, and I'll Venmo you.
Okay, so some OPSEC things. Hopefully, like, since you don't know where I live, I actually gonna.
I have no idea. That's what I'm saying. Next time you're in Kyiv.
This is the thing. Like, I'm always in Kyiv these days. I'm just saying that I'm gonna be hosting some of our pilots next week.
There you go.
But we were mostly gonna be here doing some operational stuff. Maybe I'm just gonna make them supper or something. But your idea is great. After the victory, I'm pretty sure we're gonna do that.
Now, after the victory, we're you know, me and Daryl are going to be cooking the ribs at the beach party in Crimea. Don't forget that. I already got the big giant barbecue grill at my uncle's house, and it's actually towable. You can put it on the back of a truck and tow it there. So yeah, I'm ready to go for that.
Till the point we are gonna have that. There's so much stuff to do, and that is exactly why we need the things we need.
Well, that's what you're here for, right? So we can press this fundraiser, right? So we can get your guys ready for the big O, the big offensive that we want to see. And how does the offensive go off without a hitch, Verlaine? Is if you guys have the things that you guys need. And there's a lot of people that haven't been in the military, right? And they're like, well, what could those things be? From body armor to night vision to all kinds of little goofy gadgets that people just overlook, right? Everybody talks about HIMARS and all the big ticket items, but those smaller ticket items are what you guys need. So your units, those 4, 8-man, you know, your squads, your platoons, everybody in that brigade is ready to go, has everything they need. The chances of the offensive being successful is multiplied when everybody has what they're going to need. And if you can speak on that, Verlaine, that would be great.
I'm pretty sure some of you have already seen the wish list. It's a sum up of the most needed items. There are some things which I didn't mention because they are obvious, because like radios and cars, it's essentials and consumables, so I'm not even adding them to the list. In this list, you can see that we will be able to buy some spare parts for drones, doing maintenance, buying some specific antennas, omnidirectional patch antennas, different PC controller antennas and whatnot, some masts if it's possible for the SIGINT units, some of the tactical gear for the new guys. Once again, depending how much funds we're gonna have and what it's gonna be with the priority at the moment of the procurement, because I need to constantly stay in touch with let's say more specifically, we're going to firstly satisfy the needs of the UAV section and recce platoon of the 2nd, 3rd, and 1st battalions. And apart from that, the recce element of the brigade, and then we're going to disperse and redistribute everything to the others, to the infantry guys, to the artillery ones, because the UAV section is doing the reconnaissance for the UAV unit. There's like a whole lot of things. So there is something which is like a top priority, and unfortunately I can't mention it here, but like this is once it's settled, everything else is just a matter of me doing the the risk assessment and analysis at the moment of the procurement, and then just doing the things and the logistics, and then just either handed everything like in person, because I might be going to some of the locations at some point, or get into the base and then discussing it with the chain of command or like in any ways, every cent will be utilized for the defense of Ukraine, and I can swear to God it's gonna be like that. It's been like this. I think everyone here, at least in my surrounding, understands the importance of us giving our all, if not more. I think at this point, so many people have even have even been indebted and get some mortgages in the banks to do this good things, and now they're because at some point we all felt like we need to put everything on the line to survive, and now we're kind of like restoring and reimbursing some of the things to some others. But anyways, I think that nowadays the most important thing is just to get as many people as possible on board. And I think that Jamie has her hand up for such a long time that I don't want to keep rambling on. I would like to give her a word because I don't feel it's right to keep her waiting.
Jamie, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Verlaine. I don't know what you need textile wise, but if you want to DM me that, I have connections to where I might be able to get donations from companies.
Will do.
Like the t-shirts and all of that. So yeah, that's why my hand was up. And of course I will be donating for Mocker's birthday.
Thank you very, very much, Jamie. And I'm sure Verlaine and you can be in touch through DMs. Let's just go to Jamie. Go right ahead.
Oh no, I just said definitely. And I'll try and get everything I can.
Thank you very much. G-Man.
Good evening, and good evening, Verlaine. I have been for a while, trying to study Ukrainian history. I know that doesn't maybe I'll get why this is relevant to your fundraiser. And one of the things I've been, watched Timothy Snyder's open lecture series about free time so far, because I'm obviously being British, knew nothing about Ukraine, and Russia banks on that by trying to peddle its myths. Anyway, one of the things that I'm doing, I'm a patron of the Kiev Independent, and I was asking them, I've been pestering them to do more stories about Ukrainian culture, about Ukrainian history, and they've started a series about the 10, there's an article just reading the 10 popular misconceptions about Ukrainian history debunked. Quite a good article so far from what I've read of it. But I'm wondering, because I have a little bit of influence with the Kiev Independent in terms of looking for stories, would it be helpful to your unit to have some PR inside Ukraine? It also would help outside Ukraine because there's a fairly big international reach from that publication. And the final other point is, could we request another rendition of the national anthem?
I think it's like blackmailing. Like, I'm gonna help you, but you need to sing Ukrainian anthem. No, it's a joke. Yeah, sure. Actually, I need to be mentally ready to sing it. Like last time, I wasn't. It was fine, but I still feel like I could have done it better. Anyways, I think there isn't such a bad thing as too much exposure within Ukraine for any of the units. Our press officers, we have 3 of them. It's Operator Starsky, Max Taran, and Pasha Stelzhuk. Those 3 guys are mostly involved in the PR and press releases and all the interviews. You've seen the guy, you've heard the guy. He can talk.
Yes, you can.
Yes. So usually he has a couple rounds of interviews every day, so that's why it's sometimes such a hassle to get him anywhere. Really, like they're just doing their best. They wish they were at the front lines, but they have had their share of fight, and now they're mostly fighting informational wars, spreading awareness, and making sure that the unit stays in the public eye, such as we're trying to do here as well. Like the biggest it's not like challenge, but the biggest issue I think it was within Ukraine, and it's the same thing for the foreigners, especially. It is the misconception about National Guard. So for some reason, a lot of people, even when the war started and throughout the first six to 8 months of war, thought that the National Guard of Ukraine are mostly dealing with, I don't know, public order, security of some main infrastructure, convoying the POWs, and the list goes on, which is not true. Like they do those things, but these are the most like the core of the guardsmen of the National Guard. And apart from that, we have the operational brigades, and my brigade is one of them. So that's why um, uh, when we are trying to explain that they also have special forces within the National Guard, like Omega, and they're like different types and categories of the units who've been trained to engage in combat and who've been like drilled to the point of them having it in their like bones and reflexes. That is why it was very important for guys to keep on going, that they are in the fight. It's not only AFU fighting, and the whole thing, like you can hear it, and it's very it's a big misconception when you're saying like glory to the AFU, even for Ukrainians, glory to the Slava Zasil, because it's not only AFU fighting. We have the right way to say it is glory to the defense forces, because we before that it was called the security structures, but now it's defense forces. So defense forces of Ukraine, or Ukrainian army, consists of the AFU, National Guard of Ukraine, National Police, SBU, or Security Services of Ukraine, NABU, and the list goes on and on and on. So this is like structures within the Ministry of Internal Affairs under the ruling of the General Staff, and there are some separate structures. So there's like it's like a whole organism, and it functions properly, and it's called the Defense Forces. And that is why sometimes the extra exposure is needed, just to keep on explaining the folks that we have a very and let's call it interesting, a very interesting dynamics on the battlefield, because these units have different background, they have different set of skills, they've been trained on different methods and approaches. Like for instance, my brigade has solely NATO procedures, like already integrated since the early stages. They have never had anything else apart from knowing the NATO procedures, slightly adjusted to Ukrainian realities, let's say. And I see that Colonel Spencer is here, and if I say urban warfare, maybe he will come up, but who knows? This is like a summoning spell. And these guys have been trained on the urban warfare, especially during the Operation Unifier. That was solely, some of the trainings were solely dedicated to this. Yes, John right now is laughing, obviously. And all they know is troop leading procedures according to NATO standards, military decision-making process according to NATO standards. They are called the Brigade of the Future. And frankly speaking, if you just think about it, you wouldn't have positioned or placed combat ineffective brigade at the strategically important airport and airfield 30 kilometers away from Kyiv. You would have placed the bus. Right? Like, I don't think there is even one soul who would have doubted that you should place someone who has proper air defenses, proper personnel. Area of the so-called Oz, the joint forces operation. When the war started and the full-scale invasion started, the brigades, the majority of the air defenses, the majority of the artillery, and pretty much the the battalion tactical group was deployed to the eastern part of Ukraine, close to Stanitsa. So basically, the majority of the guys who were fighting Russian VDV and paratroopers was like conscript and staff personnel within the base. Like, had it been done differently, the situation would have been drastically different. Like, we will not never know what would have happened. But anyways, I would like just to point out that they've been battle hardened in not only the battle for Hostomel, they've been battle hardened prior to the full scale invasion, since they've been constantly on rotations in the anti-terroristic operation since 2015. They had stayed in Rubizhne for more than 70 days, defending the city up to the point there was nothing to defend. It was just like wiped out. And at some time it was like 17-to-1 ratio in terms of the density of fire from Russians to Ukrainians, because we still hadn't had reinforcements and proper weapons from the Western partners up till I'd say middle of April, end of April. So we were just fighting with what we had, and sometimes it was, as I mentioned in some of my tweets, we were severely undermanned and underarmed, but we had this, I don't know, bold idea of being patriotic and standing till the end and keeping up with the order and etc. So that is why, yes, if you look at the number of killed in actions and casualties, like rough numbers, obviously you will never know, I will never know the exact numbers. They are significant, but they would have been much higher if it wasn't for the proper training that we had undergone throughout this 8 years of the, let's say, hybrid war that Russia has been waging in Ukraine. Like, just think about it. Like, I know it's hard probably to process it. Ukraine has been fighting Russia in the shadows for 8 years and still managing to some kind like develop, somehow prepare the troops, somehow keep the economy, and somehow even right now for me it's very, very strange, keep up the government and the authority and international connections intact. Just like I know it sounds surreal, and I remember these 8 years and they feel like one day, to be honest, but like this is what was happening. So that's why when you look at us nowadays, it's been happening for 9 years. We're like you can't get more adjusted, and at the same time you can't get used to this. So that is why those who are standing here and they are really like stoic and like me, let me not just be modest on this, very like poker faced. It just we've been through a lot, and at this point we're just so focused on the objective of defending our country and pushing them out that this is the purpose of our existence. That is why it's so important to push this fundraiser, because I for God's sake know who it will go to and how it will help. And if I'm being extremely frank, I just get back from a hospital where I saw my Reiki element 2IC, who's been hospitalized. He lost part of his limb, still very energetic. His level of optimism is just overflowing. And I know that he's trying to, stay extremely positive just to keep us motivated. But I can see that he will has he will have his it still has he will have his prosthetic done, hopefully in 7 months. And he says if it wasn't for this minor inconvenience, which is like losing part of his feet, both, he would have already been back. So this is the motivation you have. This is the morale that you have. And I just know the people, the faces, the eyes. I know their families. I know so many of them who will never be able to say even a word for themselves because they're long gone. And even today, my mother told me that in my hometown was a funeral of a person I know who was a really decent guy. May he rest in peace. And it hurts. Like, it hurts, but then you understand that this sensation will not be productive for the living, and you keep thinking about the living, and everything else come afterwards. So that is why it's so important to, I've been telling, like, whatever help you can provide for Ukraine, just do that. If it's not my fundraiser, if it's someone else's fundraiser, fine. I will be more than grateful for anything, right? Because we are eventually just going towards the same aim, towards the same goal, to see Ukraine finally liberated, and to see the people back with their families, kids reunited, and no more torture. But at the same time, I'm asking specifically for this fundraiser to somehow ease the pain of the people I know, of the people I care, and I can physically see the difference on the battlefield. We've already made a huge difference with the former efforts and attempts. So let's just do it this time to show the guys and girls that we're still with them, even though there is this so-called war fatigue. We're not that drained. We are still with them. Like, if they can be this motivated, I'm pretty sure being somewhat in the rear or in the comfort of our homes, we still can be as much motivated as they are at the front line. So yeah, sorry for being this like hectic. I think you have a lot of things to say, so I'm just gonna shut up.
No, for Elaine, you know who is here to keep us motivated? It's John Spencer. John.
One, Verlaine knows that she doesn't need to say the magic words. If Verlaine is here, I'm coming up to say hello. It's part of the Maria family from the beginning. I only have a few minutes. What a great effort. I met some of the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade while I was there, heard about the story of those few people who were a part of the repelling the VDV at Hostomel, like Starsky and the admin officers, and I got the honor to interview them. What a great opportunity and fundraiser to directly know where your funds are going to a very specific unit for a very specific purpose. So definitely got my my huge admiration for the project. And Verlaine doesn't ask for much, and when she does, I'm definitely going to do what I can to help.
Hey, John, I'm wondering if you looked at Verlaine's wish list, which is right up in the nest. It's Verlaine's Easter wish list for the Rubige unit. Gadgets, gear, clothes, and medical. Gadgets, drones, antennas, tablets, optics, rangefinders. Gear, tactical gear, hearing protection, ballistics goggles. Clothes, multicam uniforms, combat t-shirts, knee protector pads, tactical gloves, medical, IFAKs, emergency blankets, fire blankets, stretchers. From that wish list, what wish of Verlaine's would you fulfill first? Or would you just fulfill all of them?
All of them. And as an old soldier, this is the state of, despite all the aid that we've seen go to Ukraine, that there are still units that don't have the basics. I, as a deployed American soldier, had all of that, never questioned it. We have the opportunity to provide those very basics to friends of Verlaine's, people that we know, people I have met. So it's all important. I mean, medical, the drones save lives, just like the Maria A drones have done since for a long time. But this is a unit that is one of these
very important rapid reaction brigades that needs all of this. So, and validated the need by Verlaine, who's there every day with them. All of it, absolutely all of it.
Verlaine, back to you.
Yeah, I think that we have, thank you, Colonel. I think we have a couple hands as well. I'm here and I'm ready for questions. I'm ready for remarks or feedback. As Colonel Spencer mentioned, yes, I'm not asking for much. I'm really more than asking you not to go overboard in like having some kind of credit, for God's sake, no. But if you can just say a couple dollars, or you can just share the tweet or spread the word, or like Jamie did, think about someone who knows someone who can help with something, that would be awesome. And then, as I mentioned yesterday, before you decide to do the direct donation, think if it's wise, because sometimes I can buy things for cheaper price and better quality in Ukraine. So maybe before buying it on your own because you feel like you've seen something on discount, just don't do that. It's not rational. But if there's something surplus, definitely we can find a way to ship it. But for the most part, we almost at this point we have almost everything apart from F-16 and extra Patriots. We kind of have almost everything, and we still have some deficit with radios and drones, but those are essentials and consumables. Like for the most part of the day, I'm talking about the UAV section and the aerial reconnaissance units, and like we've been discussing how to do the main, like how to allocate some of our own funds, because I'm sorry, I'm so sleepy. Because all of my projects are mostly directed towards the sponsoring of the things which can be sponsored by the unit, like maintenance of the drones, which I'm right now not able to keep up with because there's so many of them, like either spoofed or they need some upgrade or whatnot, and I don't have this much work as I had before, even though it was like a hell lot of work. But like yeah, I need a little bit of help because I just can't keep up. So that's why I decided to come up with this thing, and we are fully supported by, once again, I am fully authorized and fully supported by the brigade CO and the main OCs of the brigade. If you needed me, I can show you the stamped and signed letters. I can show you. I can even video chat with them if you want to. So that's why if I don't know, like I even brought you Starsky to bring more credibility, to just to show that it's not a joke. It's never been a joke. It's never been any kind of scam, because nowadays, unfortunately, we have a lot of scammers, and as Starsky yesterday mentioned, he can't do fundraising on his own because some people try to impersonate him, and that usually doesn't go well. Well, you know my voice at this point, so so good that it's pretty much impossible to impersonate me. I mean, people can try, but they will lose it. Plus, anyways, we are just trying to do whatever wherever we are with whatever we have. So that's why we're not having the set goal of we're gonna use whatever we will have accumulated by 21st, and then I will just try to manage it either like with time or myself, or with the help of I don't know. It depends what kind of thing we'll be able to achieve. So I'm not having any kind of really like high hopes in terms of getting everything. So like expect less, gain more. This is my mindset right now.
And so that's our mindset too. But our mindset is always do more, do more, do more. And when we do more, Fairlane can expect more. And it's really important that you go up into the nest, find that tweet about Fairlane's fundraiser, follow the link to PayPal, and use the drop-down menu to choose toys for the boys. Fairlane, we have a couple of more hands. I want to go to Mickey and then to G-Man. Mickey, go ahead, please.
Hey guys, actually, I have a comment, but it's not related to the fundraiser. Is it still okay to talk about it?
Well, I'd like to stick on the fundraising topic, if that's okay, Mickey. Do you have something that would tie into the fundraiser?
No, I think what I would say is I'm more related to some of the trends. Like I worked in Ukraine 6-7 years, and just some topics that I want to talk about from the previous space that was here. So if you want to focus on the fundraising, which is obviously incredibly important, I'm happy to wait another time and we can talk about those issues some other day.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. G-Man, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Bring it back on. For sure. I mean, it's Mocker's birthday coming up, so we're all going to be contributing. Of course, we're all going to be contributing anyway. And I'm definitely going to contribute after Fairlane's brilliant singing to my request. So, I mean, how could I not?
Like, do you actually want me to sing today the national anthem?
Oh, you can sing whatever you want.
But I can do that, but do you think it's like, I know it's always appropriate to sing the national anthem, but last time I did the full one. I can do the shorter one today. Usually, like, sorry for the interruption, we have the national anthem sang twice, like on the radio, sang twice. In some parts it's at the midnight, so today I joined at midnight. I didn't turn into a pumpkin yet. Maybe, who knows, not me. And sometimes it's 6 a.m. Obviously, midnight is already long gone, like 34 minutes ago. But if you want to, I can definitely sing first part of Ukrainian anthem, or maybe something else. Song requests are approved.
I think
please go on.
It's always appropriate to hear that wonderful song. So, and it's only 4 minutes past midnight, so it seems to be the time. Just to say that I'm going to be sending some requests into the Kiev Independent anyway, to try and get them to do maybe some just general PR, general explainers. They've got an explainer series for people like me who don't know anything, and I'll be asking them to do something more general on the Defense Forces, and how they're split up, just generally, so people can understand, what the National Guard do, what the different units do, and that may help people. Just one of these things is there's never can be enough information, publicity, to try and keep the cause of Ukraine in the public eye, especially in the West. And I understand that you've been fighting this conflict for over 10 years now. And people get tired and people get used to things. I'm from Northern Ireland, and we had a civil war almost, not quite, but for 38 years. When I was born, it was still going. When I was born, it had been going since 1969, so 3 years, and it didn't stop to late 90s. So I was in my mid 20s before it stopped, late 20s. So not the same level or scale or anything like that, but you got used to hearing, I switched on the news at 6 o'clock and, 2 policemen have been killed. That's terrible. And you sort of just got used to it, nearly, but not quite. So I understand some of that, but not a lot, not completely. And we have people like David up above on the co-host chair, who was one of the men and women, men and women, but mainly men, 300,000 British troops over the 38 years stood in the gap and helped to keep this country, this little country, of only 2 million people, now less than, from totally disintegrating. And I just really hope and pray that, you know, you in Ukraine, the armed forces, get the support you need so that you can rebuild your country after the war is won. Slava Ukraini.
Everyone else.
Slava. Yeah, thank you. That is a very important point to mention, because some people feel like the war will end magically with Russia capitulating or accepting their defeat. This is not the case. The war will still be here, present in the form of destruction, in the form of people being kidnapped, in the form of people having PTSD. The war will be with us, I'm sure, till the rest of the day. But at some point, we will also have victory to counterbalance it within us, right? But there's still a really long way to go to the victory. It will not come with a very. It won't come easy. Once again, I'm pretty sure you've seen this news about counteroffensive, and I've seen a lot of people being like, "So woohoo, counteroffensive! Like we're gonna kill them all." It's not gonna be like that. It's gonna come with a very heavy price, and you never know who's gonna be the next one. You always feel worried about everyone, and your heart is not at peace. Like 48/7, if that's possible, then that's definitely my schedule. And yeah, people are willing to do that. There isn't even one person who's like, yeah, like my sole purpose is to sacrifice my life for the country. That's not their purpose. Their purpose is to live for their country, right? Live as a decent human being. Right now, that they get their life shortened because they wanted to live as a decent human being. They are being denied and destroyed by someone who shouldn't even be on our land, you know. And yeah, just like every time when you shout about counteroffensive and that Ukrainians should do this and that, just think about the price. I'm not asking about something unreasonable. I'm just asking you to think about the price. Because by the end of the day, it could have been me, it could have been Shevchenia, it could have been someone else buried 6 feet underground. Just because we happen to be in the wrong place under wrong circumstances, because Russian missile or rocket decided to hit this building and not that. For instance, I can see, well, it's already restored, but I can see a building which was like a block of flats hit by the remnants or like of Russia, like fragments of the Russian missile from the balcony. It's completely restored or renovated right now, but when I look at the balcony on the 9th floor, I remember that there were 2 people killed there, right? And it sometimes it's just pure, I don't know, so pure luck. Sometimes you never know what's gonna happen, and I keep reminding myself, well, if it's even a good reminder, that under these circumstances, I'm just slightly more geographically lucky than the rest of the Ukrainians, because my house is still intact, and my parents' house, like luckily, is still there standing. But there are a lot of people who've lost everything, and they have to rediscover their purpose and what to do with their lives and how to manage, and they're really like patriotic, good people. I'm not saying that all Ukrainians are perfect. I never have. I will not. There are different people, and tastes differ, and there is different upbringing, and we have all types of people. We're just like everyone else, but we're having a crazy, satanistic, I don't know, neighbor who decided that they want to have everyone enslaved again because history is repeating itself. And I see there is Taras coming to the panel. Hi, it's good to see you.
Taras, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm glad to hear Verlaine's voice here, and I definitely support this great cause. I just wanna maybe once we're talking about the topic of fundraising, I just wanna tell maybe my personal comment on the same topic, like how do we need to treat our situation no matter where we are, and what kind of role we take in this generational struggle. So I am lucky, like Selene mentioned, she's lucky that her building is intact, and I'm lucky that I am so far away at the point when this full-scale invasion started, and what I can do with that. Like, I think it's important to focus on the future and opportunities. What I can do in United States, having a job, having a good life when there is a war in Ukraine. Should I feel guilty that I'm not there and I'm not helping directly, or should I do something with the position where I am here? How much I can help, and what is the best way I can apply my talents or my financial capabilities to do the most and to target this help to a cause which is very specific and it's very efficient. So I think if you try to think that way, it leaves less room for doubts or for the like self pity or something, some other negative emotions which don't create any results. But just for everybody who is listening, just take a position to see where I am, what I can, and where I can apply what I have in the best way. Like, am I good in doing something? Am I good in fundraising? Am I good just in donating? And if I'm donating, what is the cause which my heart feels like would be the most efficient or closest to my preference? Do I care about wounded soldiers and trying to help them to heal better? Do I care about soldiers who are not wounded, but how do I protect them, providing them some medical kits, or do I provide them some gears which will prevent them from being hit in the first place? Right. So there are so many opportunities, and this is kind of a historical moment for entire world to be yourself, to be the person who can say in the future that I did the most, and I am proud that my contribution helped to get us to the victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras. Verlaine, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm just so happy to see Taras as well and hearing his words, which can resonate with myself. Though, like, we're half the world apart, we're still on the same like frequency because we understand what is at stakes. And we've been here. We know how hard sometimes it is to you stay focused when everything is falling apart and you don't know which kind of piece which is falling apart you need to catch, because you can't catch them all at the same time. But if you have a lot of people, you can try tying nets and you can try catch everything by just like holding this massive net as a metaphor, right? So I hope that's going to be like this kind of fundraiser will be like an Easter miracle and a net which going to be stretched out and tied by a lot of different people. It's like firefighters, net. It's kind of like safeguarding element which will not let everything else like fall down from, I don't know, skyscraper down to the pavement. It's gonna stop at some point because we're holding this massive net tied up by a lot of people and their good thoughts and good vibes and good energy, right? I think we've got a lot of things to deal with nowadays, and if we just come up together, all in a joint effort, that's gonna make a difference, like a massive difference. So thank you for saying that.
Okay, and if you allow, I just want to add one maybe comment, not specifically for this cause, for the fundraising, but more maybe for the organizing of the Maria report. So like today, in this beautiful summer-like day in Minnesota, I'm heading to the airport because we are meeting a new group of Ukrainian defenders of the fighters who lost their limbs, and they arriving this night, and maybe in the next half an hour for the prosthetics. So this is another things which a group of people who started this kind of medical prosthetics foundation is doing. So the people who get called to that cause, and I'm not I'm not the most active part of that group, but at least I can be present there to invite and to say thank you for the soldiers who are coming here, and we will expect them to be healed with receive their prosthetics and to stand on their 2 feet in a couple weeks strongly and soundly. Because the previous group of 9 soldiers just left 2 days ago, left back to Ukraine. And I hope, I'm just proposing that in some point we may arrange some of the soldiers which are currently here, maybe to speak up or speak through the translator. I don't know what the English language. If there's interest, please let me know. I may try to organize something in the future, next weeks, if the audience will be interested to talk to the people who come in from the front line.
Taras, I believe that would be an awesome idea, and if I'm available, hopefully I am. I can do the translation, no worries. Like we can kind of coordinate it because we have this time difference, so I'm pretty sure if the guys will be okay and they feel comfortable, we will welcome them here. I will just stay overnight. It's a standard operating procedure for me, so you have you have an interpreter. Don't think about that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think I can do that too if needed, because I already practiced translating between English and Ukrainian over the last several days at my work. There was some work duties to do that, so I'm getting better in that. But thank you for offering, and if that's possible, just keep it in mind. Whoever's scheduling the MriyaReport sessions, maybe we can select a day in the next several weeks and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Taras, and we will definitely be in touch with you. It is a fantastic idea, as Verlaine said. Verlaine, Ryan is still with us. I know it's approaching 1 a.m. for you. I don't know how much longer you have with us, but let's go to Ryan, and then let's take some more questions. Ryan.
I didn't want to jump in the middle of this. I'm actually debriefing with the other volunteer slash person I met at TCCC training, but we are safe and sound where we are staying tonight. And I just wanted to say hi to Verlaine and thank her again for topping up my phone account. She made everything I did possible.
This is what I'm saying, like the level of interconnectedness within Ukraine is beyond your understanding, guys. It goes beyond your understanding. So for instance, this week the foundation had provided the renegade relief runners some tourniquets, tourniquets within the IFAX, and the whole IFAX were then donated to and distributed for different units, and some of them happened to go to my unit, and then I sent it to the guys. And then Ryan was going to his mission, and he realized that his phone needs refill, and he contacted me. And it's always a thing when you understand unconsciously and subconsciously that you at some point can lean on someone who will know someone or who can help you out with something. So you're never actually alone. Sometimes you do feel like you're alone because you're like, I'm physically right now in my apartment, like absolutely alone. But hey, yeah, throughout the day I was at the unit, I saw Starsky, I saw Jim, and all the other volunteers, and we had some chat and we had some discussions, and I spoke over the phone with 1, 2, 3, 4 different uh, officers and NCOs, and spoke with another organization and 2 more volunteers in Estonia and Finland. Like, it's apart from being in space, and that's just half of my day because the other half I can't disclose. So yeah, it's all like everything here within Ukraine is very interconnected, and we have this interoperability better than anyone else in the NATO forces. Something tells me at this point. I'm not gonna say that there are no some like fuck ups. We have a lot of fuck ups, but we can solve them. The biggest fuck up we have is having Russia at our borders and within Ukraine. But yeah, this is something we cannot deal with on our own, unfortunately. That's why we need your help with asking our governments to keep sending us weapons, because weapons save lives. I'm sorry, this is the equation. The more weapon we have, the more chances to defend we have, the more people survives. Period. And that's why I'm having this fundraiser. The more like equipment and gear we can provide for the guys, the more of them will survive, period. Or the more of them will not be regarded as casualties or collateral damage. I hate this word. I hate this word so much, especially if it's regarded to the civilians. Anyways, thank you, Ryan, for coming up this late and saying that you're fine and safe, and not, I will not be worried for the rest of the night.
Thank you, Ryan.
I got some really funny looks this evening just because the places we ended up today and how late we ended up coming back. I don't think they see a lot of foreigners in these areas. And when they do, they're not humanitarian volunteers, and they're definitely not sticking around after dark. But they were pleasant looks of surprise, and I'm happy to exceed a TDF guy's expectations.
To be honest, I need to comment on this. To be honest, I'm usually very worried that Ryan and the folks are running around like raccoons a whole night after the curfew and playing this like, oh, we're humanitarian, because it's very, 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 very sketchy. But hey, I've been doing with this with the military, so yeah. But since they are especially closer to the front line, it makes it even sketchier. But guess what? They are raccoons. Like, they don't care. They do what they want.
We're trash pandas, and if I were driving around in Kyiv after curfew, it would be a whole nother ball game. But when usually a picture's worth 1,000 words, or if you can show them where you were traveling and why you were out today, I explained to a person at a gas station where the guy was shocked to see me. And honestly, this is the only gas station I've seen in Ukraine that's built like a bank vault or a bulletproof bunker with thick glass on the front of it. And I think first he was a little shocked to see someone not in the military or not wearing military fatigues. And then when he realized that I wasn't Ukrainian, he was kind of scratching his head and looking at me. And then I showed him where I had been, and he asks me as best he could, "Where are you going?" And I told him where I'd been and where I was going. And then I explained that I don't just go from that point to that point. I usually come a bunch of other directions. And he was, I think, a little astounded. He probably didn't believe I was real, and he couldn't reach through the glass and touch me. He didn't speak a lick of English. I didn't speak a lick of Ukrainian or Russian, whatever language is his native tongue. but we communicated just fine with one another, and I'm happy to know, even if it's just a little morale boost, that Ukrainians don't feel forgotten, because there are foreign volunteers over here willing to help, and not just the kinds that want to play cowboy.
Thank you, Ryan. And we also can reassure Ukrainians here at MriyaReport. There are people from all over the world ready to help. And you can help tonight by just going to the second tweet in the nest, finding the tweet about Fairlane's fundraiser, following that link to PayPal, and choosing on the drop-down menu, Toys for the Boys. Be just as generous as you possibly can. Take a look at the wish list. We are raising as much money as we can between now and April 21st to be sure that Fairlane and the Rubige Rapid Response Unit gets everything they possibly need now. Nations may delay their supplies. We here at MriyaReport cannot delay what we can do for Ukraine and for Fairlane. So Fairlane, I know when we looked at the wish list before, you said don't read the whole wish list, just read the categories: gadgets, gear, clothes, medical. But there's one specific thing I don't know what it is. What is a multicam uniform?
That's a very weird question. Have you ever seen a uniform overall, like a dress, military dress? Multicam uniform is just a normal uniform with the standard coloring for the US. We just call it multicam because it's a sort of like lingo. That's it. There's no kind of, I don't know, extra. It's just strange to me. Sorry.
That's okay. I understand a little bit better. But I also want to know about tactical gear. What makes gear tactical, and why is it important?
Tactical gear is a gear or any kind of physical equipment you can actually use for tactical purposes, meaning it's ripstop, it does not restrict your movements, it provides you, it's mostly depending which kind of gear you're referring to. It's either light or lightened, or it has special capabilities which can further strengthen your let's say usage of weapon, or provide more capabilities for the skills that you have. It's something which helps you in the tactical environment, and it's a common sense for me to understand it. So it's something which, if you talk about tactical overall, it's something which provides you with the best possible outcome in the worst situations, just because you have this gear and you know how to use it, and you're using it wisely and on purpose. In this, okay, since sketchy is the word of the day, in the sketchiest situation, you know that this equipment has been tested, has been proven to survive the tactical, dangerous combat situation, or it has been tested to withstand some of the potential threats, or provide you with the necessary momentum, just because you have this gear or something tactical rather than something I don't know, bought in the like Walmart. Though I know that sometimes you can buy some tactical stuff in Walmart. I think some people sent me some things, some kind of like gloves, and I was like, why? Anyways.
Thank you very much, David. Please join us. Come in here.
Oh, well, hello there. Thank you very much. So I was going to add a little bit, right? So multicam is what you would have called camouflage pattern in your day, Alan. Right? It's just a different type, and there are a couple of different types, right? And that's pretty much it. We used to call it a DPM, disruptive pattern material, back in the old day, but now there are some different types, right? So multicam is, I think it was developed by someone, but they've got a type that's you'd use in different regions as well. So there's a nighttime version, there's an alpine version, there's an arid version, there's a jungle version. So there you are. Pretty simple. It's camouflage clothing.
Thank you, David. That helps me a lot. Fairlane, I know it's getting late, but I really do want to push this fundraiser. So I want to invite folks to retweet this space, and when they do, to bring people up into the nest to see Fairlane's wish list for the Rupees unit. Follow that tweet to the PayPal donation page and use the drop-down menu, Toys for the Boys. Make a generous contribution. Fairlane?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alan, for stressing that out. I just would like to say once again, thank you for just even listening and staying here. I see that there's how many people? We have a lot of people listening to us, 341. I'm sincerely grateful for you just staying here, listening to this, making notes, maybe thinking how to help, or thinking that, oh, right, like this month I have already donated. This is fine. Like I'm appreciative of whatever you've done. Once again, I'm not saying you shouldn't donate to anyone else. If you feel some kind of like, this is how I'm usually like functioning. Once I get my salary, I once again ask the guys what they need ASAP. I like look through the people I know, what kind of small fundraisers, local fundraising they are running, and I also donate to those as much as I can, in terms of thinking how much I need to still like save for some other stuff, and then I keep on going. So it's like an eternal engine of just like helping others, because some people help with just like sharing the information to someone, and then it eventually reaches the person who can actually help more than anyone else, because maybe they have won like a grant, or they have finally I don't know, finally reached out to their full potential, and now they're looking some kind of philanthropic uh, venture of their own, or they have finally satisfied some other fundraisers, and they have some can have some funds allocated to the other ones. It's an eternal ending at it, and it runs on the mutual respect, mutual understanding that we need to keep on fighting for as long as needed. For as long as my guys need my help, I will definitely do that. And it feels like it's gonna be forever, because once again, once this war is over, it's not the end. It's just the beginning of rebuilding, the beginning of reconstruction, the beginning of retributions to come. So, and there are a lot of those are. So if you happen to come to space, just have a chance to retweet some of our tweets for Toys for the Boys campaign, or if you are willing to, to know more about Ukraine and to know more about my unit, just ping me, send DM, do your research online. Maybe you will find something interesting and you're gonna, I don't know this thing. You never discussed this thing, but it sounds interesting. Maybe I need to know more. I'm gonna be trying to come here as much as possible during like daytime shift for Ukraine and nighttime shift for Ukraine. I don't know whether it's gonna be midnight. I think it's gonna be like for Ukrainians. I think it's gonna be slightly earlier because I'm beyond trained. So hopefully I will give you more updates. Maybe I'm gonna share you some funny stories because I'm just right now sharing some general information. But I can definitely tell some stories without OPSEC, like maintaining the OPSEC, but without the OPSEC grief. So okay, I can do that part. Or I can just tell you some stories from Ukraine if you want to, and if that makes you think that you can somehow link us to someone who can also help. Well, that also counts. So yeah, if you have any questions right now to me, please ask them. Otherwise, I'm gonna drop down because I don't wanna keep on just talking into the void. I'm sorry.
Well, Caroline, I know every day is a long day for you, and I know it's after 1 a.m. In Ukraine now. So I encourage you to rest, but I encourage the more than 300 listeners here right now to join together. Each of you could give $10. Some of you might be able to give 20 or 50 or 100. Some of you might be able to give 20 or be accounted 100. And so those of us who can't afford we're all in this together. Whether we can give or whether we simply listen and feel closer to Ukraine every single day, and know that Ukraine is in our hearts, it's because of people like Verlaine. And it's because of all the soldiers in the Rubij Rapid Response Unit, defending their country and their families and really fighting for you and for me. So please be generous tonight just by going up into the nest, finding the tweet about Verlaine's fundraiser, follow it to the PayPal donation page, and use the drop-down menu. Choose Toys for the Boys. Verlaine, back to you for what should be good night. And for G-Man, I put you singing the national anthem up in the nest, so you don't have to stay up any later tonight. It is quite Oh, Verlaine, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's very sweet of you to think about things like time, because my sense and notion of time has completely been changed, I think, till the day I died, because um, everything runs differently. Sometimes I keep forgetting, is it like what kind of a day it is, what month it is, what am I even doing in this in this situation with this kind of yeah. So sometimes I might feel like I'm tired, but that's just me having this kind of really long session of insomnia talking with me. But I might be even feeling okay. Like now I'm feeling okay, but that's just a really long chain of insomnia accumulated within me. So I hope next time I will be able to come a little bit earlier, but like let's see. I can't make any promises because I don't know what tomorrow brings.
I understand. As you said earlier tonight, Verlaine, Russia started this invasion of Ukraine 9 years ago, and to you and to so many Ukrainians, it seems like one long day. Imagine, folks, 9 years as one day. That's what Ukrainians are living through. So let's, before our day ends, make a contribution. Thank you so much, Verlaine. And so just to invite you to get some sleep, I want to say Slava Ukraini.
Heterom Slava.
Verlaine may no longer be connected with us with audio, but we'll wait and see. As she says, it's been a long day, and every day is a long day. But I want to welcome up Prince and then go to Mickey. Prince, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Alan, for some of us who have been listening to MriyaReport for over a year at this point, remember nights of Verlaine co-hosting and the sound of her voice when she was completely exhausted, when Verlaine could barely talk because Verlaine wasn't eating, Verlaine wasn't sleeping, Verlaine was focusing on running a space and taking care of the people that she loved around her in Ukraine as best as she could as the full offensive started and attacks were happening and Russian soldiers were moving closer to Kyiv. And we know that the Russian soldiers were pushed back from Kyiv, and the Battle of Kyiv was won by the Ukrainians. But if you think, what we know now about the close connection that Verlaine has with Operator Starsky and that unit who was there at Hostomel. And so when Verlaine would be co-hosting late at night and you could tell in her voice how exhausted she was, she stayed and she continued to host the space as best as she can. I think at that point there were at least 12-hour shifts on constantly. It was Verlaine or somebody else, 12 hours. So when I hear Verlaine now, even though I know she's working hard and she has her insomnia and she doesn't always sleep a whole lot, I appreciate and am thankful that Verlaine is eating more and getting more rest than she did a year ago when things were starting. So those of us who think back and remember those days are thankful that Verlaine's able to take care of herself a little bit better now. But I just wanted to come up and say that because some of my first days listening to the MriyaReport over a year ago at this point were those days when Verlaine, we would sit there and say, did she fall asleep? And all of a sudden you'd hear this very, this voice, no, I'm still here, but you could hear how tired she was. So encouraging Verlaine to get sleep is not a bad thing. But knowing how much progress she's made to being able to get sleep and eat now is a wonderful thing.
So Verlaine, if you heard Prince, promise us, don't wake up before 6 a.m. because that would just be 4.5 hours of sleep. That's really not enough.
Come on, I can run with only 2. No, actually, Prince made a good point. people finally realized that, like, not finally realized. Okay, so if I'm being extremely honest, I have at least 6 people texting me every second day saying, go get some food, go get some rest, you should be resting, why are you still awake, why you even like, why are you replying so fast, like, hey Victor, like, hey Vic. I was like, sup. He's like, your reply was very fast. I was just checking where you're still awake. Why you reply? Like, I'm literally holding my phone because I'm doing something. He's like, put your phone down. Like, because my reaction is very, like, there is internal joke that some of the attachments and volunteers of the Rapid Reaction Brigade are supersonic because we are overrunning their rapid reaction. Like, kind of like our response is extra responsive, if that makes sense. So that's why the phone sometimes it is a continuation of my hand, especially when I'm working. So one of my hands is on the laptop and I'm just like typing something or working on the phone, but the phone is somewhere near. And when I'm replying real fast, it's like a signal for them. It's an indication that I'm not resting, and that drives them crazy. And you shouldn't drive crazy a couple guys on the front lines with AR or AKs, right? It's an ongoing joke that they're gonna find me, they're gonna tie me, and they're gonna put me to sleep. Anyways, it is what it is. Friends, that was so kind of you to remind me that. Thank you. I'm touched.
I'll start texting you, go to sleep, Fairlane. But I know that your phone, your laptop, is your tactical gear. And without your phone and your laptop, the Rubige unit would not get everything it needs. And I hope at the end of this fundraising period that runs through April 21, I'll be able to report to you, all of our listeners, everyone who comes here to MriyaReport, that we delivered what Fairlane and the Rubige unit asked for and needed most of all. So please be generous. Please go up into the nest, find that tweet about Fairlane's fundraiser, go to the PayPal donation page, choose Toys for the Boys in the drop-down menu, and make a generous donation tonight, today, or put it in your calendar and do it on Monday. And invite a friend to find out about the Rubige unit, to find out about MriyaReport. Bring them here. This is a friend, bring a friend kind of operation. We all become friends here, and friends help friends. Thank you, Fairlane, so much for your time. It's almost 1:30 a.m. in Ukraine now. Fairlane deserves a good night's sleep. But I know she'll be working probably for another hour or two because Fairlane never stops, because Ukraine never stops. And neither does MriyaReport. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are never going to stop until Ukraine is victorious. We're never going to stop until Ukraine rebuilds its future. We're always going to be here. And David will probably be here with me, right? Yep, thumbs up. That's all I need from you, David. I know it's late for you too. And so this is a great opportunity. Mickey, I want to thank you so much for your patience. Please go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much. It's great to be up here and uh, 47s or 15s, but AKs, AR-15s are already shaking when I think about how hard she's working. And, I think, she's only a few people are telling her to sleep every day, but I'm sure after these spaces, like whole of Twitter is going to be asking her to go to sleep. So doing
So Mickey, your
You know, it's
audio
not just
is
Vika doing this. Many Ukrainians are not sleeping and doing everything they can, both in and outside of Ukraine. And there's so many ways to help and support. Not just it's great to help Vika, of course, but there's so many ways. You know, Ukrainian businesses hiring Ukrainian remote workers. There's so many ways to support, and there's things you can do here on Twitter, which I wanted to bring up and discuss. I think having this conversation here. You know, I lived and worked in Ukraine many years, and something I'm seeing now, kind of happening, and has been happening since, you know, for years now, but more and more, is how this information, you know, misinformation is making its way onto Twitter. Like Twitter is, you know, such a booster for misinformation, and here's basically how it works. You know, a lot of people on Twitter have made it their entire personality to repackage Russian disinformation they receive from Telegram groups. They get this information from the Russian government and Russian supporting groups. They repackage it and they post it on their Twitter, and they get bot followings and they get a lot of clout, and they wind up on Spaces and share this information. And you know, of course, this is dangerous for lots of reasons, notwithstanding like the lives of people in Ukraine, but also just the level of this echo chamber that we are creating here on this site. And we saw it most recently and most prominently with these the leaks that came from the Pentagon, right? Even Russian state television has admitted that photoshopping occurred with leaked documents to try to put in misinformation about number of casualties, people killed in action in Ukraine. Some people basically modified the documents to show that Ukrainians were dying at 2 or 3 times more than Russians, when in fact the documents said the exact opposite, that 2 to 3 times as many Russians were being killed in the battlefield as Ukrainians. This is something that the Kremlin had not admitted recently, which is an interesting development. But I think everyone should be visible for this. And you know, you yourself, when you see it happening, you just sort of see out of nowhere, you know, this same information being echoed over and over again. You can simply call it out. I put something in the nest for you to look at, and just to sort of see and understand how deep this goes. If you've heard of Zero Hedge, which is the most kind of prominent, I would say, alt-right prominent financial news network in the West, in the United States. It's been around for a long time. What you may not know is that the founder of Zero Hedge himself is the son of a Soviet, you know, propagandist who has time and time again talked about, you know, Soviet ambitions over Ukraine. He himself echoed some of these things and was barred from trading, you know, from some other behaviors he had, insider trading. And you know, this guy Tyler Durden has a long history of promoting anti-Ukrainian, anti-democracy content. And this is a website that's been around for over a decade, and it's again another echo chamber just to understand how deep this misinformation goes. It's not just 1 or 2 people. There are, you know, buildings of people and infinite resources designed to create misinformation to provide cover for the subjugation and murder of millions of people. And I think not only can everyone here do something by donating, they can also do something by pointing out misinformation when they see it, pointing to alternative sources, and especially reminding people where the owners and the operators of these organizations come from. You can easily subscribe to these like Russian Telegram groups, and you can watch it happen in real time. You can see them publish information, and then it make its way onto English-speaking Twitter by these people who their entire personalities, you know, they pretend like they're getting some OS intel, you know, that they're getting information from you know, alternative sources, when they're just repackaging. They basically just copy paste Google Translate, change some words around, post the same images, and then share that on social media, and it's echoed by their followers. And then you see people coming up in these groups sharing that same information, and that's how this information is getting disseminated. So I think if you want to do something on this platform itself, you can just call out and add sunlight to these conversations. You know, and it's really important that people in the West have good facts. You know, if you saw recently Alexei Navalny, who, you know, I shed no tears for, but is a Russian opposition leader. He's been poisoned in prison in the working colony that he was in. Just to understand, like, you know, people in the West don't quite grasp that if you criticize the Kremlin, you wind up dead. And the freedoms that we have here in the West outside are rare and precious and need to be protected. And good information helps us to do that. So I just wanted to share that information you know what, I'll be going back to Ukraine in a few months, and something I've been trying to do is invite these people who come onto groups and who are from the West, who make claims that like Ukrainians are Nazis and all these ridiculous claims. I invite them to come with me. And if you see anyone on these spaces making these claims, have them message me. I will drive them from Poland to Ukraine. They can get out and talk to anyone they see. They can talk to anyone in a gas station or in a gym or in a bar, like anyone. Feel free to talk to them and ask them about these questions, and they're going to get the same response. These people don't understand what's happening in Ukraine, don't understand this information, and we who are outside of Ukraine have to help. So with that, thank you so much, Alan and David, for giving me the chance to speak and share. I really appreciate it. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I appreciate everyone listening so much, and your support. It means a lot to the people there, like my friends, the people I love very much. It's very difficult sometimes to hear, what's going on with them. And it means a lot to know that strangers, here have their heart with the people in Ukraine and want to do what they can to help. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mickey. We really appreciate your coming up to speak tonight. We really appreciate it. And what you bring up is very important. Russian disinformation. One of our missions here at MriyaReport is to do what Mickey is talking about. That is to identify Russian disinformation and to diffuse it, to dismiss it as quickly as possible. So that it doesn't echo and echo and echo again through these echo chambers. It is so easy for people to be confused by what they hear about Ukraine, especially when half of what they hear might be Russian disinformation. We try to be as fast as we possibly can to jump on it, to slap it down, and to dismiss it. And Mickey, we could use your help doing that as well. I'm also so pleased and to hear that you're heading back to Ukraine to do work there. Safe travels. Best of luck. Hug the people you love in Ukraine. In fact, to everyone, wherever you are, in a safe country in the world, in a war-torn country in the world, hug the people you love. You cannot do that often enough, and I can tell you that because after they're gone, they're gone. So hug them now. Prince, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I woke up extremely early this morning, not feeling very good. So I woke up from a nap and I'm catching up on news. And so I have not heard a lot of what has been talked about today. But, a few days ago, I heard a story. Well, I read a story that, Lavrov was planning on traveling to the United States to sit at the UN Security Council meeting and lead the Security Council, a Security Council meeting, since Russia has the presidency of the United Nations this month. And now I've just come upon a story, I guess it's from yesterday, about the US deciding to not issue visas to the Russian foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, and the Russian delegation, as he had hoped to lead that Security Council meeting. I'm wondering if you have any additional information. I'm just getting to the point where I'm looking for additional sources for this instead of just one single source, because that's how I am when I hear things like this. So, sometimes you look at different sources than I do. So I thought I would ask if you had any information. And you know what? Welcome to the co-host seat, Em. It's good to see you. And M seems to know everything from reliable sources and multiple sources. So this denial of visas for Lavrov and the delegation from Russia, I think, is a very, very interesting thing from the United States. I think it's a very good thing. But I also find it very interesting.
So I have not seen any news about that. It's absolutely the right thing to do to deny these visas. Uh, and so Russia is the chair of the UN Security Council through the month of April. It's a rotating chair. But have you seen news about the U.S. denying these visas? They should.
The same initial report that Lavrov and his delegation were denied or will be denied visas to enter the United States. I think two news outlets reported it. Let me find it out.
Thank you. Yeah, I know one of them is the Kiev Post. And now I'm seeing Yahoo News is reporting that Ukranista Pravda is also reporting it. But I like to find it from their website directly.
Well,
So
I'm
um,
sure.
yeah.
I'm sure Anthony Blinken will be making a statement about it because it deserves a statement. M.
Yeah, it's been reported so far by the Kiev Independent and Fox News as well. Other outlets. Mainly, the complaint is that they haven't received the visas yet. Uh, doesn't say anything about the time frame for applying or the time frame for expediting a diplomatic visa. It's also reported by Apple News. So it's been in the news for 24 hours now, more than 24 hours. How it will develop, I think we shall see. So, Russian ambassador is urging the United States government to issue the visa for him and his delegation for Lavrov. And that's about it. So it's been circulating for 24 hours. The news says that they haven't been issued visas yet. So it's pretty much a fluid situation, and probably we'll see more developments. Also, Reuters is reporting it.
Well, say they issued the visas and then told Lavrov and his delegation, "You can't leave. We're just going to wait for you to be issued an arrest warrant, and while we're waiting, we're going to get the United States to sign on to the International Criminal Court Accords, so that once they issue your arrest warrant, we can arrest you." That, of course, is a fantasy, but it's a fantasy I like to think about.
Yeah, yeah, I doubt it's going to go down that way. There must be a reason for not issuing those visas. But I sincerely doubt that it will lead to his arrest upon arrival or anything like that. Uh, it could
No,
be just
it
a little bit of diplomatic love.
yeah, a diplomatic love, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Uh, frankly, Lavrov should not be issued the visa because Lavrov and the Russians should not be given the United Nations Security Council as a platform. And we've already seen them use it as a platform, trying to twist this news about the abduction of Ukrainian children. Uh, and so denial of these visas, in my mind, would be completely appropriate. Deny Russia the United Nations as a platform for disinformation. Just stop them.
Yes, it's possible, but I doubt that it will go this way. There must be a reason for delaying those visas. If they don't grant them at all, Russia will basically file an objection with the UN or something. I don't know what's the mechanism for that, but we'll see. I guess I don't really have any. Uh, I don't have enough background to theorize on why it is happening or how it can go forward.
and I don't have sufficient background either, and so I admit that right up front here. Uh, uh, we have had both good news and bad news from Ukraine today. I talked a little bit about the good news before, and I will repeat it. But we do know that Russia slammed 7 missiles into Sloviansk. This is in eastern Ukraine. The last report I saw, which was at 9:20 p.m. Ukraine time. So this is a few hours ago, but 21 were injured in these residential buildings hit by Russian missiles. 8 people have died, including a 2-year-old boy who was pulled from the rubble, but died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. So that's the bad news, and there has been a lot of shelling all along the line of engagement by Russia today, and we'll take a look at that a little bit later. But additionally, 24 children from Kherson who had been abducted and held captive in Russia were returned today with their parents who went to Russia to retrieve them. And as I said earlier, for these children, this will be a memorable Easter weekend, home again with their families in Kherson. So that's the good news. At A, I want to welcome you up as a speaker. I haven't seen you raise your hand, but I wonder if you bring us news.
Hi everyone. I hope you're doing and keeping well. I just really wanted to discuss about trading. Good example. I know Russia is heavily sanctioned, but it's really frustrating when there's certain brands getting relabeled and then trade in certain countries. Like a good example, unfortunately, here in the UK, we have certain petrol stations like Shell, and they're using Russian petrol. And it's really frustrating because I just see it as that company is making bloody money, especially knowing what's happening in Ukraine. It's just like, it's really frustrating. And I feel like, it's a bit hypocritical when our government is saying we're doing everything we can to help and support Ukraine, but they're allowing this trading to go on. And I just feel like it should be even more heavily sanctions against Russia to stop this from happening. And I feel like people should have goodness in the heart and do the right thing. But yeah, it's really, really frustrating because I feel like our government should be going heavy on these type of things. Like, good example, there's Malibu in shops, there's vodka that is like rebranded, but it's Russian. And I wish the government did a lot more to stop this trading, because it's bloody money, and that money could go for a good cause such as supporting and helping Ukraine.
Thank you, A. Sanctions are important, and hopefully more sanctions are on the way, and sanctions will be tightened. Nick, please go ahead.
If I what do you mean by Russia? Shell is selling Russian petrol. How do we know that Shell is selling somehow Russian petrol and I don't know BP or Esso aren't? I don't know where you got that. Well, I wonder where you got that from. It's interesting.
Okay, so Nick, I was on TikTok tonight, and there was this guy, and he was just walking past, and there was a Russian van or Russian petrol car thing, and it was definitely petrol, and it's just really frustrating because it's like it was definitely Russian. And the way I see it is, it shouldn't be happening. Like, the government here is saying that they're putting sanctions, but yet there is trading going on. Like, good example, when I go on Just Eat, for instance, and you've got like certain like grocery shopping, and it's like, good example, there's alcohol here in the UK, but they rebranded it, but you know it's Russian vodka. So the way I see it is, it's just like, they shouldn't really be doing that, and I just see it as like, it's bloody money, and they should be having goodness in their heart and do the right thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just
I'm more
wondering
than
what this.
happy.
I'm wondering what this. What you
Mhm.
say. I mean, they don't bring petrol over from Russia in tankers with Russian number plates. Do you mean there was literally a tanker with a Russian number plate putting petrol into the tanks at a Shell petrol station?
I just seen a video of, it was like this Russian tank, and it's at a petrol station. The tank is like white and it has red writing on. I can send you the video and you can have a
Yeah,
look for
I'd like to
yourself
see
if
that
that's
because
helpful.
these
Yeah.
things are very complicated. But Shell, as far as I know, would not be selling in the UK gasoline, petrol, car fuel that refined in Russia. So the world oil market is big and complicated, and it's quite possible. I mean, apart from anything else, the oil is the same everywhere, so it's always a bit difficult to say you're not buying Russian oil, because if you buy oil from somewhere, then those people might import Russian oil to make up for it. But I don't think it's the case that petrol stations in the UK are selling gasoline, petrol, that was refined in Russia. I think it's more complicated than that. In terms of the vodka, very, very little vodka that's sold in the UK is actually made in Russia. And all these years, they've been telling you that these vodkas are Russian because it had brand kudos, but actually most of it is distilled by apprentice chemists somewhere in Slough. And they put a Russian-looking label on. So, but if you know, again, if you have sort of evidence that people are continuing to import vodka distilled in Russia, I would have thought it was probably a very, very high-end product. But I'm certainly interested in the video of the petrol tanker. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, next. So good example. Where I live, good example, there is Russian vodka that is being sold at a petrol station, and it is Russian vodka. The thing is Malibu.
What's
That's,
your postcode?
I'm not giving that out
I'm
to the
asking you for your
whole.
address. Just give me a postcode.
The
Okay, maybe I will
first
be.
three digits of your postcode shouldn't reveal too much, but
Okay, I don't know who you are, and I'm not comfortable to give
no,
that
that's
out
fair
to
enough.
Oh,
That's
people
fair
who
enough.
I don't
That's
know.
that's fair enough.
according to the United Kingdom's government, so you can go to the Commons Library, and they have a briefing on the imports of fossil fuels from Russia, and this has been published on Monday, March 13th, 2023. According to the United Kingdom's government, or Her Majesty's, or His Majesty's government right now, since January 2023, the UK has not imported any Russian coal or oil. UK
Okay,
Russian imports. This is the 10th month in a row that Russian imports have dropped to zero. The finalized volume
okay.
of trade with Russia when it comes to fossil fuels has dropped from 4.5 billion sterling in 2021 to 1.3 billion sterling by 2022 and the end of 2022. So January 2023 marks the 10th consecutive month of the UK being free of Russian oil and coal. So I don't know what you're talking about. And I don't think that a video on TikTok, which is rife with Russian disinformation and Chinese disinformation, is actually a very important topic to discuss.
No, it's not disinformation, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not having you speaking like that towards me. What I'm trying to say is, there's a man actually outside a petrol station, and you can
Yeah,
actually
very,
see
very smart
the
and very
cart.
jealous.
So I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're barking up the
No, I'm
wrong
not
tree.
barking. You're the one
that's what
barking
he's
up the
telling
wrong
you.
tree. But anyway, thank you so much for your contribution. Have a good night. Bye bye. Kahia, please go ahead.
So just listening to this conversation, And sorry, it's the first time I'm talking in this forum, but I get the fact that there's a lot of disinformation going on, and this is one example of that. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm a lawyer, and I listen to a lot of crap in my life, you know, and this is one of those.
Mic check.
It's working.
Yeah, did we lose your?
I seem to have dropped. I'll send him an invitation.
Okay.
And for our listeners,
Thank you,
asking
Ram.
for the postcode is basically to verify if there's a gas station or a shop or whatever in the neighborhood where she's claiming, because it's just heresy. He said, she said, I'm not really interested in discussing TikTok videos. There's a TikTok video, for instance, making the rounds all over the planet right now that someone bid 178 billion or $1 million for a watch, for a diamond watch. If you just watch the video and run a search for 5 minutes, you'll realize that the video is for a painting by what's his face, Zhao. Hang on, because that's the example of TikTok videos and TikTok content, right? So I'm not going to bother everyone with something like this. So, for instance, a video is making the rounds showing a watch being sold for $178 million, and people are like, "Oh, this is money laundering and whatnot." Da 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 da. The video is basically an animation of the watch being displayed. It's a very extravagant watch, granted, but the video added to it or overlaid to it or cropped so that you have a top part and a bottom part of the video is basically an auction at Christie's in Hong Kong in May 2019 showing a Zhaoki painting being sold. It's the most expensive Zhaoki painting thus far. And then just a simple Google search is like $178 million watch auction, nothing, right? So yeah, I'm not going to discuss a random video on TikTok of someone driving up a petrol station, but whatever. Off to you, Alan.
Yeah, TikTok is not a news source, and it never will be. Uh, so, just to cover a little bit more news today, some military news. Denmark has delivered, or will soon have delivered, 19 Caesar artillery pieces. These are produced by the French. I guess the important news is that Ukrainians have finished training on these Caesars, and they will be in Ukraine in just the next few coming weeks, hopefully in April. I did mention that in addition to the Russian shelling in Sloviansk, there has been a pretty continuous shelling by Russians all along the line of engagement, and this is all the way from Ernerhodar, the town with the nuclear power plant, all the way up to Vuhledar, and around the corner, so to speak, up through Bakhmut and Kremna. So it's never a quiet day on the battlefront in Ukraine.
That's quite
Um,
true, and it means that more artillery pieces will be available for Ukrainian forces. The way I see it, I believe that when the time comes, when the day comes, there will be just medium and long range fires raining on Russian positions across all areas of operations simultaneously. But that's just me. It will be a glorious day.
It will be a glorious day. And I've said this before, it's a bit of an overstatement, but watching the Western equipment arrive in Ukraine is very much like watching the buildup before D-Day. Obviously, this is not as big an offensive, and it's not as complicated. but it is extraordinarily complicated for the Ukrainians to plan their counteroffensive. Where to strike, how to strike, where to concentrate their forces, where are there weaknesses in the Russian lines, meaning where could the Ukrainians break through and with follow-up forces control the areas they have overwhelmed. We don't know. We don't know what the Ukrainians are planning, and we don't know when and where they will choose to do it. I wonder, Em, have you been following the story of top secret documents leaked by this young National Air Guard officer? Actually, he's not an officer. He's too young to be an officer. This 21-year-old Air
Private
National.
first, yeah, private first class.
He's a private first class, far from officer. I think he's going to get busted. Have you been following this story?
Yes, I have. And one final comment regarding artillery. Not only Russian artillery is now outnumbered and outgunned and outranged, but also they are losing a lot of their counter battery radars, and they will be losing more of them as Ukraine gets more airframes that can be equipped with HARM missiles. So it will be very, very, very interesting, and it will be a very bad day for Russian artillery when the Ukrainian counteroffensive starts.
Well, one more thing about artillery. From what I've read, because Russia is using very old Soviet era shells, there are a lot of duds. About 30% of the artillery shells they fire on the line of engagement don't explode. And that's a pretty high ratio. 1 out of 3 don't explode.
Bad storage, bad maintenance, and also their barrels are not doing very well. So at the rate they are firing, they're actually running out of barrels. And we saw earlier reports of them recycling artillery shells, kind of like reclaiming the casings and filling them up and then trying to weld them or something. Some bizarre manufacturing process to try to churn out as many shells as they can, which affects quality and safety, of course. So makes sense, absolutely.
So just about these leaked documents, these leaked top secret documents, there are so many questions about them. Some are legitimate, and some have been doctored. Some are indeed top secret, and some really aren't. Are there any that would compromise Ukrainian war plans?
I don't know. So in order to now we have a better understanding and a better picture of what went down. So over the course of several years, the young man more or less ran a Discord group. And for those who are not familiar with Discord, Discord is mainly a chat uh, server for gamers. And the young man met several people online. They started that Discord server, and he was basically typing out intelligence briefings to them and trying to teach them on real war, which is quite bizarre. And eventually, when they were not paying attention, he decided to send them photographs of the actual documents that he printed out, having had access to the JWIX system, the Joint Intelligence Worldwide Communication System. Some people would argue or ask why such a young man has a clearance to begin with. Well, he's 21, so he's old enough to understand his responsibilities, but apparently not really psychologically fit to understand the risks coming from such behavior. And the 102nd Air Wing is actually very involved in the dissemination of intelligence to American commanders across branches and services. some of the documents then made their way from his Discord server to another Discord server that is run by some Philippine YouTube influencer. And from there, it made its way to 4chan and TikTok, and Telegram and other online forums. Some of the documents were forged or manipulated, photoshopped basically to reflect higher Ukrainian losses and lower Ukrainian losses, kind of reverse the numbers. It was very silly, and any trained eye could catch it. Given the fact that those documents, the genuine ones, represented a snapshot in time, not really a long-term strategic planning or actual war plans, I would say that they would have a minimal impact on Ukrainian future operation plans. And I would assume that at this point, given that the United States government has triggered damage control operations, reached out to allies to reassure them and to try to mitigate the leak and understand exactly what was leaked, what was compromised, and what needs to be changed. I would assume that at this point in time and space, the Ukrainians have completely readjusted to the fact that uh, those pieces of information leaked and that they could have been possibly read and assessed and assimilated by the Russians.
But the Russians seem to be the ones who actually doctored some of these documents to show that Ukrainian losses would be far greater or have been far greater than Russian losses. So what the Russians did was take these documents and launch a disinformation campaign based on them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Part of the genuine documents were doctored, like Alan said, and they were released into the wild again to make their way to, the usual suspects and useful idiots to try to spread them out and say, look, Ukraine is losing. It's completely false. Most recent person to do so is sadly Tucker Carlson, even though his editorial team must be really aware that they are actually publishing or broadcasting the contents of doctored documents to the masses, but still he's doing it. So uh, the doctored documents I saw were the ones focused on Ukrainian losses and Russian losses. And also, I would assume that some of the documents related to the presence of Western special operation forces in Ukraine might have been altered or changed. And if they are genuine, I will assume that soft operators present in Ukraine are present in an instruction capacity rather than a fighting capacity. But I don't know. That's speculation on my part.
Well, not to go off on Tucker Carlson, although I do love to do it. He is also broadcasting what he calls news that U.S. armed forces, troops, are on the ground in Ukraine. He reports they are engaged with Ukraine, defending itself against Russia. So the fact of the matter is, every embassy in the world is required to provide security forces. And the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv does have security forces. It's a detachment of U.S. Marines, and they are usually tasked with defending U.S. embassies everywhere in the world. It's their only job, defend the embassy. That's all they do. But Tucker Carlson is saying, no, they are engaged in frontline combat. I just do not understand how this man can be allowed to broadcast such BS every single night in the United States. And there are millions of people who believe him.
Yeah, well, it's up for the Americans to fix that. And speaking of this, we might have a very interesting listener requesting to speak. Coming up next, Sign. Sign, you requested the mic. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Good evening, or good day, gentlemen. How you guys doing? Ladies and gentlemen.
All good. Thank you for asking. Go ahead, please.
Well, I don't usually ask to come up on stage so quickly, but when I came in here, you guys are talking about something that I've been dying to know more about. It appears over here, at least whatever I'm doing wrong with my feed, I don't seem to see much about what's happening with Ukraine and what's going on over there. And it sounds like you guys might know. I don't even know.
We might know why your feed doesn't show Ukraine.
Oh no, I guess what I mean. I'm sorry, I'm confusing it. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not seeing much. Like I'm seeing plenty of stuff, for example, of footage of what's going on in in France and stuff, but I just haven't seen like anything as of like footage or coverage of what's going on with Ukraine and NATO and all that. Didn't know if you guys could maybe point me in the right direction.
Well, if you're searching on Twitter, all you need to do is type Ukraine in the search bar and then go to videos and then check out all the videos on there. That would be easy.
Is there any other resources that that are good? I guess I'm just trying to see if there was any others.
The Institute for Study of War, the British Ministry of Defense feed, the usual media, Twitter accounts, MSNBC, even Fox News. Well, they all have videos coming out of Ukraine.
Even the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. And you might also want to follow Chuck Farrer. But if you cannot find news about Ukraine, Sign, you need to revamp your Twitter feed because there's plenty of news. I'm wondering if you're suggesting that there's a reason why you don't see war footage. Are you suggesting something about that?
Sign, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Usually, yeah, and as soon as you're done talking, please mute your mic back again so that we don't get echo.
Right. I apologize. No, I wasn't really trying to make that kind of statement. I am kind of curious why I'm not seeing that on my feed, but that's my own fault, I guess. I don't follow a lot of the news groups on there. I've kind of got a bad taste from mainstream media right now. I guess that's kind of what I was asking, just to see if there's other more independent or alternate sources. Yeah.
There are several Ukrainian war bloggers and soldiers tweeting from Ukraine and posting videos of things they come across and things they do. There's always Telegram, but I wouldn't advise you to go there if you don't have the training for it. And there are several open source intelligence accounts that posts contents and videos and photos tracking Russian losses, tracking Ukrainian losses as well, and tracking developments.
Cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I know you guys are like, why doesn't he just do a Google search and all that? And yes, of course, I've done that. I guess I'm trying to find sources that aren't maybe under the control of I don't know, mainstream media right now, at least in America. It feels like we're being fed a very specific how do I put this, perspective, I guess you can call it.
Well, Assign, I also commend an independent French journalist, Guillaume Patak, PTAK. Follow him. You will get some good news. Tell me, how long have you been interested in the war that Russia is waging in Ukraine? Is it a recent interest, or have you been watching this war for more than a year?
It's more just recent, yeah.
And why are you just watching it recently?
Um, I don't know. I mean, it's not that I wasn't. I guess things have been pretty chaotic. There's been a lot happening, and I think it's been out of sight, out of mind. And yeah, and like I said, I just felt like you guys must be people who have good resources for something that's going to bring more truth to what's going on. Like that last gentleman you mentioned, if you don't mind, I wanted to write it down. What was the name one more time?
It's Guillaume Patak. Ptak is his last name.
Cool, thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thanks, Sign, for coming up. I hope you find the news you are looking for, and I hope, based on that news, you become a big supporter of the Ukrainian people and of Ukraine in their defense of the nation and in their fight against Russian genocide. I hope you're able to find the information that allows you to make such a decision because it's a moral decision. So look for the news, make up your own mind, but everyone ought to know what's happening in Ukraine. I'm going to look for a little bit more news, but we were talking about the influx of Western weapons into Ukraine. The Leopard tanks promised by Canada have arrived at least as far as Poland. These are 8 or 9 tanks, and with them have come 3 Leopard simulators so that the training can continue either in Poland or inside Ukraine. And this training is vitally important for the Ukrainian soldiers who are going to operate these Leopard tanks on the battlefield. So this is more good news from today. As I say, it seems to me we are simply watching this buildup of weapons arriving in Ukraine. They cannot arrive fast enough, and we all have to wait until General Zaluzhny and the Ukrainian war planners decide they have enough of what they need, and with the force they have, they will launch a counteroffensive. They're not going to have everything they actually need. They're not going to have everything they've asked for. So shame on the West.
No, not really. I wouldn't say shame on the West. I would say that the West is doing what it can do as quickly as possible and as efficiently as possible. Sadly, they should be providing more, but they are being cautious and they are following a systematic approach to providing those platforms. They require training, they require logistical support trains, spare parts, technicians, in theater service, out of theater service, training also to engineering crews that will be tasked with recovery in case some of those vehicles broke down or were hit and they could be salvaged and pulled from the front line to the back to get repaired and then cycled back into combat or action. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and to the fact that Ukraine will be using a lot of platforms, a lot of new platforms. It's a logistical headache. There are a lot of a few silver linings to look at and actually be happy about. For instance, the speed at which Ukrainian troops assimilated those platforms and those systems, the speed at which they managed to fulfill their training and go through their training and graduate from their training and understand how to operate those platforms efficiently and successfully has been something to celebrate and something to marvel at. So that's a positive point. The second positive point is that we will actually start seeing a lot of the platforms that were originally developed to fight against a Russian land force driving across Europe will now be put to the test. And so far, the systems and the platforms that were fielded have been rating really well and doing very well against Russian platforms. So that's another positive thing to consider. Another thing that people should keep in mind is that since the beginning of the invasion, the Ukrainian forces have been very successful at economizing the utility and the deployment of their assets and how to make sure that they don't lose a lot of hardware. So they still have a lot of Soviet armor, not in storage, but in hiding right now, that will resemble the majority of the follow-on forces in any counteroffensives they launch. They will rely on the newly supplied Western weapons as the main uh, the main as the main equipment equipping the spearhead forces that will be used to breach the front lines they choose to attack, and they will have enough follow-on forces that will be that will comprise of or will comprise Soviet gear that they still have and they know how to use, very familiar with, and they have the spare parts and the mechanical knowledge to maintain and run and salvage and repair. Uh, it's complex. It's a complex situation, and we can, yeah. I mean, I will disagree with one statement. This whole shame on the West. It's a little bit too harsh because the West is already pro providing a lot, and it will provide more. And it pledged supporting Ukraine, and they have been doing it from day one. We had an earlier discussion about the effectiveness and the reasons for an incremental approach to providing Ukraine with aid. And so it's a very complex issue, and like we've just seen with this whole leaks thing, is that e- even a 21-year-old kid basically can cause a lot of global damage without even realizing what he's doing. The butterfly effect is pretty much in motion here. So it's complicated, Alan. That's what I say.
Yeah, I know it's complicated, and it's unfair to say the West. There are so many nations, more than 50 nations, that attend the Ramstein conferences that are supporting Ukraine. Each and every one of those nations is doing what it can. And of course, if you're in a war of survival, you want to see everything arrive as quickly as possible. So shame could be too strong a word. I do not disagree with you. Richie, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for running this informative space and continuing with our quest to understand exactly the things that are going on in Ukraine at this current time. It's just really in reaction to what the gentleman said prior to what I'm saying now. I do not think the West has done enough for I do not think the West has done enough for Ukraine. I believe that the West of this war, without really the requirement to do so, regardless of what classified information was required or what red tape needed to be crossed, every single day that this war has gone on, more and more civilians have been killed. Only yesterday, there was a missile attack in which a 2-year-old was killed. Now, why aren't Ukraine able to defend against that? Why? Because the West are not providing what Ukraine needs. So forgive me when I say I think that's a crock of shit, mate. We should be doing a whole lot more for Ukraine than what we are. I've got friends that have died recently because of this war, and I've got friends who have got friends that have died recently in this war. So I'm sorry, without being disrespectful, Don't turn around and tell me that we're doing enough for Ukraine, because we damn well are not doing enough for Ukraine, and we could be doing a whole lot more than we're doing for Ukraine. As far as I'm concerned, give them long-range weapons, because that's what they need right now. They need long-range weapons, and they need them now, because the quicker that we can get long-range weapons to Ukraine, the quicker we can defeat the Russian terrorist invaders that are on their sovereign territory. Now, I'm quite passionate about this. I've supported these people for a year. I've seen people die. I've seen people I know die. I've seen people's tears over it. And, I understand where you're coming from the perspective that you're looking at. But we have shown ourselves in the West to be weak at what we are doing right now. We're weak. We're showing the Russians how weak we are. We're feeble. We're prancing around, not showing the Russians that we're capable of. And I'm not saying let's go into a full-scale World War III situation, but I'm saying let's play them at their own game. Let's call their bluff, because at the end of the day, these guys are walking all over us right now. They think that they can just walk over us. They think that they can take us for a ride. And they are. How many nuclear threats do we get every other week from Russia? How many genocidal statements do we get from people like Medvedev? And I've seen it not once, but twice this week. He did it once in English, and now he's done it in German. So, don't tell me that we're doing enough for Ukraine, because we damn well aren't doing enough for Ukraine, and we could be doing a damn sight more than we are. So forgive me for my rant, and it's no disrespect to you, and it's nothing personal to you. But when you've seen people die, and you know people that have died, I'm sorry, but that's not enough, and not enough will do right now. And no more needs to be done. Way, way more needs to be done for Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned.
Richie, please stay with us. I understand what you're saying. I want to go to my co-host M, and then join the conversation with you as well. M.
Yeah, sir, no offense taken. I totally understand where you come from, and I totally understand the emotional and the logical and the angry nature of your argument, and it's true. But there's a bit of history here, right? Because Ukraine, up until 2013, was basically a Soviet satellite. And after they had their uprising, and after they decided to go on a democratic path, immediately afterwards, Russia attacked them using hybrid warfare, and Europe was taken by surprise. Angela Merkel had to try to lead negotiations with him. They tried to basically uh, play the same game that they played when he invaded Georgia, when he invaded Chechnya, and when he committed the previous crimes that he had committed. And there was appeasement there. I totally agree with you. But concurrently, there was also a NATO training mission in Ukraine to try to train its troops to hold their grounds in the Donbass and prevent the Russians and their proxies there from advancing to the administrative borders of the Luhansk and the Donetsk oblasts. Then Russia decided to fully invade the country. The history is there. Of course, there was the Trump administration and what it did, because it was so fixated on settling its own political scores with the Obama administration and Biden and the whole Hunter Biden thingy. And it was Trump who denied giving Ukraine lethal aid when they requested it, for instance, right? And then there was the turmoil going on in the UK with Brexit and the governments and Labour and the Conservatives, and then you got the coronavirus pandemic going on, and then the global recovery and the global economy slowing down. There are a lot of things happening all happening at the same time, all interconnected. And there are different plots. Some plots intersect, some plots collide, some plots go in parallel, some plots go hand in hand. And sadly, this is the reality of our complex, interconnected world right now. You throw in the democratic process, you throw in the will of the people, you throw in the logistics of shipping and training and equipping and fielding new systems. This is what explains the complexity of the situation that we're dealing with right now. You have also to take into consideration the fact that the Russians were conducting a very successful information operation against the entire world for more than 15 years right now, whenever they started their whole Russia Today news network and got licensed to operate in the West and several Western countries. Putin at some point calculated that the West is weak, like you've just said, and that he could walk all over it. But fact of the matter is that where he expected NATO to disintegrate, NATO became stronger than ever. When he calculated that he could bully neighboring countries and scare them, Finland and Sweden, both of them, took matters into their own hands and applied to join NATO. When he thought that the United States is very polarized and fragmented, and therefore its president wouldn't be able to muster a huge effort to build an international coalition to support Ukraine, well, Biden, delivered. Where he thought that Boris Johnson is so busy with his domestic politics that he wouldn't be focused, or he wouldn't deliver on helping Ukraine. No, Boris Johnson, despite being a complete buffoon, delivered. And we have Serban Wallace in office. And that's the most important thing that has happened, in my opinion, for the UK during the last year and a half. So I totally understand where you're coming from. No offense taken at all. I understand your passion and I understand your anger, and it comes from the right place, and it's directed at the right place as well. But just bear with the West right now. They're just kind of waking up from a very bad dream that they thought that economic inclusion and engagement and so on and so forth could trim ideological convictions or revisionist ideologies, or make people, more concerned with living within a fair international system, or at least having some agency to deliver on their responsibilities within the framework of international relationships and international cooperation. So I totally understand, sir. You're right, but it is what it is.
I appreciate your reply. Thank you very much indeed for that.
May I add something, please? Please, this is important.
Yeah, go ahead, Scruff.
If you want to refer to the history, first of all, back in 2014, the president of US was not Trump, it was Obama, first of all. Secondly, we all remember about Budapest Memorandum, which were signed by USA as well. And if you refer to the history, you know that there was a guarantee of security of territory of Ukraine, and US signed it as well. And I totally understand, and my actually big respect what Richie just said, because I understand his feelings just like nobody else. And what I say that we actually don't need to act like everybody owes us something. But if you refer to the history, please refer to the real facts. Trump was in 18, and Crimean Peninsula was annexed in 14, and nothing was done.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, actually. Well, the whole thing started with the Obama's administration concept of red lines. First, they had one in Syria, which Bashar al-Assad violated and used chemical weapons against his own people, and they did nothing. And also, they had a red line when it comes to Ukraine. And then, in order to try to hoodwink the West, I'm afraid to say, I mean, I'm an analyst, so I have to be neutral. Putin actually successfully deployed one of the best hybrid warfare operations ever conceived, which is sending in special operation forces troops without insignia to capture a peninsula and then play the whole stupid game of sham referendums and then activate his subversion networks in the Donbass. It's criminal. And it was the first time, even though NATO centers of excellence that are more, better versed than me in history and studying the future of warfare and the adaptations of new strategies and new tactics, were actually caught on the back foot, faced with the deployment of a concept that they were still theorizing on and trying to better understand and trying to develop a playbook to field and to counter. But you're absolutely right, Scruff. I'm not. It's absolutely right.
And regarding those training of Ukrainian soldiers, I was a participant of those trainings. It was sea breeze. It was sea breeze. It was year in summer. Usually it happened in summer. Sea breeze, when U.S. sent a battalion, Georgia sent a battalion, Moldova sent a battalion, somebody else sent a battalion, Ukraine sent a battalion, and we all were informed that, wow, huge trainings just at the moment in Ukraine. It's not true, It's not true. I saw it on my own eyes. I was a witness of these trainings. I was a participant of these trainings, and this is nothing. This is nothing to train one battalion per year when you are preparing for a big war. This is kind of, I don't know, demonstration games, something like this. Olympic games. These are no real trainings. And
I understand. I totally understand, because the second part of fielding hybrid warfare against the West was basically making sure that Trump wins the election. And when Trump won the election, the European Union and Europe was basically left without the United States to lead, because Trump was so fixated on that idea that he should withdraw from NATO and that European countries should fulfill their commitments to NATO and start spending 2% of their GDP on defense. Because guess what? The people who were voting officials into office were worried about other issues than defense. They wanted cheaper this, they wanted cheaper that, they wanted more public spending on this, they wanted more public spending on that. It was the people of the countries who elected certain officials and voted for certain parties and brought them into power, because their priorities were not, sadly, their priorities were not defense. Their priorities were not Ukraine. Why? Because the lessons from previous conflicts and the lessons from the previous milestones in history, and even the lessons of the previous two world wars, were lost on this generation.
They were lost. They were absolutely forgotten. They were, and everyone should take a look, take an attention at that, how different were mottos regarding World War II. The motto of World War II in the whole world is never again, right? The motto of World War II in Russia is, if you want, we can do it again. Even such a small thing like this, and those I'm not even telling about annexing Crimea Peninsula and taking off the Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast. Everybody should take a look at this as well. Just not to be blind, just to realize that it will happen. It is dangerous. Nobody thinks, I think that nobody on cemetery, which is on cemetery because of a car accident, no one of them thought that he will die because of car accident, right? The same thing, absolutely same thing about the war in Ukraine. First people who realized that they were in Donetsk and Lugansk. They never thought that something like this will happen. They never thought that somebody that goddamn monkeys with AK-47s. It was like this. It was not. They were given weapons to alcoholics, to homeless idiots, and they were just robbing people. Tell me, please, where are all uh, mm, uh, car big car stores in Donetsk and Lugansk? Nobody knows. There were hundreds of cars. They were just stolen and brought to Russia. And I'm not even talking about how they robbed people. I already told the story about a taxi driver from Lugansk, which told me how they saved their car not to be robbed when it was still when it was still available. I even know the story when people trying to prevent robbing the car. Uh, they made a hole for it. They made a kind of bury. They buried it on the underground. The same thing about anything. Do you know the motto of of Soviet Union in the very beginning?
The model car? You mean the Lada?
Motto. I mean motto.
Oh, the motto: bread and peace.
Ha! Not.
Okay.
No. Bread and peace. It was one of them, but the very first one was, who is nothing will become everything. And it happened. It happened in Soviet Union. And it happened the same, absolutely same thing happened in Lugansk and Donetsk. Look at those leaders. Look at those leaders. Some of them are disappeared already, and one of them is still alive, to my knowledge. He's former. He's former chief of a group, MMM, which is just a finance pyramid. They were just stealing the money.
So I think, Scruff, you're talking about a Soviet and also a Russian technique of just raising up criminals who we might regard as nothing and making them something, putting them in charge of these fake people's republics in Ukraine or in Georgia, Chechnya, Moldova, etc.
I actually, sorry for interruption. I actually came into the air very briefly. I just heard pretty emotional, but pretty honest and real speech of Richie. I just wanted to tell that today's release date of music video of which I made. It's made only of the shots that I managed to film on the front line, and I wouldn't say it became just like I wanted it to be. I just had no time for fixing it this way, but there are faces which I was talking about many times. Faces of ordinary guys, ordinary guys.
Can you
Which
send that? Can you send that video to me, or is it on your timeline?
I just posted it's on my timeline. It's in Twitter. I just put before I connected to the air. I posted in the Twitter in timeline.
Thanks, because I want to see it.
And take a look at those faces. I wanted those faces of ordinary guys which make extremely unordinary extremely hard and dangerous job every day, and they're not they don't say they you will not hear a word of them about complaints. They never complained. So I'm glad that those faces, though not all of them, not everything of what I filmed. I filmed on the war. I filmed just tones of videos. But regarding this release, I just wanted you to see these faces of these guys, because these are the guys who make the war. Ordinary guys which make an ordinary job.
Yeah, I understand, and if we can see them, we're reminded that they're just like us, and could we make the same decisions they've made? That's an individual challenge to each and every one of us. But one thing I wanted to say, Scruff, taking us back to 2014 and the illegal annexation of Crimea, and then the inaction of the Obama administration, that's an important thing to point out. What Obama did was appease Putin. That's what he did in 2014. Now, here we are, 9 years later. Maybe, I'm hopeful, maybe we have awakened the giant again. But the giant is different. It's not just the United States. It's the United States, Western Europe, and 20 plus other nations around the world. So if this giant has been reawakened, then we might help you get the job done in Ukraine. And there are two extremes here. The one extreme is do nothing. That's what the Obama administration did in 2014. The other extreme would have been a year ago, having NATO impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine and put NATO troops in Ukraine to fight Russia. Well, that hasn't been done, and I don't think it's being contemplated. But those are the two extremes. In between is what the West is doing now, and that's why the West can be attacked for not doing enough and doing too much, because they are someplace in the middle between these two milestones, if you get what I mean.
Between milestones?
Well, when I say between milestones, so it, I mean, think of a soccer field, a football field. There's somewhere on midfield.
You're talking about balance.
I'm talking about balance.
Mm-hmm.
Appeasement is imbalance, and a no-fly zone with NATO planes and putting NATO troops in Ukraine, that could be equally imbalanced. I don't know.
As I said before, when you go home and you are facing somebody who wants to some gangster who wants either to rob you or rape you, you have two options: run or fight. So make a choice.
I understand. M and then Meti. Or we'll just go to Meti and then circle back to M and back to you.
Oh, sorry, I was cooking. No, Scruff, 100% what you said. I totally agree with you. This was very eloquently put and very passionately put. I cannot disagree. Everything that you've just said is right. And the final choice that you're giving everyone, someone is coming to kill you, to take your country, to rape your women and children, to tweet in English and in German on Twitter, a privately owned company by a billionaire, saying that Ukraine doesn't need to exist and the world doesn't need Ukraine, and we will do this and we will do that, and just get away with it. Yeah, absolutely. They have to be fought until the very last soldier is either killed or kicked out of Ukraine. And even afterwards, that's not enough. They need to pay for what they had done, and they need to be treated like the pariah they are. Absolutely.
So Betty, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Well, Scruff just reminded me, of something, there's always been this, Russian mafia in Finland, taking cars from, the BMWs have been scrapped and so forth. It's always been there. It's always been there. And everybody has known who's behind it, who's stealing these cars, and they have been exported to Russia. It's just something that you've been sort of. There's been this policy that we have this Russia that is. We can negotiate with it, but it's never gonna come again. But Scrub. Thanks for reminding me. It was always like that. That they just did what they wanted to do, and that's the way they are. They're terrorists. Sorry. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Meti. Oyvind and then Nick. Oyvind.
Good evening. Some news from Norway. A Russian spy was filmed in a park and disclosed by a TV team when he was fishing for info trying to get the Norwegian hooked. What happened to former Soviet Union? They are amateurs in war and they are amateur in intelligence. I wonder, have Putin trained them himself?
I think Putin was better trained than that. Apparently, he's not a very good teacher. And this just happened today, Oyvind?
Yes, that was in Norwegian news today. They actually have expelled 15 agents from Norway.
Well, I'm glad Norway is apprehending these Russian agents. Nick, go ahead. Nick, are you with us? Well, while Nick figures out his audio situation here, I'll just ask folks to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine and Ukrainian voices. So please stick with us. Follow our fundraiser, especially the one we're doing right now for Verlaine for the Rubige Rapid Response Unit. Just go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, go to the drop down menu and choose Toys for the Boys, or go up in the nest and find the tweet about Verlaine's fundraiser. And again, tap on that drop down menu. Choose Toys for the Boys. Verlaine's wish list is also in the nest. You can see what your contributions will deliver. Thanks. So Scruff, I just watched your video on your timeline. Really appreciate your posting it. It's a great video, and as you say, it's about ordinary Ukrainian guys who are doing what they're called on to do.
Yes, and absolutely different people with absolutely different professions in normal life. Absolutely different ages, and in in terrible conditions. Just believe me, there are. It's not shown. It's not shown because of some reasons. I don't want to discuss it, but I'm happy that those you can see we were telling a lot. We were talking a lot about the mud, and there are some shots of mud, like we're trying to get the one car from using another, like when you have like a kilogram of the dirt on your shoe, and what I'm really happy about is that those faces of those guys are in final they stayed uh, in final version, in final edition version, because I did it. I didn't have a time for it. I didn't even have a time to say something like oh, I need this instead of this, or this instead of this. I can, if you want, I can put some more videos which were made uh, this period, and one of the one of my favorite ones is where we are cutting the bottle of plastic bottle of the water. We're cutting it with the knife because it's full of ice because of cold, and cutting it with the knife to get this ice to the kettler to make some tea. I can upload it.
Yeah, Scruff, upload all the videos you can. So
Oh, you, you, you will be it will be annoying.
And Nick, do we still have you?
Yeah, my app crashed before. Somebody tells me that there are currently bot attacks going on, deboosting Ukrainian accounts and deboosting Ukrainian and pro-Ukrainian accounts. This is the claim being made by a fella. I don't know exactly what that would involve, how a bot would deboost things on Twitter, but there appears to be that claim. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that.
Heather, is there anything that you want to add about this?
Oh, I didn't come up about this. I just finished watching Scruff's video. Scruff, that is very well done, and it's very beautiful. It's hard to say Faces of War are beautiful, but it is beautiful. It shows some reality, but in a soft way, and I really appreciate it. I'm gonna throw it up in the nest here so other people can watch it. But yeah, I just took a minute and watched that. It's very, very good, Scruff. Thank you so much for sharing that.
This is very soft way. Trust me, this is very soft way. This is very soft way. Someday maybe I will make something like documentary or something like this, because some episodes of these videos, for example, when guys are trying to attach the howitzer to the truck in the field just after shooting, because you need to change positions, and this is very hard job, and there are many dirty words doing this, and just what I made a video. I made a video about ground guys, because I'm actually I'm let's say I'm air guy, given my specialty. And in description of this video, I said that every drone operator, when you're going to brag with some hits, some direct hits, or good results of assaults or something like this, you should realize that if not those guys on the ground, you wouldn't be able to show anything, and you wouldn't be able to get those likes in social media. So these guys on the ground, I feel just the deepest respect to them. They are really real war makers, and they're just I cannot express all my feelings regarding them, because just I love and respect every one of them, even understanding that with 99% of them I would never be a friend before the war and after the war as well. But what they do in these conditions, with these sometimes hunger, shell hunger, or just hunger. We were talking about hunger lately, and one lady said that her heart was broken when I said that I'm ready to be hunger for 100 days, but when I know that I'm equipped to know where the enemy is, I know that ammunition is enough, and so on. But her heart is breaking. Her heart was broken. You know, it even actually in some I would say it even offended me, because you never know what it's like. You never know. Like one person said, if you want to understand what I feel and what I realize, you need to be me. It's very easy. It's very easy from over the ocean tell that not bringing hot soup breaking the heart of the woman. Oh, I'm sorry, but my heart is breaking by I don't know. I don't know. I don't have so many fingers just to count friends which died. And I don't think that they wanted soup instead of night vision systems or drones or something like this, which are, by the way, some of Fairlane toys. I would like you to advise to take attention to things like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, and then Mehdi, please.
Yeah, I got some more news about the bots. So apparently what happens is if you're a relatively prominent pro-Ukraine account, you suddenly find yourself with 10,000 extra followers. And then a little bit later, those 10,000 extra followers all report you. And Twitter support gets overwhelmed and decides that if 10,000 people are reporting you, you must have done something really bad. So if your follower count starts going up, watch out. They seem to be blocking fairly prominent or attacking fairly prominent accounts like Nexta TV and Visegrad24. So I haven't noticed anything. I don't think I'm sufficiently prominent, but the MriyaReport account might well be a candidate for this kind of attack. If you are attacked, you can block them, but if you want to go and click on block 10,000 times, good luck with that. But otherwise, Mr. Musk has assured us that there are no more bots on Twitter. So presumably this must be some other phenomenon that isn't a bot, because he's fired all the woke leftists, and there are only good, solid, competent programmers left at Twitter. So I don't understand how this can possibly be happening.
Ask Elon, Nick. Mete, and then Elizabeth, and then David.
Yeah. I just want to say, I'm not so vain, about my likes and so on. But, I'm always, when I'm posting something on Twitter, I can see, you have 20,000 shows, and from them you get, of course, more likes. But, I've been getting I haven't been in jail, so to say, Twitter jail for a while. I have been there because I'm so pro Ukraine. But now it's like, you know, I look at my shows, and it's in like you know, like Kiev News or something, and I get like, so something is going on in this world, and and it's not, I'm not vain, you know, that okay, I'm not getting the 500 likes that I usually get, and I don't get the 20K or 30K shows. It's the shows that it's like 4 shows in a very, you know, it's
By
something.
shows, do you mean the views, the sort of
Yeah,
yeah.
views.
Okay.
Yes, yeah,
It turns
views.
out that the view numbers are completely meaningless because certain of Twitter's internal interfaces count a view every time they pass your tweet on to another one of those interfaces.
Yeah, but they limit my you know, they limit my views, so
Yeah,
to say.
sometimes you will send a tweet and an hour later it will have 4 views, and sometimes you will send a tweet and 2 minutes later it will have 500 views. Those numbers are completely meaningless. In fact, even Elon has been seen complaining about them. And I suspect that what is happening is that the engineers at Twitter are scrambling to ensure that Elon sees the numbers he wants and everybody else doesn't matter. We've already seen from the dumps of the code of the site that there is literally explicit code in programming code in the site to detect tweets by Elon Musk and promote them. That's where we've got to. So, but do not just ignore your view count. It does not mean anything. A big
Yeah, I
one
get
doesn't mean a
one
lot of people have
like.
seen it, and a small one doesn't mean that nobody's seen it. It is a meaningless number. Stop looking at it. It doesn't
Yeah, but
tell you anything.
it's just funny, you know, that, you know, similar tweets that I've done get 500 likes
Yes,
or
because it's a
something, and
meaningless.
suddenly
It's a
there's one.
meaningless. It's a meaningless number. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that your tweets are getting that number of views. It is a bug. It is an incorrectly programmed number, and it means no more than the last 3 digits of your odometer on your car. It means nothing whatsoever. Do not pay attention to your
I
view count.
won't. I
Well,
won't. I'll be posting Ukraine will win and Slava Ukraine
keep doing that,
until I
but don't
die.
look at the
Until I die.
but don't look at the view count because it means nothing.
It just annoys me. It just annoys me because I know it's because I'm pro Ukraine. They will limit somehow.
No, it isn't. It isn't even that. It isn't even that. It isn't even as complex as that. It is simply massively incompetently programmed. That's all it is. They're not sitting there going, you're pro Ukraine. It would be nice if they were, then we could do something about it. It is simply bad, terrible software. And we've all kind of, since Microsoft Windows 95 went away, we've kind of got used to software that mostly works. So think about it as Windows 95. Crashes all the time, doesn't work. That's where we are. But don't worry about that number because it is as helpful as your horoscope.
There you go. As helpful as your horoscope. Who paid attention to that? Thank you, Nick.
I love that. I love that. Yeah, thanks.
If you think you can choose numbers to win the lottery from views on Twitter, try that. Or if you think your horoscope will help you, try that.
No, it's as I said, I'm not vain, but it's so funny that, you know, when you're used to get like 500 likes, and you know, and then you have one for each post. It's like, you know,
if you get 500 likes, you are a star, because if I get 2 likes, you know, I'm happy. But Mehdi, I want to move on to some additional hands.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So thank you very,
Bye.
thank you very much. Bye. Elizabeth and David. Elizabeth,
Can you hear me?
loud and clear.
I'm sorry, I had to take notes. I learned the other night that I now have to listen to all with like a pen and paper because it's like, oh my goodness, they're so brilliant. And now we've moved on to another topic. But the absolute most important thing that I must say is, of course, to Scruff, because I am the woman across the ocean. I want you to know dearly that I hear what you're saying. I want to learn from you, and I think I can learn so much from you. And I think that your beautifully kind criticism of me was spot on. You know, and that I think that's a testament to this space, that I could say what I said, and you could come back and share your response to it, and I can come back and hopefully reassure you that I am hearing what you're saying. I did not in any way intend to be disrespectful, and I know that you know that, and that's, I think, why you said that is so beautifully and kindly as you did. And with that, because I do want to learn from you, and I do absolutely believe that what you're going through is imperative for all of us to know the reality, no matter how uncomfortable it is for us in our little spaces, that whatever around the world. I don't know, I'm very touched by what you said, and I do want to hear you and listen to you, and with that, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's the most important thing we do here at MriyaReport. It's not talking, it's listening, especially when you can listen to someone like Scruff. And Scruff, I want you to hang around because I actually want to ask you some questions about the videos you shot and the equipment you used. I know kind of a narrow topic, but I'm really interested in how you shoot your videos.
Go ahead.
Well, okay, let's do that. So the video from Irpin, shot totally with a drone. The pullback is absolutely beautiful at the beginning of that video.
What exact shot do you mean?
So you are inside a destroyed apartment. You pull back out through a hole, expose the entire building, pull back past.
This is not destroyed. You mean a destroyed apartment with the T-shirts of Metallica and Slipknot on it?
Yes.
Yeah. It was in Irpin just when we liberated it, just in 2 days or so after liberation.
So did you shoot that with a drone completely?
Yeah. And with one attempt.
That's pretty impressive.
And if you look until the end, you will see that I even managed to fly between wires.
I noticed that, as a matter of fact. And so the music video, did you shoot? Is this all your footage, or is all your footage using a phone?
This is all the footage, and it's not a phone. It's a professional camera.
Well, there are some incredible shots in that music video, and so a professional camera, shoulder held. I mean,
Shoulder held, yeah. I can if you don't consider it as a advertising. I can even say a model and lenses that I use.
Oh, was it an Arian?
Arian?
ARRIAN camera or
No,
something?
no, it's Sony.
Sony. It's a good. I mean, it's a great video. And this is footage that you shot over weeks and months.
Yeah, weeks and months, and this is actually shots. They were made. Many of them were made with guys that we've been cooperating with. I mean, cooperating with fire coordination. I mean, fire correction. These are artillery guys. Artillery guys always need to for precise shooting. They always need eyes in the air, and these are guys from howitzer units, and not even one. I don't know how it is. How it is it in English when it's howitzer on the trucks, like a tank, but it's howitzer.
Yeah, it could be self-driving howitzers, or it could be howitzers on a truck. That's the right English. But I also got to say, it's a beautifully edited video, and I think maybe you agree. The film, the final product, is all about the editing.
I wouldn't consider it. The guy which edited, which made edition. He he calls me. I call him camera bro. We met on some making music video, and we were just camera partners, and he says that I'm I'm his favorite cameraman, and I say that he's my favorite editor, and I actually used to say that he's god of edition, but I would say that this is not 100% what he can do. Believe me, if only he had more time, if only we had more. You should realize that music videos, they always have some deadlines, and I tried to some of these shots were made in different places, so it's kind of I will show it like a archive shots, but I actually wanted to show more of dark reality, but the band they didn't want to impress to impress audience so much. Maybe I don't know. I just didn't have a time to argue I didn't even have a penny for what I've done.
Well, Scruff, every good filmmaker fights with his editor, and it's the fight that makes a great film. I just want to move on to one more hand, but then I want to come back to you and talk a little bit more
Yeah, okay.
about
Okay.
about video. about music video and
I
also
just
video.
uploaded the video with the Kettler, by the way.
Okay,
Oh,
we're going to
I
talk.
thought that was me. I tried to upload it. So sorry about that. Okay.
So David, go ahead, then back to Bloke, then to Scruff. David.
Hi, good morning, or good evening, rather. So there was a discussion about the callousness and unreality of the West in response to Putin and the various foreign policy adventures war adventures he embarked upon in Chechnya and in Georgia and in Syria, and then finally now. And I wanted to tell a short story about my family's experience that might shed some light onto the lateness of the realization of the danger that the current Russian government poses to the world. May I do that?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So my grandfather was a World War I veteran for the German army. He had a first-class Iron Cross award for bravery in the Middle East and on the Eastern Front in Russia. And when he was demobilized, he worked and set himself up as a proprietor of a shoe store in a beautiful tourist town on the Rhine River, northwest of Frankfurt, where he was from. And he married, and he was a leading citizen of the town. My grandfather's store was literally in front of the square at the end of the high street and at the end of the Hochstrasse. And when Hitler became prime minister, or became chancellor in 1933, a couple of months later, my grandfather's wife, my grandmother, her first cousin was a lawyer in Munich, and he was marched down the street because of his advocacy in trials for socialist people who are socialists who were arrested, or communists. And you can actually look his name up, Michael Siegel. There's an article on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum talking about him. He was dressed up with a placard around his neck and stripped to his underwear and forced to walk down the street in Munich. And there were pictures taken of him, and these pictures were smuggled out of Germany, and they were in the foreign press before the famous first boycott that happened at the beginning of April in 1933. Now, my grandfather was just doing that was, first off, a relative of his wife, a close relative. And my grandfather was sort of like, okay, that happened. I'm going to work and take care of myself. And it was a beautiful, peaceful town, and nothing was happening to him. And he kept on working, and he built a very big business, and he gave army buddies from the First World War an apartment in his building that he had bought with the money that he saved from being a traveling salesman during the 1920s. And the person who was there wrote him a beautiful letter. Oh, you're a wonderful person. This is a beautiful apartment, etc. I have a copy of the letter. My father has the original in a strong box that my grandfather made. And everything was fine for my grandfather until my grandfather's brother was expelled from my grandmother's hometown. And my grandfather was like, okay. He set up his brother with a shoe store in another nearby town and kept on working and dealing with the crisis that came up. Just, this is the crisis that I have to deal with. I'm dealing with it. And all of a sudden, on November 9th, 1938, the Nazis descended on Beaupard, my grandfather's town, and they smashed the windows of his store, and they brought him and all of the other Jewish merchants and leaders of the Jewish community down to the synagogue in Beaupard. and they had them demolish the interior of the synagogue. And once they were done doing that, they rounded them up, put them on the train to Dachau. And my grandfather was a very smart man and a very wise man and a very hardworking man. And he didn't realize what was happening until it happened to him. And he was in Dachau for 3 months. And he got out because my grandmother pledged all of his property. And he was on the last ship to go from Bremerhaven to Liverpool before the war began on August 31st, 1939. And I consider what my grandfather went through and his naivete, his faith in the goodness of the world, because he was in a peaceful place where everyone respected him and everything was normal and okay, until it wasn't, until the catastrophe happened to him. To be a very good way to think about what was happening in the world as the insanity began growing in Russia under Putin. I personally, with that history in mind, remembered when the little green men were going into Crimea after the Maidan Revolution. I remembered how scary my grandfather's life was, and I was extremely anxious that there was going to be enormous conflict as a consequence, and I knew that something had ended. Something very important had ended in the world that I lived in, that I have been an adult in. You know, I was 16 years old when the Soviet Union ended, when it collapsed in 1991, and I had my adolescence was governed by the victory of peace and universal law under international institutions, the United Nations Charter that outlawed aggressive warfare. And I went to law school with all of these in mind, and I lived in a world that what happened in 2013, what happened in 2014, what is happening now, was never going to happen again until it did. And that's what I have to say. I think a little bit more patience for the people in the West should be had, because we didn't realize what was happening until the insanity was out of the box. Thank you.
So, David, thank you very much for coming up to tell this story, and that is the exact point I wanted to discuss with you. That your grandfather didn't know what was happening until it happened, and this is the situation so many of us are in today. But so your grandfather knew what was happening when it happened on that day, when the Nazis came and smashed his store windows and took him to the synagogue with other Jews from his town and required them to destroy the synagogue. So obviously he knew then what was happening. But today, it's a gradual awareness of what's happening. What do we have to wait for?
Are you asking me what? I mean, I don't think we have to wait for anything anymore. The examples of the barbarity and aggression have been playing, for more than a year, just from this part of the conflict. Thankfully, I don't have the responsibility for making decisions. I know how I feel about the provision of unlimited munitions and monetary aid to Ukraine. I know how I feel about that. I recognize there are people who are more trained and smarter than me about how to organize a complicated military machine and maintain an economy and juggle all of the extremely sensitive requirements of international relations. I'm glad I don't have that responsibility. I just know that there is evil in the world, but waking up to that evil is it can be a shocking and gradual process that that ultimately results in a firm decision to survive and end it. And I said, my grandfather was not a stupid man, but he was an optimistic man. And he always had hope. And, there are funny stories that I can tell you about having hope. His parents, my great grandparents, the man for whom I'm named, they were living in their little town outside of Frankfurt until they were picked up and taken to Treblinka. They were protected. Everything was secure. They were overlooked. They were at peace, or they were safe until they weren't. And that's all I have to say. And I hope we we support with all our effort people who are doing the right thing in order to resist this insanity and this aggression and this barbarity.
Thank you, David. So if the process of awareness is too gradual, evil can win.
Yes. Yes, very much so. Okay. Have a good night, Alan.
Thank you very much, David, for coming up and telling that story. You're always welcome. Thank you. On to Mette and Aaron. Mette.
Thank you, David. It was very touching. Finland had the Winter War. I haven't spoken about that because it's very, very hard for me. My grandfather, my father's father, fought in the front line together with the famous Simo Häyhä. And he was very, very angry all his life. He suffered from PTSD. And at his last moments, I lived in Sweden for 10 years, so I didn't meet him until he was very bad. And I remember I came back from Sweden and met with him. And he's always been so angry about it. I was taking care of him because he was in very bad condition. But he sort of, at the last moment, he started to tell me about the Winter War and about the Russians, and he pledged me, Mette, you will never trust a Russian. Never. Promise me. He pledged me, and I haven't. And I'm very proud of that. And it's just, it's been happening for 500 years. 500 years. Same pattern. But thank you, David, for that story. I have a lot of these stories from my grandfather. He finally told me those from the front line, etc. And I haven't stepped on Russian ground ever. I haven't been to St. Petersburg. I have never visited Russia. I promised him I will never do, and I will never trust Russia. Like Ukrainians are doing now. And he shared a good bit how they are and how they fight. They don't fight right, so to say. And he pledged me never trust a Russian, and I have, and I will never trust a Russian. Thanks.
Thank you, Mette. We don't trust the Russians. But as we speak of our parents or grandparents' stories from the 1930s or earlier, if you have a European family, so from the 1920s or even from the First World War, as we speak of these memories given to us by our grandparents and parents tonight, I am absolutely certain that Ukrainians will share such memories in 50 and 70 years' time. I have no question about that. So I would like to go to Aaron and then to Bloke. Aaron.
Can you hear me, Alan? Hello?
Aaron, I think you might still be connecting. We brought you up. A few people are having connection problems. My suggestion is recycle, request again. And so I will go to Bloke and then to Sergio. Bloke.
I could hear Aaron, but there was a heavy echo. So
how about
maybe,
now? Is that better? No.
It's better.
Okay. I'll just, I was flicking through, there's someone I follow, Tumas, who's the ex-president of Estonia. I really respect him.
So I'm just going to interrupt to say, Aaron, I can't hear you, but I understand you're speaking.
Okay, I'll just be brief. So he posted, there's a Russian general, and it's a long article. I'll just pick out the bit that I thought was of relevance when we were talking about Scruff and the people that he's been working with. And I was getting a bit disturbed that the best of Ukrainians were dying. But this is, I'll speak abstractly. Let's take two countries. One country, Russia, is conducting mass mobilization. Naturally, various tough officials, children of businessmen, avoid this mobilization. All the rest remain. And with their help, they are going to achieve mass superiority on the battlefield. And another country, Ukraine, is mobilizing intelligence, the smartest people in all areas in the economy, in intelligence, in security issues, in military affairs, and so on. And I am convinced that without any mass mobilization, this collective intelligence will defeat any army of millions. Intelligence always dominates on the battlefield. So that was an ex-colonel of the Russian army that, before the special operation started, was advising Putin that it wasn't a great idea, and he has said that it's gone even worse than anyone could expect for them. But I just thought that was interesting. I'll step down.
Thank you, Aaron. I agree. The worst thing you want next to you is an idiot. So makes total sense, because idiots are a danger to themselves and everyone around them. So that fits.
We have an idiot who actually attrited almost 90 to 95% of his special forces. The Spetsnaz is no more. It might take anywhere between 4 to 10 years to rebuild them. So go figure. Welcome,
Exactly. Hey, good to, I don't think we've been on the same space for a while, and good to hear from you. I wanted to circle back to the stories we've been taught bouncing on our parents' knees. And I think I'm reminded of my mother saying, and my grandmother saying, my grandmother more particularly, who said, "Don't trust the Russians around the corner." And I remember being quite young, teenager, and saying, "Oh my God, this Russophobia. I mean, my parents, they've been through a different time. It's all better now." It was the early 90s, and I thought that with economic liberalization, I was very naive. I thought that things would change, and I think this was a collective wish that we all had, that somehow, by, I don't know what we were thinking at the time, by giving everyone McDonald's, that it sounds so silly. I'm exaggerating for effect, but that it would change the fundamental problems within the culture. And I find myself now, looking back and saying, always trust your mother. She was right. And it turns out that these things are hard to change, and it takes a generation and there was not enough time. And the only thing left is to admit the uncomfortable fact that authoritarian dictators, fascists, must be defeated. End of. You can't wish it away. They just have to be defeated. That's the only thing that works. Just like we learned in kindergarten, when that bully comes from, for your lunch, you know, uh, the only thing that works is to defeat the bully. They don't understand anything else. And we're confronted with that now. And we have, a lot of us have difficulty adapting. I had the blessing of having this taught to me, so I snapped back quickly. But a lot of people in the West are still clinging to wishful thinking. And the point is that there is no wishful thinking left. We see what's going on. There are no excuses. This evil must be defeated, and we must do everything in our power to do so. And those who do not see this or are willfully blind are immoral. You have to go for your values. The values are what see you through. At the end of the day, what matters to you and what matters to the future you want to leave your children is what counts. And there is no other way out other than to confront this and defeat it. So it took a while for the West, like to M's point earlier, when he said that it's like the West is waking up from a bad nightmare. It's almost a generational thing that there are people who have grown in prosperity and they don't want to admit that there is this sort of evil that has to be confronted. And the only way to do it is to confront it with violence, because that's the only thing they understand. So all the more reason to donate. When you see these atrocities, rage donate. We're not powerless. You want to be proud of what you did at this time, and you want to be on the side that defeated this fascism and this evil. And it's indisputable that that's what we're confronting, just like our parents taught us when we were bouncing on their knees. Those of us who were lucky enough to have them teach us those lessons. That's it.
Thank you so much, Bloke, and welcome back, Alan. Let's go to Sergey.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I wasn't going to speak until I heard Mette. Sorry if I got the name wrong. Because she reminded me of something. On the 4th of April, when Finland made me a very happy guy when it joined officially NATO. When I was watching live the broadcast of the Finnish flag going up the flagpole in Brussels, I made a toast with some port wine, thinking of a woman, and a wonderful woman I knew over 20 years ago in Finland at I think my second visit to Finland at the time. And a woman I've never forgotten, as you can see. She was a tour guide when I went to a beautiful area in central, let's put it this way, Finland, called North Karelia. I was basically based in Joensuu, but then there was a social program that included a tour of Lake Piilinen. And I think for people in Finland, I think they can explain far better than me the historical importance of the lake. And she was the tour guide on the day. And at some stage, and this, just quickly to describe, she was a very tall woman, beautiful white hair, very neatly arranged, stocky woman, like she would deck you with a single punch, dressed in traditional clothing, right? And at some stage during the tour of the lake, I got talking to her one-to-one. And one of the things that came across very quickly was the hatred, it's the right word, hatred, she had towards the Russians. Because the ancestral home was in today's Russia, lost in the war in the 1930s, and the whole strand of the family was effectively lost to the Russian side. And to the point that was made before, the West got with its pants down, because quite frankly, it forgot what it meant to have Russia at the other side of the curtain. But countries like Finland, countries like the ones in Eastern Europe, they had a very, very recent reminder of what that meant. And I think if anything good is coming out of all this tragedy in Ukraine, is that the West is finally awakening to what needs to be done. And even then, it's not going to be easy. But I think in 10, 20, probably 30 years' time, we're going to look back at this period of time now as the changing point in all of this. And we had this discussion a few days ago about China, but I think this one is going to be key, certainly in Europe. That's all for me.
Thank you so much, Sergey, and thank you so much for Sergio, sorry, and for all our listeners. We're so happy to share all of you sharing your own stories of freedom, which remind us that tomorrow we're going to have Peter Duran on, and he will have another story of freedom for us. Here's a teaser or an idea of what it will be. It will focus on the story of, let me get the notes here. Hang on. It will focus on the Czech Legion, the legendary quest by Czech and Slovak soldiers to fight their way out of Russia and return home. And it will feature a very interesting something called a war train. So off to you, Alan.
Thanks, Em. And yes, you don't want to miss Peter Duran's Stories of Freedom on Saturday morning. As he says, make a coffee, settle in for a good story, and no one tells a story like Peter. So do that tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time here in the United States. That would be, let's see, approximately 5 p.m. Kyiv time. But all Peter's stories are worth listening to, and you can find them actually in the Spotify archive of MriyaReport. I would encourage you all to go there and listen to Peter Duran's Stories of Freedom every Saturday morning here at MriyaReport. Elizabeth and then Mete. Elizabeth.
Actually, that was a perfect segue because I have a technical question about if the stories that we just heard are being recorded that we can play back, because some of them are really touching and I would like to hear them again. And that's my only question. I'll drop back.
Well, the space is recorded all the time. And sometimes we do segment such stories out, record them, archive them on Spotify. And Elizabeth, I'll let you know if we are doing that tonight. Mede, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just thank you, Sergio, for your kind words, and that you it's my grandfather's story. I could write a book about it. I can tell his stories. I just want you to, all of you listening, when the Winter War stopped, when it was finished, they were in the front line. They've been freezing in the -40 degrees, and it was horrible. And then there were airplanes, waving. They were like, waving, and they understood that the war is over. It's something that, I hope happens very soon in Ukraine, because Russia is a brutal, terrible terrorist country, and my grandfather's just he was a tough guy, really tough guy, and never shed a tear. But when he told about that because in the front they had, at that time, they had no like radios, so it was the airplanes that were waging like back and forth, winking, and that's how they understood that the war is over. And then they sang Finlandia. It's not our national, but we are we are sort of arguing about putting John Sibelius Finlandia to be our national anthem. They were singing Finlandia there, at the front lines, and yeah. So I really hope we can see that in Ukraine very, very soon. That's all from me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mette. Just to remind listeners, and this will sound like a gloomy note, but on every day of victory, when a war is won, there's joy. That's what we see. The newsreels show it. The famous photographs show it. But on every day of victory in war, there are those who have sadness in their hearts because of who they have lost. And this is going to be true in Ukraine. It's true on every day a war ends. And this is just the way it's just the way it is. And the only thing I say that, the only reason I say that is because I know someone who had this experience when the Second World War ended. I know many people who had that experience when the Second World War ended. Elizabeth, please go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You caught me mid sip. I like to think of myself as a fairly educated person, and I love being reminded every day that I might have my little nugget to contribute, but you guys are so brilliant. Alan, I know that you will provide me with a quickie synopsis of the background of Mette's story, because I am not at all familiar with. Is this a war between? I'm going to sound so stupid and insensitive, and I'm so sorry. There was a war between Finland and Russia, and I'll step back.
There was. I'm sure Mette can tell you much more clearly than I can. It was called.
I'll just step in because it was Winter War, 39 till 41. Russia attacked Finland, and it's yeah. You can read more about it, and I can tell you about it. What I have, if you want to DM me or something. Yeah, my grandfather was in the front lines at that time.
So it was the Winter War, as Mette says. She knows better than I. From 39 to 41. Why was Russia invading Finland? It's because they had a treaty with Germany, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Treaty. With this, Russia and Germany divided Poland. And with this security, Stalin intended to expand Russian territory, just as Putin is today. It was an imperialist war, and so Stalin invaded Finland. You know, the Winter War is a famous war, not just because Finland, much like Ukraine, was a David facing a Goliath, and the Goliath was shown to be a giant with clay feet. Finland, in effect, won that war, although I believe, Mete, Finland lost territory. They lost some of Karelia, which
Yes,
is.
we gave like let's say if it's Ukraine, we would have given maybe Donbass or something, Karelia. You know, Finland's map, if you look at it, we lost one of the, we always call Finland a maiden, and we lost our left arm, so to say. We agreed, but it was 10-1 with losses for. I mean, Russia lost 10 times more Red Army than Finland. We really beat them in the forests and in the winter conditions, but in the end it was like, you know, we gave up territory, and that's I don't hope, I really hope that Ukraine doesn't need to do that the same. The Finland maiden lost the left arm. We don't want it back anymore because it's Russified, but it's Finland. If you look at it as a map, it's a maiden. It's like a girl, and we lost our left arm to Russia. That in the end of that war. Yes.
Thank you, Mete. You know, as much as we all remember the Winter War, this occurred after Russia had also, at the end of the First World War, invaded Poland. And this was after the Treaty of Versailles. Poland had become its own independent nation, something it had wished to do for hundreds of years. And the Poles defeated Russia outside Warsaw in 1920, 1921. This was actually the end of the First World War. The First World War did not end with the Treaty of Versailles. The First World War ended with Poland's defeat of Russia. It has been a violent history for 100 years in Europe.
Actually, it started. Please read Vlad the Terrible, or Ivan the Terrible. How I'm not sure what the English word for him. He was the first Tsar, and he started by torturing his pets and throwing people from the windows, and then he wanted to invade Crimea and Azov Sea. So just read about it. It's 500 years of terror repeating itself. You know, so it's just, you know, always the same with them. Never trust them. Thanks.
Thank you, Mete. 500 years of terror inflicted by Russia. And Ivan the Terrible is the name he goes by all over the world through every history book. So to Elizabeth, to Sergio, and to Scruff. Elizabeth.
So again, just as someone who fancied herself a fairly educated American woman who's had Western history through studies of American history, world history, German history, French history, Spanish history. And I am deeply saddened to learn that I have never, in all of those studies, heard of the Winter War. I absolutely have heard of Ivan the Terrible. And thank you, Mete, for sharing your stories, and for everyone who shared your personal stories. They bring back memories to me of my German teacher. She was a young girl in Germany, and we had a discussion about her experience and how did it happen. But those stories, I think, are so important and so special. I do hope we're recording them, and I guess I'll just drop back. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth. We'll send you some books about the Winter War, and you can extend your understanding of European history by reading those books. Or I could simply say, there's one book you could read that might give you lots of bricks in the empty spaces of your knowledge, and that would be Timothy Snyder's book, Bloodlands. I highly recommend it. He will fill you in on just about everything you need to know, sadly, about what is going on today. Sergio and then Scruff. Sergio.
Hi again. Just a quick one. Just in the space in the case of Finland specifically, it goes a long further than 100 years of violence. And to illustrate this, perhaps Mette can mention why. For instance, when the first time I went to Helsinki, when I was looking for a restaurant called Ostrobotnia, that's unfortunately no longer open. At some stage, I got really confused because I was looking at the street signs. Sorry, and there were two names on the plaques. And then someone explained to me that one is in Finn and the other one is in Swedish. And for instance, there are places in Western Finland where even until very recently, a few years, Swedish was the official language within Finland. So perhaps Mette can actually give you a bit of background why this is.
Okay, no problem. Ostrobotnia is there and living and kicking there. It's one of the, where the students have their, there's like the technical and the historical and so on. Ostrobotnia is one of those student places or whatever. But we've been living with Sweden. We have the map doesn't go anywhere, so we have a history with Russia on one side, and we have a history of Sweden on one side. And Gustav Vasa took and the Vikings, all the way from the 18th century. We've had Sweden sort of, but Sweden has never really, oppressed us, invaded us. They've just sort of, been so much bigger and, taking us under their wing, so to say. So I've never felt like Sweden. Sweden was made second language. It's still like in Canada, you speak English and French. So we have Finnish and Swedish. Both are, if you go to any, public, like you need to get health care or anything public, and all the street names are in Finnish and Swedish. So Swedish is our second language because we've been living with Sweden so many centuries, and there are a lot of. My mother is from Sweden, from originally 15th generation Helsinki. I'm 15th generation Helsinki born. So, but my mother's roots come from Sweden, and it's like we've been under Swedish regime, but we have never been like invaded or mistreated by Swedes. It's only been practical. That's how I see it. But Russia has always been the one who's invading, and they tried to do what they do to Ukraine. They tried to do to us. 39. We got our independence just like Ukraine. 1917. Finland in Russia was all again. We give you independence, and then 20 years later they try to invade it and reverse it. And Finland has never been, wanting to be part of Russia. We have always integrated with Sweden, but Russia just can't help themselves about this invading their neighbors, and they are so brutal, and the ways they do it is still exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mette. So there's a little bit of history for our listeners tonight. You can look at the wars Russia has started in the last 20 or 30 years. Moldova, dividing nation against nation, like Armenia and Azerbaijan. So this is a Russian trait, a Russian tendency for 100 years. So just a little bit of a history lesson, and someday here at MriyaReport, we will post a reading list. I'm sure we'll all argue about it before we post it. Scruff, and then Lee. Scruff, go ahead.
Maddie, if you're still here, just wanted to tell you that you are absolutely right regarding what happened back in 1939 when small Finland decided to lose some territory, but to remain independent. And Karelia, which you've lost, by the way, is the place where my mother was born. When my grandpa was demobilized from Red Army, he was sent to Russian Finland guard, border guard, and my mother was born there, and her certificate of birth, it's in two languages. It's in Finnish and in Russian. And you are absolutely right that it's not for sure that we need to get Eastern territories back, all of them. But at this moment, given many of reasons, it became kind of principal thing.
Sorry, I'm just without putting my hand up, I'm commenting this. Yes, Karelia was a dear part of Finland. It's just been so long that it's been so Russified, and I think Finland doesn't want any Russified, but there are a lot of families of Finnish people who still are there, and they would be always welcome. But that was kind of the price, but we kicked them ass. Finland won Russia 10-1 when it comes to losses, and they couldn't take up us. But Karelia at that time was fully Finnish. But think about it's almost 100 years, and it's all Russified, and I don't think
Absolutely right.
I
Absolutely
don't
right.
think Finland wants the uh, I don't think Finland wants the area back, even it was our left arm, which is it's like Donbass to to Ukraine, but that's what we gave up at that moment, even if we were kicking their asses. But the people who feel their roots in Finland, we have always love for them, of course. It's like in Ukraine, I so feel Ukraine in this situation. It's hard. It's hard for those people who sort of are left in the occupied territories, and that's sort of what Karelia has become. And some of them feel themselves like Finns, but it's almost hundreds years, so it's very difficult. But we don't really. I don't think Well, we are very strong militarily, and we have a grudge about Russia, and everybody saying now so you should just take it back. And I am sure we could do it, but we don't want it anymore. It's like polluted uh, country after they've been in the Russian regime. We don't want anything to do with Russia. We
Yeah.
just want some distance from them. But I know there are people who still feel like they are Finnish. And
Mete,
Yes,
I'm go ahead, Scruff.
uh, uh, yes, you're absolutely right. Finland just decided to give something away for independence, and absolutely right. It's almost 100 years, and it russified, and you do not need it. Sometimes, frankly saying, sometimes I feel the same about Crimea, because mm, when I look at this from for example military point of view, I realize that we're gonna have mm, big losses for taking Venezuela, which is full of uh, uh, unloyal people.
So Scruff, you know, uh, from what I've seen, Ukrainian people are not in favor of ceding any land whatsoever to Russia in exchange for the end of a war, of this war.
Yes, absolutely right. Because now it became a principle. So now we want just our what everything we had in the 1991. This is principle thing. We want to kick off all of those pigs out of all of our land. That's principle. But I totally understand what Finland made. And by the way, many if you didn't know, but I'm sure I'm sure you knew. That famous so-called line of Mannerheim in Finland, which Russia could not break through. Did you know that Mannerheim was an officer of Russian Empire?
I know all the my history sort of, but Mother Game, I'm not sure what that was. It was the final battle was in eastern Finland, and the Russian tanks, like now, they froze, and they couldn't do the logistics. So Finland sort of won the war in its way.
Yes,
It's
because General Pershing said that uh, infantry wins the battles, logistics wins the wars.
wars, exactly.
Yes,
And that's
exactly
how it
right.
went, and that's how I
Yes,
hope it's going.
yes.
But Crimea, Ukraine can never give up Crimea. That's just because it's the seashore, and all the business goes from there, and it's their land. That's my point. But Russia can be
Uh
defeated. We have shown
yes.
it.
I just tried to express it from military point of view, because this is place very hard to get in without huge losses.
Yeah, so Scruff, it is hard to
And
invade
and,
Crimea.
and
You're completely right about that. But Crimea can also be cut off from Russia, and then Russia can't keep it. They can't defend it. And just a note to our listeners: if you don't know about Karelia, and Mehdi, you can correct me, but Karelia, which used to be part of Finland, roughly stretches north of St. Petersburg, up along the Finnish border between the current Finnish border between Finland and Russia, all the way up to the Arctic Sea. That's
Yes,
roughly.
you can look at the Finnish map, and it's like there's a head and a right hand and a dress, and you can figure out a left hand. So that's what we gave up in the war.
And that's why Finland is a maiden. And
Yes,
they're as inspiring as the Ukrainian national anthem is, and up in the nest you can hear Verlaine sing it. Finlandia, which was composed by Sibelius, also was an inspiring national anthem.
yes,
And
it's our sort of. There is this. It's a long version also. It's a total opera, but there's this section which is mostly instrumental, but there are there are words, and there are. I can put it on if anyone's interested. I can put it onto the thread, but it's such a beautiful song, and I remember my grandfather telling that they knew that it was over when the planes sort of winked, and then they started singing it in the front lines. Yeah.
Alan, if you don't mind, I just saw many questions under the video. Um, what does it say? I mean, words, lyrics. Actually, these are no lyrics. Uh,
Yes, there's the lyrics.
lead singer in this song, of this video that I posted. He reads. He's reading letters of Ukrainians which worked at
Okay, that's
or
something.
at Arctic stations in Arctic, and then war began, they came to Ukraine to join the army, and another part is their letters from messages. Okay, their messages from the front line, and they are pretty the same with what they were writing from the Arctic.
Thank you, Scruff, for explaining that. And this is a tweet up in the nest. I just, Scruff, I want to go to a few more hands to Lee, who's been very patient, then to Bloke, then to the professor. Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, it's actually Lie Sniper, but never mind. I just wanted to thank and appreciate Meta's contribution and what she has. Listen to her, and she knows what she's talking about. And also, the parent of my girlfriend lived and actually came from Korea, and they were forced to leave the area when the Russians roll in, and there are a whole lot of people in Finland who are either being deported or, well, rescued from that area, or whose parents have came from there. And Mete is absolutely right. Finland has no ambitions to get these areas back. It's they have been devastated, and the parents of my girlfriend have visited Russia actually, and they have seen where they came from. There's nothing left. It's basically Russia has, well, okay, liberated the area by destroying everything. It's just devastated area at the moment, and if Finland would take it back, it would be a huge need for investment. So there's absolutely no interest in Finland to get those areas back. And I raised my hand to say that someone claimed that the Ostrobotnia would have been closed. No, absolutely not. I live like 100 meters away from that this venue, let's say so. If you hit in your web browser botta.fi, then you see that it's alive and kicking. There's a good beer bar, there's like a event venue, and there's Manala, an excellent restaurant, best pizza you can get in Helsinki. So, well, that was also this Ostrobotnia was the place where the Finnish Jäger movement was initiated originally. So it's a very, very traditional place, and it's absolutely alive and kicking. And if you ever visit Helsinki, then pick one of the sort of how to say, restaurants or bars or whatever they have, then you have a good time. But I just wanted to appreciate what Mette has said, that please listen to her. She makes absolute sense completely. And what the Finns did in the Winter War was really like 1 to 10 defense. And after the war, it came sort of known that the Finns were absolutely out of ammunition. That if the war had sort of gone on like 1 month longer, Finland would have been lost. So it was the Finns fought to the last round and the last man and so on. But the losses on the Russian side were like substantial. And the Finns, and I really hope that the Ukrainians would, I hope they would, of course, I hope there will be no casualties on the Ukrainian side, but I think the Finnish Winter War please Google it, would be an example that you are able to defeat an enemy, an invading enemy, which has substantial like advantage in manpower. But if you know what you're doing, you can still defeat them. And I'm absolutely certain it's just a question of time when Russia has to admit that they had made a horrific, absolutely unprecedented mistake in even trying to invade any part of Ukraine. And I surely hoped that the end result would not be as in the Winter War, where Finland had to give up part of its territory, but that Ukraine will gain all the areas which are within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava.
Heroam Slava.
Thank you for those words. Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava, Mete. Bloke, go ahead.
Live Sniper took the words right out of my mouth, and that's exactly what I wanted to say. Scruff, look, Finland had, the West had problems during World War II, bigger problems than just defending themselves. They were not able to help as much as they wanted to, but we can help you. And whatever compromises you think that you might decide are necessary in the future are up to Ukrainians to decide. You have our unconditional support. This is for Ukraine to decide what they want to do. Right now, I can tell you that you are in a better position than Finland was during World War II. You are kicking their asses already. Ukraine, I don't know what to say, Scruff. I'm so sorry this has happened to you, and I'm so sorry that we're neglectful in the West, and we didn't offer enough support early enough. But we're trying, and we will support you, and we are in a better position to support you than we were in Finland during World War II. And it'll be up to you to decide, you and all your fellow citizens, to decide what you want to do, but you have our support. And right now, you have our weapons. We will give you our weapons, our money. You decide what you want to do. You win. You kick their asses out of your territory, and Godspeed. And if you decide that Crimea isn't worth it, it's your decision only, no one else's, and we will support you 100%. That's the only thing I want to say, and you will win, because what's going to happen when you take Berdyansk? The Russians, what are they going to do with their stupid Black Sea fleet? In Berdyansk, when you've got HIMARS, right? They're going to go home.
Why the hell we need Bryansk for?
That's an internal politics I don't want to get involved in. You guys sort that out afterwards when you're all friends, But you just win, and we're here to support you. And no matter what Ukraine decides to do, we're only here to do our job. Our job is to support you, to donate. And there are a number of donations. We support MriyaAid. We support Verlane's. Verlane is doing a drive now for a particular unit. We support you, Scruff. We just want Ukraine to win and to gain back their territory, to live in peace, because the only way we can achieve peace here is through Ukrainian victory. We cannot kick this can down the road any farther. We've tried that. It didn't work. We've woken up slowly, still rubbing our eyes, trying to get the sleep out of our eyes. But we realize it now. And you can decide what you want to do. And we're here merely to support you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava.
Aroam Slava. Scruff, how did I say that? Is my pronunciation getting better?
Today, yesterday it was better.
Well, if it was better yesterday, it means you need to be here more often, so you can help me.
I cannot afford to be here so often. I'm too often at all. Believe me, it's very often. It's just a kind of miracle that I can join you so often. But I can I don't know I can I can record your voice message for you to train. Slava Ukraini, Героям Slava. At least. When I'll be not well, I'll be not around. And what else?
No,
I want something to say,
Scruff,
but I forgot.
Scruff, I need those voice messages so I can practice. Slava Ukraini, Aroam Slava. Am I getting better?
It only took a couple of months to get you to say Maria, right? And even that's from my pronunciation.
Okay,
This is true, bloke.
I'm coming. I will try to calm you down. If you think of that, this is already good news. I mean about Slava Ukraini, Героям Slava. And as for decision regarding what to do, referring to previous
Kick their
speaker.
asses first, and then you get to decide.
Well,
Just
we
kick their asses.
we are on it. we do it every day. We do it every day, but you know, you should realize that every victory has a price, and this price is lives. And if I had a choice to lose many Ukrainians, but to get Crimea, for example, I would choose to forget about this peninsula.
Okay, I want to point something out here, just to make it really super clear. Look where your heart is at. Ukrainians value their fellow citizens. Look at where your heart's coming from. That's more important for you. You know who you're facing? You're facing an enemy who doesn't give a shit about their own citizens. You're
Yeah.
facing an enemy who's an authoritarian dictator who just like sends people into a meat grinder and doesn't give a shit. And they know they don't give a shit. They're nihilists, and that's why you will win.
But yes, okay, go on.
Because you value the things that are important. That is why your independence is so important. And that's why we support you. We're not supporting you because, like we're playing a chess game. We're supporting you here because of your values. Look at what you just said. You just said that you value your fellow citizens more than, some place on a map, right? It's your values that are going to make you win. And that's a beautiful thing, Scruff. Like, enough respect. Enough respect. That's why we're here.
Yeah, thank you. But regarding Crimea, I just do realize that battle for Crimea is going to be the goddamn hell bloody.
Don't worry about it. They're already leaving.
They this is a symbol for them. This is a symbol for this regime. This is a symbol for getting back the empire. And besides, if you look
Yeah,
at
just leave the empire, leave their empire dreams to the rest of the world, because that's not going to happen. Ukraine, as you win, okay, they're going to realize that Crimea becomes untenable. They will not be able to hold on to it, and that's why, bluntly, I think, I predict this. I'll go on the record for saying it. Quote me on this. Record it if you want. They're just going to pack up and leave because they've got no other choice. Imagine what happens when Mariupol is retaken and you just have to lob HIMARS and just get rid of the Black Sea Fleet. What are they going to do? They're done. They're toast. Anyway, it's for you to decide.
don't forget about the ground of Peninsula. This is territory which is very not easy to fight on.
Repeat what you said about logistics earlier.
Yes. We need to, first of all, we need to destroy their logistics. But if you know the history of Crimea defense by Soviet Union in 1941, 1942, the Soviet headquarters, they decided to evacuate troops from there, but they evacuated only high officers by submarine, and about 40,000 people has been left in Crimea. And what did they do? They just hide it in quarries. You know what quarries like?
Yeah, I get it. I get
quarries. Аджимушкайские каменоломни. Аджимушкай. Quarries of Аджимушкай. And fights around them, they were like they were still going within like 3 years or so. So all those people, they were just hiding underground, and they were I know some stories for about these quarries fights when they had firearms for water, because they needed to get some water inside. And Germans, they spent the whole bunch of bombs, of gas, of everything, just to get them out of it. And I've been there in 2008, And imagine, just imagine, in 2008, still not everybody of fighters of those quarries were found and buried. And I saw on my own eyes, I saw a piece of spine when I was walking and out around those quarries. I saw the piece of spine. There were there were bones and so on. And some people said, you guys better not go there because there are some remains of dead people since 40s. Imagine.
Well, all I can say is that it's up to you. But you will blow up that bridge when you come to it, and by that I mean the
I'm
Cribs
just
Bridge. Yeah.
trying. I'm just I had a conversation with young soldiers after another rocket attack to Ukraine, that we should fight back. I mean, to make rocket attacks to Russia. Just terrorist attacks like they do, just to bomb the houses and so on. And I said, why do you think we need it? Why the hell? What the hell for? Because and the answer was, because FMO. But if you turn on your brain, you should realize that in case you are doing such a thing, you are starting to face a motivated enemy, an enemy who lost his wife, his brother, his someone, his relative, who lost something. So if we are talking about Crimea, Crimea became something kind of this. Within these years, even not telling about a symbol, that it was a symbol of recovering the empire. Crimea actually, it was pretty pro-Russian. We should admit it. And what I see is that they will just can do the same. They will leave a whole bunch of troops out there to fight, and they are not going to surrender. And why? Do you know why then they will not surrender? The reason why they will not be surrendering is that why German families were leaving their houses so fast that even the food on the kitchen was still hot when Soviets came in. because they realized that after so much of crimes, so much of massacres, so much of terrorism on the territory of incoming enemy, they will just have no choice.
Well, Scruff, you know, anyone that Russia leaves behind in Crimea will be cut off from food and cut off from water. There won't be anything they can do. But Scruff, I know it's getting late for you. I have a few more hands up. I hope you can stay for a few more minutes.
If you need it, I will. I actually was going to get some rest, but if you need it, I will.
No, Scruff, I think the most important thing is for you to get rest. It is what? It's the sun is almost coming up in Ukraine. It must be 5:30 a.m. possibly 4:30.
No,
4:30.
Yeah.
It's almost 5 a.m. in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you have some things to do today, so please feel free to get some rest. And I'm just going to go to Mede, to Professor Obert, and then to Dryden.
Thank you for everything you've done tonight, Scruff. Thank you for all the videos you posted, everything you've done, and Slava Ukraini. Get a good night's sleep, and you know, we've got your back, man. Like I just want to say thank you.
Herom Slava.
I just want to say before you leave that, you know, Crimea is your port to the world. It's port to the world, and your beach party place, and it's so easy to win, you know, just by getting the Kerch bridge and the land bridge, and for Ukraine doesn't have to fight for it anymore after that. They just need to, you know, leave them be, and they can starve there. You know, just let them starve there, and that's it.
Your reason about partying beaches is yes, it's unbeatable. Okay. Okay.
I swear, man, I'm
Just,
gonna
you
buy
know,
you a beer
just get
on
cut
the
the
bridge.
church bridge and the land bridge and let them starve there for a while, and then we can all go there and party. So you know, just take care of the other fronts. And I'm worried about Melitopol, and I'm really worried about Mariupol because of the civilians there. Krim is just pro-Russia people. They're planted there, but Ukraine, you need Crimea. So, but just to cut the land bridge, cut the Kerch bridge, and let them be there in the island for a while. And I think they're going to swim away. So you don't have to fight it. You don't need to fight it. It's just that, and then you know, it's the worry. What worries me is Melitopol. What I hear from partisans. And in Mariupol, I'm almost giving up because it's so desperate. It's going to be so heartbreaking. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of corpses, and the little people that they've been writing on the roofs. We want to live on paint and things like this. So it's going to be heartbreaking. It's going to be heartbreaking, but those are the towns I would, you know, want to liberate as if I was Ukrainian forces. I would like to liberate those towns. So, but you know, Crimea, just, you know, cut the land, let them swim at home, you know, but you need Crimea because it's your port, it's your access to the sea. It's like, you know, and it's also the pride of Putin just for
We have ports. It's our land. That's it.
it is that's what I'm saying. You can't give up Crimea. It's just
I'm not saying that we are going to give up Crimea. I'm just trying to explain
it's hard work, but
consequences.
just cut the fucking bridge again, and the land bridge. Go to Belgorod or somewhere, and just cut the both bridges, so they are in the pouch, and they
I
can then think about
Medi,
something.
Medi, I agree with you. Let the Russians
Okay, thank you.
let the Russians swim. Give them
Yes,
water.
let them swim out of there. They understand that both bridges are out, and then what now? What am I going to do?
Right.
And yeah,
That's why I say give the Russians water wings. Let them swim through the Black Sea. So, Medi,
yeah. Thank
Medi,
you. Bye.
thank you, Medi. Scruff, just on to Professor and then Dryfly. Professor? Professor, if you're not here, let me know. So we'll come back to you, Professor. Dryfly.
Hi. I just wanted to add one comment to the discussion about Crimea and how tough it'll be. I agree with Scruff in that if the Russian state is strong still at that time, they will probably make it a tough fight. The wild card is by the time Ukraine gets to the gates of Crimea, the Russian state as we know it may be in a very, very weaker position. I don't see how Putin and the Kremlin can take a major defeat just getting to the point where Crimea is in play and survive politically. And without the state being strong, that's going to change a whole lot of things about what they can do and can't do. So while I appreciate Scruff's candor, I think he's 100% right to have that candor and to have that in the back of his mind and to not be locked onto it at any cost. In other words, there are costs. I agree with him. Lives are more valuable than dirt, especially over the centuries where you can sometimes get dirt back. But the thing that we need to remember is that Russia is potentially going to be in a very, very weak position in 6 months, a year, 2 years, whenever that decision has to be made. So we don't have to make it now. Like you said, win this offensive, push it, make it happen, conquer the territories you can conquer that have been, taken away, and try to see what's behind that line, whether it's Mariupol and Mariupol and Melitopol. How bad is the situation? By the time you get to Crimea, the world could be a very, very different world. Very different world. Putin may not even be alive by then. And not because he got sick and died, but because people have just, in his own organization, his own government, are sick of him. So we don't have to make that decision tonight. And I'll listen.
You're right, Dryfly. We don't have to make that decision tonight. And such a decision cannot be made on MriyaReport, of course. It can only be made in Ukraine by Ukrainians. But one thing I will say, I saw that Prigozhin was calling for an end to this war, or he called it the special military operation, because I guess he doesn't want to get thrown into jail. Because of course,
I think that's already happened. I think he's actually screwed right now. But
well, he served his time before, but he could be screwed. Dryfly?
There's been a lot of rumbling out of Russia. That was why, when I was listening, that was the first thought that came to my mind is the world that we know now very, very likely is not going to be the world we're going to see when Ukrainian forces are at the gates of Crimea. That was my whole point. And I agree 100%. We aren't going to make the decision. When I say we, I mean the world. The world isn't going to necessarily let Russia get away with some of the things they're getting away with. and they may be a much, much weaker situation than they are now. I mean, they could have, I'm not saying they're going to break up, but for practical purposes, they could certainly be on the edge of it, and they might break up. You know, I've mentioned many, many times on this place, people need to review the Kerensky offensive. You know, what happened in World War I. The Kerensky offensive was successful at first, but when the counterattack occurred, the Russian state collapsed because it was such a colossal loss. You know, the losses. We could easily see the same kind of a thing happen. You know, after all the losses they've had trying to take Adivka and Bakhmut and Volodar, all those places, they've had so many losses. When the counteroffensive occurs, it may not just be the army that falls; it could be the state. So we don't need to make decisions now based on a situation that could be radically different then. And I will listen.
Thanks, Dryfly.
You should realize, I'm sorry, you should realize that in Bakhmut, in Vuhledar, and so on, all those people, all those Russian meat that died there, they were taken there without knowing what actually they are fighting for. In situation with Crimea, the situation with Crimea is going to be different. They will consider it as a fighting for something what belongs to them. That's the difference, and that's what I was talking about to younger soldiers when I was explaining that if you are facing a motivated enemy, even if you are motivated, you are already not that strong, and he is already not that weak. And situation with Crimea is going to be hard. And you are absolutely right, saying that if we take Crimea, it will mean that current regime of Russia is done. It's just done. And about hard situation and about how weak Russia is now, Hitler was very weak when firearms and shelling was just in 100 meters from his bunker. But battle for Berlin remained for months, and the cost of taking the Berlin was 500,000 soldiers. I'm not. I don't I don't agree to lose even 500 of Ukrainians for taking Crimea. I'm sorry. Again, yes, you're right. We are not making decision here. This is just my opinion. And this is kind of values. We do not consider people as a meat. I don't perceive any soldier as just as a piece of meat, just a piece of nothing. They do not care about people. We should not repeat their way. And when we go, not if we go, I'm sure that when we go there, it's gonna be hot.
It will be hard, but it will be manageable and it will be doable. And I have every faith in the Ukrainian high command to make the right decisions to reduce casualties and to make sure to inflict as much damage and as many casualties as possible to Russian hardware and Russian troops. With that said, we would like to thank you, everyone, for being with us tonight. We would like to thank you for sharing your stories of freedom, for the discussions, for the questions, for the mention of TikTok videos and mysterious Russian fuel tanks running up and down British neighborhoods, but that's a different story. Heather and will be taking over. Thank you so much, Alan, for being with me tonight. And thank you so much, Scruff Bloke. Thank you so much for stopping and lending a helping hand and all the comments and the statements. We will resume the hand order as soon as we get our colleagues to replace us. And off to you, Ellen, and good night, everyone. It's almost 4 a.m. in Cairo. See you all soon when I see you. And thank you again, Scruff, Bloke, Alan, Dryfly, Mitty, Elizabeth, all our listeners and all our speakers. And good night, everyone.
Thank you very much, Em. You really saved me tonight. Love being up here with you. And get some rest. Have a great day tomorrow. We do have a couple more hands. Dryfly, your hand was up. You put it down. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I was just going to say is that I agree with everything Scruff said, and I didn't want to sound like I was arguing with him or saying he's wrong. I guess my point is that even before Crimea falls, the state that we call Russia, Russian Federation, could be complete. Could be so dysfunctional that the defense of Crimea just isn't something they can do. I'm not saying that that'll happen, but it's possible.
I completely agree, and that's what I was trying to say. I completely agree.
And then the other part about it is the Battle of Berlin was more than just. I mean, that I knew Germans who were in Berlin, and I knew actually Ukrainians who were stuck in that battle. One of my best friends, his mother, was captured in Kiev in 1941, hauled to Germany to work in slave labor camps, and was near that battle. She survived it. But was able then to go to the West and married an American. She did not want to go back to the Soviet Union. Turns out, of the 70 or so family members that she knew of, that she could write on a list, years later, she was able to find after Ukraine became free that only 2 of them survived the war. More of them were killed by Russians, by the way, than by Germans. Between the Holodomor and the Gulag, 2/3 of them died at the hands of the Russians. A third of them died at the hands of the Germans. But imagine being, to your family behind the curtain, and then you find out to your family behind the curtain, and then you find out she survived only barely through through the war. But the rest of them, most of the rest of them did. 2 of them survived. And so all I'm saying is that that battle was such a monstrosity. It was such a bloodlust. It's hard to say whether that will be what will happen in Crimea now, just because it's such a different situation. I mean, you look at the Germans in World War I; they did not fight to the last man in World War I. The front collapsed in the Western Front. The Eastern Front did not, because they had already defeated the Russians, and even taking all those resources and putting them to the Western Front still collapsed. And they were marching back to Berlin. They gave up. So we just don't know what's going to happen. It's each time there are similarities. There are things that we can draw from history, but history doesn't repeat. At best, it rhymes. There are things we can learn from it, but it isn't going to tell us what's going to happen. So all I wanted to say was that I agree with you. I agree 100% with the perspective you have on the decision your country will make going forward. It's just that we just can't know how tough that fight's going to be then, because we don't know what Russia's going to be then. And I will listen.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dryfly. As soon as Crimea is in the sights of Ukraine, Putin and Putin's regime is in big trouble. And so I'm going to have those be that'll be my final cough of the night. Those will be my final words of the night. I'm going to step down. Will come up. Thank you very much, Will. Thank you, Scruff, Mede, Dryfly, Bloke, Prince. I'm sorry I can't spend more time here with you, but I have a really early day tomorrow. So, Scruff, here's my language lesson for the night. Slava Ukraini.
Iran Slava, so I'm just going with my with
Heroem
my.
Slava.
Hello, Claude.
I'm just, we've been talking about the winter war and the way that Russia has waged these wars, and I'm absolutely about this conviction that Russia can't hold Crimea because it's the sea, it's the port to the sea, it's Ukrainians, way of life. It's the how they going to provide the greed, and it's not you know I don't know so much about Donbass and Luhansk, and these areas. There's sometimes almost they are more to the east, but I know that they want every single thing back. But Crimea should never be on the table. What they are going to lose. That's the port to the world, and that's the if nothing else, I know every Ukrainian has had vacations there, and it's their territory, and it's their access to the sea, and sea is freedom, and sea is labor, and it's import, export, etc. And I don't know how this will go, but it's going to be somehow. It has to be that Ukraine has Crimea, and I think the best way is to just pouch them in there. So
Well,
you just
Medi,
close the land bridge, close the carriage bridge and the land bridge, and let them figure for themselves
well, Medi,
for a while.
in the long run, it's totally up to Ukraine to decide what happens, and we can't make that decision
Of
for
course,
them. We can hope that they get Crimea back for many reasons. Mostly because we want to have a party. Not mostly because we want to have a party there. I'm just kidding as far as that's concerned. Um,
but you can't deny that a lot of like U.S. Uh, mostly
but
are sort of saying that you should give up Crimea,
yeah,
and
no,
that's
no, no, no,
that's
no,
the
no. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes as far as what America is saying. I see reporting about it, but I have not specifically, talked to anybody that has said that. In the long run, it is up to Ukraine to decide what happens with Crimea.
of
And
course,
yeah,
of course.
yes, and so that's what.
But but I think it would be perfect if they just pouch them and had to swim ashore.
Yeah. So
Sorry,
it's
but I'm not. I don't want to leech any, but I really think everyone should support Ukraine keeping
well,
Crimea. many more than the other.
It's not for
other.
it's not for us to decide. What is up
No, I know.
to us to decide is to support Ukraine in whatever they decide. That is,
Of course.
yeah. So I'm curious to hear what Lie Sniper has to say. So let's go to Lie Sniper.
Yeah, for once in my life, I just want to disagree with Meta, because the point is not how important Crimea is for Ukraine regarding port to the world and whatever. It's just simply that it is within the internationally acknowledged borders of Ukraine. Period. There's no discussion about it. So basically, it would be important for Russia as well, of course, but that's not the point. The point is just that there are internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, and Crimea is within these borders. Period. That's the that's it. Basically, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks. Sorry, metaphor to sort of attack your arguments, but that's how I see it. Thanks.
Thank you, Lie Sniper. And yeah, it is in the internationally recognized borders. And, I've said repeatedly, Crimea is Ukraine. And, in my personal opinion, is one thing. And as far as international borders are concerned, Crimea is Ukraine. In the long run, what happens is up to is totally up to Ukraine. It's up to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people. And as far as United States statements about it, I think President Biden has been rather clear when he has said nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And I think this is the kind of thing that would apply to that. William, how are you this evening? How is things in the penal colony?
Well, Scruff and hello Prince and Bloke and all you folks that think you've got it tough. It was cold enough this morning I had to put socks on. So, try to think of us in the workers' paradise here. But yes, going quite well. Interesting to hear the stories earlier today from all the different speakers on Finland and everything. And I'll just add to what Scruff said. The issue of Crimea has become a matter of principle for Ukraine, and the people who are fighting the war, obviously, like Scruff, are reasonably questioning whether or not the damage required to be taken in order to take it back is going to be reasonable. But as Dryfly and Bloke said, I still see. I'm no military expert, but I see a couple of different ways that not a shot will need to be fired in Crimea in order for them to take it back. But as you said, Prince, Crimea, the situation of Crimea is for Ukraine's decision to make, following us all helping them drive Russia from their territory. And when that's complete, as I've been writing since the April last year, then I'm happy to support Ukraine in any of the decisions that they want to make, regardless of whether or not we agree with them or not. That'd be my take. And I'm a little bit behind on the news, Prince, because I'm lazy as because I'm going to co-host with Prince, and Prince is always all over it. So I need not be. So I'm a lazy bastard.
That is not funny. That is so not funny. Because I actually I did not sleep well, and I took a 4-hour nap today. So yeah, I do have news. Of course, I don't focus on the military news. I just focus on what is the news. But I think on military things, something interesting happened yesterday that I don't know how much it's been talked about. But you know, with the leopards, what we saw was free the leopards, free the leopards, free the leopards, free the leopards. We saw that forever and ever and ever. And all we needed was for Germany to give the okay. That's all it was needed. And it took forever for that to happen. Yesterday, we saw an example of how fast Germany could approve a re export license. Because what happened yesterday with some MiG 29s that Poland has is that in the morning, um, there was talk about them needing to get this re-export license, and then they submitted the re-export license, and before you knew it, all within a day from requesting the re-export license to it being approved, so that now Poland can send those MiG-29s to Ukraine. So when Germany wants to move fast, they can, was, I think, what I saw proved through that yesterday. Go ahead, Bloke. I'm sure you have some input on this.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Jessica Berlin, who has spoken on this space and should take a bow. She can't hear this conversation, but she was a tireless advocate for freeing the leopards in Germany. She is, a tireless pro-Ukraine advocate in Germany, and she had a lot to do with this. So shout out to her. Um, People say that, well, the wheels of government are really big and people don't make a difference. But this is an example of someone who made a huge difference. And I think Jessica Berlin deserves a lot of respect from all of us.
Yeah, I saw.
Here. I
Go ahead,
totally
Will.
agree. Yeah, I totally agree. I love her work all across the board, and this is why when issues come up, sometimes it's somebody who has access and can have a personal conversation, like the issue with the banning of Russian tennis and Belarusian tennis players from Wimbledon. If Chris and some others have said they might have a line in, and that's all it takes sometimes. Somebody who has a line into somebody in a position who can have their voice heard by somebody who's, because they know them, right? Not necessarily a trusted voice, but a familiar voice, even if they know your position on things. Normally, if you speak a line of reason to them and they recognize you, then they're not suspicious of you. You can spur some action, and that's what we've also been asking for in relation to people talking to their representatives and members of parliament or the House and Senate and everything. He's just we want to use every access point we have, and Jessica Berlin in particular, because she's known on the ground there and is a trusted source. Then even though she's got obviously got a spin on it that she wants to put, she's undeniably across the issues and speaks to the facts of the matter. And if she helped break that loose, I think that's
I think she totally broke it loose. Have you seen her on German TV? Like, she's smart as a whip, and it just completely made a difference, I think. And just really advocated for Ukraine in Germany. Just outstanding, and spent a lot of time in Ukraine as well, doing the hard work, like doing humanitarian work in Ukraine. So shout out to her for the difference she made. We can all make a difference. We don't have to be Jessica Berlin, I can try, but and my hair is not quite as good. But we can all write our representatives and make a difference. So write your MP, write your member of Congress. Just be a pain in the ass and advocate for Ukraine, and don't let them forget that this is important.
Hey, Prince, can you answer me a question on that, though? And Bloke, I read that, but I didn't delve into it deeply because I had some other stuff I had to move on to. How would Germany need to reapprove export of MiG-29s? As I recall, they don't manufacture MiG-29s.
They were they were MiG-29s that Germany sold to Poland.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so the old East German MiG-29s.
Exactly. Plus with a number of minor modifications.
Right. Thank you very much. Luca, how are you?
Good. Friday night here, so yeah, getting ready to relax. Block your hair, like your little badger hair in there. They look pretty cool to me, so don't worry about your hair. I came up because yeah, I did notice this thing about the re-export approved within 24 hours. And I want to just run this by you, see if I'm the only one. I got a kind of feeling that I was like, oh, Germany on the news. That hasn't happened in a while. And then I just, went back in time in my mind. And I think, if anything, my feeling, my intuition is significant because remember at the beginning beginning of the war, how the German government and Scholz was always like, it was always the international news, right? So it's always talking and $100 billion to the Bundeswehr and this and that and blah blah blah. And then people were like, "Oh, that's a cool guy." And then after a while, people started to be like, "Wait, this guy's just talking, but in the background, he's stopping everything." Perhaps him or as a policy of the German government. And then suddenly, when the dam broke with the Leopard. Not just they started to supply all these different things, and in this case to approve the export licenses, but at the same time they also stopped talking. All of a sudden I noticed they're not in the news anymore. So it's almost like they were like, yep, that thing didn't work for us. We got quite a lot of like bad press, and I don't know, maybe they just also had enough with Russian BS, and they broke the dam broke loose, and suddenly they're off the news. They stop talking and they start actually supplying a whole bunch of things. I think it's good.
Go ahead, Bloke. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
Bloke.
Luke, I think you nailed it. You nailed it. So it's sort of like they woke up, right? They were sort of hiding, like Schultz was hiding under his desk, hoping it would all go away and he wouldn't have to actually make a decision. And, people were just hiding, pretending it would all go away by itself. And when confronted with a decision, it took a lot of international pressure, but they caved. And once they caved, after that, the wheels start moving. And, hopefully the Germans will show us that when they start getting their ass in gear, they can do amazing things. Now, interestingly, Germany has done a lot more for Ukraine than France has. We don't give a lot of attention to France, right? But Germany is now supplying more weapons to Ukraine, far more than France is. So, maybe we should turn our attention elsewhere. Maybe we should talk to and those of you who are American, write to your Congress people, because now the next dam is the F-16s. Let's get aircraft in the hands of Ukrainian pilots. you know, it sort of breaks my heart, you know, having, you know, having seen how an Air Force operates, it breaks my heart that these Ukrainian pilots who are incredibly brave and have, you know, held off the Russians against all odds, do not have everything they need to kick the Russians out of their skies. And that's the next dam to burst. And that's, you know, we have to start pushing more pressure on our politicians all over the world to get Ukraine the aircraft. The the dam has burst for the MBTs. Those are rolling into theater. It'll take, you know, a month or two before we start to see those units formed up. But now the next thing is aviation. Ukraine needs aviation, and just write, call, do whatever you can, break that dam. And that's not the Germans anymore. That's the French and the Americans and anyone else who has a bunch of F-16s lying around, or F-18s, or whatever it is the Ukrainians need to put that last piece of the puzzle together. That's it.
Yeah, Bloke, on the F-16, I think what I felt during the last month, I would say, and I found curious, is how a lot of the conservatives actually started to push, basically, you know, criticizing Biden. You're not moving fast enough. You need to, you know, send more aid. You need to send, you know, F-16s, and I'm not just talking about the Hawks, like, you know, what is it, like the friend of Bolton, and, you know, the old-time Republicans that remember Ronald Reagan. I'm talking about even the younger ones. No, of course not the super MAGA. Those people are deniers of reality. But like a big chunk of like, you know, also the conservatives moving in that direction. That's kind of like a good dynamic to have, in my opinion, where they basically say we need to push harder on, even on Biden, which, you know, has been doing a good job, you know. So, yeah, we might be in for some surprises, I think.
I hope so. I think that we're at a crossroads, right? Like, you know, I think M earlier tonight, he sort of said, he summed it up. He said that, I'm paraphrasing him. He's asleep now, so he can't hear me, and I'll ask for forgiveness tomorrow. But he said that basically, Western democracies are incredibly slow to wake up from a nightmare, and they realize that this whole strategy they had, you know, with economic engagement and all this, you know, it didn't work. Right now, they're waking up and they realize that Russia just has to be confronted and defeated on the battlefield, and it's Ukrainians who are doing it, right? So there's a fork in the roads here. Either you uh, confront the reality of the situation and you arm Ukraine to the teeth so that they liberate their territory and regain their land, or you're going to be faced with, you know, 10, 20 years of this shit. And even Republican, I mean, I'm excluding, of course, the, you know, the nut jobs. There's only 5 of them, and there's 5 on the left too, or, you know, 5 or 6, whatever. I'm excluding the nut jobs, but the mainstream politicians of the world realize, and this is the sea change that I think happened in Germany. They realize that if they are going to have any hope of peace and prosperity, Ukraine has to win. And that's the dam that broke in Germany. And it resulted in the delivery of Leo 2s and will result in a lot more, I'm sure. Now we have to go after aviation, and there are only a few countries who can do that. The US just has to say yes, but there are a lot of people with aircraft. There are a lot of countries with aircraft that can give them up to Ukraine. So I think we're seeing a first phase and a second phase. I wish it could have happened earlier and all at once, but that's just the nature of how democracies work. People have to wake up. They have to realize that they've been deluding themselves. What they thought worked didn't, and that process takes time. The Germans have overcome that hump. It's actually, they've done better than the French. I would almost say, well, I'm pretty down on Scholz, so I'm not going to take back any dirty word I said about the guy. But you know, I would almost say the Germans get a pass now. They've come around and they're starting to make the right decisions.
Thank you, guys. I'll step down.
Thanks, Luca. Hey, I would say I'm ready to fully get on the wagon once they help organize the call-off contract for monthly supply of ammunition from the one that is still